Test, test, test. Right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Open AGI Summit, Argentina, Buenos Aires 2025 Dev Connect. My name is
Okay, really? Okay. All right. Okay, guys, can you hear me? Okay, all right. So I'm here today to talk about AI and crypto beyond the cliches. And, so generally the concept is AI makes everything fake, but crypto makes it real again. AI makes everything easy to fake and crypto makes it hard again. AI and crypto are often paired in a vague and hand wavy way. The goal here is, let's give some background, then talk about concrete relations. So background, there's tools, obviously, ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, et cetera. Some's too obvious. But there's also tutorials. I think, fast.ai is pretty good. And website where it's practical deep learning for coders. So you can get started there if you haven't, if there's just one kind of site to look at. This might be very basic for many people. So with that brief background, though, let's contrast these trillion-dollar technologies, AI and crypto. So AI versus crypto. First, AI is probabilistic while crypto is deterministic. So modern AI is largely statistical while crypto is procedural. Compare diffusion models and LLMs to cryptography. You have continuous math versus discrete math. B, AI is digital abundance and crypto is digital scarcity. The thing about this is AI makes it very easy to generate all kinds of content online, reams of text, images, all this kind of stuff. But crypto is about recording the transfer of scarce assets, and it's genuine digital scarcity. A -1 is, or a +1 when you're moving an asset somewhere is accompanied by a -1. That was really the core innovation of the blockchain, the ability to transfer rather than simply copy things digitally. Third, AI makes it, as I said, AI makes things easy to fake. Crypto makes it hard again. How do we know whether a piece of text or image, how do we know if it's real? Well, we don't want to look at hands. We need some kind of cryptographic verification. And you can verify a message signature, for example, on Ethereum. And you can also map an ENS name to what's called a content hash. And, the concept here is you don't want to just look for small, subtle visual cues. Those can fail. Instead, you want to use cryptographic cues. And related to that is AI generates and crypto authenticates. The concept here is you might be able to generate this stuff, but then you might be able to authenticate it instead if we use digital signatures and whatnot. So basically, crypto gives a potential conceptual mechanism for actually verifying AI generated content. Next, AI bust captchas and crypto rebuilds them. So a robot can just click the "I'm not a robot" captcha, but sign in with Ethereum would basically mean, that basically there's no easy way of simply signing in where you have a non-zero crypto balance. If you're a robot, you'll actually have to have them there, right? You actually have to have a balance. And so it's something that's harder for a robot to fake. AI proselytizes while crypto verifies it. So you can actually have a bunch of AI text generated here, but the references, if they're references to on-chain block explorer links, you'd actually be able to check that cryptographically. And so even though this is just a specific example where it's a very crypto-centric case where obviously the data is on-chain, broadly speaking, the idea here is that many kinds of data will be on-chain, not simply financial data, because we're starting to put social data on-chain. So eventually, AI references will be on-chain references. Next, AI breaks the public web, but crypto builds Web3 of trust. So we can start restoring signal for backlinks. Much of the content of the World Wide Web is becoming fake or generated with Web3 of trust. We can start restoring signal for backlinks. And so rather than filling up the internet with garbage spam sites, we've got something totally different. A version 1.0 of this is like Farcaster, where every message is signed. And, this is helpful because now you don't just have a web, you have a signed web. So you've got authentication, you know where it's coming from. Next, AI training is centralized, but crypto can decentralize it. So if you look at actually the top, crowdfunding sites or the crowdfunding applications, all of these over here in yellow are actually things that were done with crypto. And so what that means is there's actually quite a lot of capital available there where you might be able to go and crowdfund, whether it's decentralized training or decentralized model evaluation. There's at least, if you squint, there's something you might be able to do there. Relatedly, AI evaluation, centralized crypto can decentralize it. So this is already starting to happen. You've got models that can run locally and so on. But as sort of models plateau in some ways where the functionality hasn't improved that much over the last year, we're going to get hopefully decentralized versions. AI creates new authorities and crypto decentralizes them. So rather than a monotheistic single AGI, there's a polytheistic AGI. And so, the thing about this is there's many different kinds of AI models as opposed to a single AGI, a more polytheistic view of things rather than, the first person who gets to AGI wins. I think that that might have been plausible in 2022. I don't think that's no longer a plausible view of where things are. I think every sufficiently large community crowdfunds an AI that serves as the guiding force of their community. So you have Chinese AI, you have Grok, you have different kinds of AIs that have different cultures. And crypto also limits AI. Basically, AI has limits according to the laws of math, which crypto imposes, and it's limited by the laws of man, which crypto relaxes. So those limits are technical limits. Basically, for example, AI cannot forecast chaotic phenomena without infinite precision data. These are actually mathematical limits. It cannot forecast chaos. It also can't do turbulence, and it it really in many ways is constrained because um, it can't really pose as a human if you've got crypto captchas. It can't move in the real world without animating drones. It actually can't monopolize power if you've got decentralized AIs. You can't predict the real world if there's chaos and turbulence, and you don't have legal ability to operate in the world if the laws ban it. And let me go through each of these in turn. So, AI breaks Turing tests and crypto restores them. This is the one that we just talked about earlier. It's a CAPTCHA, but broader. Basically, all of these kinds of things, proof of human or on-chain balances or social signals and so on and so forth, all of these make it difficult for or impossible in some ways for a robot to fake. B, AI enables killer drones, but crypto controls them. So this requires a little bit of explanation, but essentially, killer AI, it's already here, it's called drones, and all the Web2 systems can be hacked, but public blockchains actually have not been hacked, and physical devices are already, because, tried hacking Bitcoin and failed. Well, the Pentagon gets hacked all the time, and physical devices are actually downstream of public chains because you can have something like an ENS door lock. So if you put that together, physical devices will be downstream of private keys, and so not your keys, not your drones, and so that's how crypto actually helps at least control killer drones. AI safety is cryptography. Next, AI can be beaten by other AIs, aka decentralization. So you have one robot playing another robot. So rather than the monotheistic model of a single AI, a polytheistic model of many decentralized AIs limits abuse. The only thing that stops a bad guy with an AI is a good guy with an AI. So AI safety is also decentralization. The next concept is that AI is static rules, but crypto is dynamic domains. So with AI, you are typically doing training and test, but the more dynamic the domain, especially if it's politics or markets, that's really where crypto shines, where you have adversarial time-varying domains. So AI's limits are where crypto takes over. And then, AI is regulated by governments while crypto regulates governments. So any model that's trained using a huge amount of, or not really that huge, a moderate amount of compute. The White House tried to ban that, but crypto is actually able to smash through and actually be upstream of regulations because crypto is metapolitical and AI just sort of assumes that politics exists, right? And so that's why AI doesn't really have a theory of the state, but crypto does. And so AI is regulated by government, but crypto regulates governments. Bitcoin is, in a sense, a government of governments. So basically, we can see this also from lobbying. Like, if you care about crypto, it's time to prove it. But basically, the big tech lobbying was, potentially at a certain point going to derail open source AI, right? So AI's limits are where crypto takes over. So you put all that together, really, the constraints in AI, the legalization of AI, all of that is really crypto, right? In 2022, people would say, AI is a real revolution. And of course, AI is an amazing technology, but really, it's limited technically by the laws of physics and math and legally by the laws of man. And crypto actually really is very helpful there in terms of both imposing those limits in terms of math. For example, AI can solve partial differential equations, but not cryptographic equations, and relaxing those laws when it comes to the laws of man. So thank you very much. So that's the quick talk. AI makes everything fake. Crypto makes real again. I'm at BiologyS on Twitter and Farcaster. So thank you very much. And boom. Thanks, guys.
All right. Hello. Hopefully everybody's doing well. 1 second. Great. Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, I think, to Buenos Aires, Argentina. My name is Oleg. Sedan, say hi.
Hi, everyone, and good afternoon.
Hopefully everybody's having a swell time in Argentina. We unfortunately couldn't make it, but we would have loved to be there. Today we will have a more of a technical talk where we walk through a lot of the AI engineering that Sentient team has been doing on the Sentient chat side. There's actually a lot of very interesting things that come out of just building agents in production, and that's kind of the reason why Sentient Chat exists. Sentient Chat exists for us to take research repositories, take research ideas, and crazy prototypes out there, and have it tested against real feedback and real usage. So let's go through our agenda for today. So we'll talk about this why crypto agent, why were we building things for crypto, why was it important, how does it inspire innovation, and then we'll go through kind of the development process so that the builders and the developers in the audience and also some of the product guys and the business guys in the audience get a glimpse into what it really takes to build a production ready agent that has to go and be conversational and have a good experience with the users, but also have all of this hundreds, maybe even more of steps and data and reasoning, et cetera, and so on. So we'll start with defining scope, then defining success. What are the metrics on which we measure success? And then we'll talk about the actual building of the agent through the different iterations. And then we'll finish off with final evaluations and conclusions of this agent in the context of Sentient Chat and beyond. Okay, so first things first, why crypto? To give a little bit of background for those who may not be familiar with Sentient Labs, although everybody at this conference should already be, Sentient Labs at the moment specializes in designing and implementing systems that reason deeply and act reliably. And so to satisfy these requirements, we're building Sentient Chat to be that production environment to stress tests all the different research innovation, research repos, and hopefully inspire innovative frontier AI solutions based on real patterns and feedback. And so the thesis is simple: take something into a production environment, see how it works. You will learn a lot more from it than just releasing it to GitHub. Now, we needed to build something that should probably have a lot of innovation potential. So in terms of the requirements, the requirement was simple. We wanted something that had a high complexity ceiling. And so the crypto agent became an obvious choice because being kind of this AI research lab, but having access to a lot of crypto users like yourselves, we decided that the crypto use case may be a great first step. Before we begin talking about the engineering and requirements, just a little bit about the numbers. The crypto agent has actually been extremely popular, and this is only thanks to the amazing feedback and the amazing community that we have here at Sentient. We are still in private beta for Sentient Chat, and still we have almost 300,000 unique users, with many more on waitlist. We have answered more than 20 million questions, and we had 50,000 average monthly active users, all while in closed beta, all answered by this crypto agent that has been evolving over the past few months. So for anybody who's interested in building a similar agent, either for financial analysis, root cause analysis, or simply in any industry where such complexity is necessary, let's go through and define scope for what it might look like. Okay, so let's define scope for what a good general agent looks like first. Then we'll define any extra requirements that we at Sentient would want to care about as a business, as a company, as a research lab that is trying to put this out as a consumer-like product. And then we'll talk about the crypto requirements. I put the crypto requirements at the bottom there because that will be their own slides with quite a lot of information. So let's walk through the general requirements first. How do you actually build an agent in the first place? What does an agent need? So first things first, since we're used to Perplexity, ChatGPT, Mistral, DeepSeek, and others having multi-turn coherency, that's the number one problem that we need to solve. So if you ask questions like, what's the age of Sandeep Narwhal? And then the AI answers, well, he's 38 years old, as far as I know. And then you follow up with, and Himanshu Tyagi, you probably don't want your AI to answer with, I'm sorry, but could you clarify what exactly you would like to know about Himanshu Tyagi? You probably would like the AI to understand that I also want to know the age. So the architecture diagrams that you will see in the rest of the slides will include as service that we call the rephraser, where you take the past conversation of the user, and in the future, you can also imagine taking the whole memory of the AI about the user and then passing that as context alongside the latest question before AI even has the chance to reason. Second thing in how to build general agents is, well, you should probably have decent latency. This is probably the hardest one for those just starting to build agents, because as you make agents more complicated, somehow they just keep swallowing more and more latency. Now, we're not saying that you should probably build agents that respond in 2 or 3 seconds. That would be impossible at any level of complexity unless you have the resources of a 20 or a 30 or $40 billion company. But you should at least set very clear expectations for users about what the latency averages are for the mode that they're using. So if I pick GPT-5 Pro, for example, I should have very clear expectation that it will take me 20 minutes. If I go to Roma, which will actually be coming to sentient chat soon, hooray, I also need to have a very clear expectation that Roma will take about 5 to 10 minutes in order to properly process the hierarchical tree, split everything to subtasks, do all the tool calls, and so on and so forth. For our use case for the scripting agent, we wanted to keep it below 1 minute, where the average response time should be around 30 seconds. The third thing is, unless your agent is like Flash, you definitely want to have good reasoning UX. We didn't have this before last year among even all the major players, but the popularity of DeepSeek coming out and showing all of these thinking, all these players like OpenAI, Perplexity, Anthropic all now show intermediate steps, and we do too, and you should too. So make sure that as the agent is reasoning through, you are also sending back these intermediate events to ensure that the user builds trust and understands what the agent is doing in the background. All right, cool. So the first 3 are more of the UX side. 4 and 5 are also on the UX side, but a little bit more technical. So your agent should have sufficient world knowledge, and this is where we start putting the requirement that you definitely need to think about your tools. So if you ask something like, who is the president of the United States? Your AI probably should not say, as of today, the president is Joe Biden, because that's not true. And then it will continue speaking gibberish because it has no idea who the current president is. So make sure that whatever you're doing, you ensure that the right tools are present, at least. And then we talk about how to make sure that they're called consistently. Grounding in factuality is the other technical thing, which is when you're talking about any topic in general, the user now has the very clear expectation that there should be citations and that there should be checks between the final output and any of the citations to make sure they're actually relevant, they're actually talking about the right thing, and they're not getting gibberish back. So include citations, and if you're building something like a crypto agent or a financial analyst or a healthcare analyst or anything that requires a lot of highly specialized API data, you also need to make sure you somehow include citations for APIs as well, just so that when the user sees a number, they're not wondering where that came from. They're thinking, okay, this came from CoinGecko, this came from Arkham, this came from DeFi Llama, and so on. And after you build that in the first place, you still need to make sure that you tweak and iterate, because it will not be perfect right from the get-go. So there should be some factuality evaluation, and we will mention it later. Okay, so we're done with some general UX requirements, just the things that the user should see and feel and trust. Now let's talk about some extra requirements for us. So Sentient is an open source AI research lab that builds research repos and products. We care about open source models only. And lo and behold, we somehow built Sentient Chat to use only open source models. And it's a great testament to the amazing open source model developers out there the other brilliant labs out there who we're collaborating with and partnering with, building something that competes directly with closed source, and I would say, being quite on par. So that was one of our requirements, but we definitely saw our own challenges, and we can talk about it in a different talk. And the second thing, which is a smaller point for us, but a big point for everybody, costs should probably be kept manageable. If you're calling 200 APIs with each query, you're probably doing something wrong, and you're also wasting a lot of money. So now on to the crypto requirements. Oh man, there are many. So I will kind of skim over. Everybody here in the room is hopefully a crypto fanatic, or at least a kind of a crypto curious person. So let's talk about Cryptoscope briefly. For our agent, we wanted to make sure that it was useful for people who are just doing token research. And while that's kind of a small thing to say, the scope behind that is extremely large. So let me read the statement word for word so that you and I both can internalize it throughout this presentation and until the end. Our agent that we built here at Sentient should be useful for anyone trying to hold a position for at least an hour, with the AI agent giving the user a full picture on the project in real time to give the user enough confidence to make an informed investment decision. The at least an hour is important. That means we're not targeting people who are staring at their screen on, in second by second counting candles. That's not the kind of person who we want to address. Now, maybe we want to address such a person partially by saying maybe they need help picking a project where they will go ahead and stare at their DEX screener or their favorite exchange candle by candle, but not anything beyond that. So any of the guys who are doing algorithmic trading, any of the guys who are doing this day trading or meme coin trading, who really care about here is a signal, I want to act on that signal within the next 1-2 seconds, those guys are not in scope of the scripted agent. And the reason for that is AI, and specifically LLMs, are extremely powerful in processing unstructured data. So tweets, articles, blogs, papers, and combining all of that with structured data, such as technicals about open interest, deltas, volatility, funding rates, and so on and so forth. And so where AI really takes precedence in terms of the best tool for the job is for the job of actually doing good due diligence analysis and investment reports and saying, I think this is a great tool for long-term investors, for swing casual traders, and for TGE traders. So people who want to do very good due diligence on a project or a token, those are the kind of people we want to care about. However, that doesn't mean that the work that we have to do is any less. There is a lot of things, I'm sure everybody in the audience is aware, that you have to consider when you make any kind of investment decisions. Sometimes you make an investment decision on a whim. You just see the candlestick go up and everybody's hyping it up and you just buy. So you buy on a rumor. Sometimes you actually sit down and say, this is a new project. Seems like they have an amazing team and nobody has picked it up yet. So you think they're undervalued and that causes you to do something. Some very, very advanced traders who are looking at all the technicals and have their own formulas. They obviously care about general market conditions, technicals also. So that may be something that they trade on. So I wrote down 15 non-exhaustive. This is non-exhaustive categories of signals that people look for when they do some research on a project. And going through all of that is going to be very intense for anybody, let alone AI. And so how do you make AI that is able to go through all of this and able to make very well-informed and reliable decisions and recommendations? Cool. So now I'll go to Siddhant, who will help us define success and also talk a little bit about the process of actually building the agent, which I believe most of our developers here are most interested in from the slide deck. So off to you, Siddhant.
Thanks, Oleg. Let me know if the screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. So we'll start with define the success. So, like Oleg mentioned, that especially LLMs, they have their own capabilities and they have their own, I would say, challenges, especially good old ML models. They're amazing when it comes to rule-based decision making and when it is more structured data which is coming in. But now when we look at the entire gamut of queries which are coming in from crypto users, example, let's say on the left, we have around 10, 11 different categories of queries. And we wanted to do justice to at least a lot of them, if not to every other category of crypto queries out there. So that was one major challenge which we had is how can we have at least good consistent score in terms of quality and also the latency. So we just look at two different X and Y axes, latency and quality. I think broadly, these are the two dimensions around which we wanted to focus and develop the entire crypto engine because ultimately it's a consumer grade product. And like Oleg was mentioning, it's not fair to expect people to stay and wait for an answer almost 3 minutes, 4 minutes, especially when they want to trade quickly and want to take, maybe if you want to have someone who's asking 20 queries, 50 queries in a day on sentient chat, we would expect them to have maybe less than a minute and preferably maybe less than 30 seconds. Okay. And last, we wanted to have, for a while, we have been testing around, is there any external benchmark, which are a lot of queries out there, especially crypto focused. And for a long time, we were not able to find any external benchmarks out there. And lately, we just saw in the early November, DMN, we saw this benchmark, which has just come out on Hugging Face. And they have good around 3,500 queries, focused everything on crypto. And internally, we have been benchmarking a lot, and there have been multiple iterations of benchmark, which we have done. And broadly, we decided, okay, these are the 4 different data points, or in terms of the parameters. Then the most important thing is temporal relevance. If you ask something and if the answer is stale, I think it definitely doesn't have a trade-off. And the data relevance should be there in terms of whatever the query is, the entire answer, the depth in the answer, it should be relevant what the user has asked. And consistency in the answer, it should not be that there are 2 answers which are coming in, if they're not factually correct, or they're not cohesive. Doesn't make sense. And lastly, the depth in the reasoning, because it's not just about information, because information can just come directly from standard APIs, but also getting insights from them, and insights which are relevant to that user. So right now, what Oleg mentioned that yes, we have around a rephraser, which is able to capture some of the chat history from user. But how do we still combine all of that, understand what is the exact intent of the query, and then give the answer, which is relevant for the user? And maybe we can have a follow-up query if we are not able to understand what the query is, do this, and if we think that yes, user is nudging us towards maybe getting into a trade, then we can have a follow-up query with the user. Okay, so now let's get to building the crypto agent. Okay, so these are 4, again, these are not exhaustive because yes, we can fine tune the model and we can have different nuances around how do we create an AI system. But broadly, I would say the first production grade, consumer grade LLM chatbot should definitely have these 4 different levers around which we can play around with. Choice of the LLMs, yes, definitely GPT-5, Grok 4 and all of them, and definitely a bunch of open source models which are available out there. We decided that we want to stick to our philosophy and we tested them on evals, but for the entire chat, we have open source models, multiple prompting methods, chain of thoughts, few shot, zero shots, and then all of them have a bunch of pros and cons. We more or less evaluated the entire gamut of different prompting methods, multiple LM models we have interacted with. Now come to architectures, React, Kodak, Roma, which anyway is a part of Contain Labs. And finally, multiple tool calls which are relevant for crypto and also broader to the broader context. So we went ahead in making the crypto agent in multiple iterations. Broadly, now I would say we have around 3 iterations of it. Number 1, we started off with the classic React framework and the intent was that we want to build something which is quite capable. It can handle a lot of different complexities. So yes, I mean, I'll not go too much into the technical details. So like we started off, the user, I'm just focused on the chart. So user has a query. We try and understand what are the past history of the user queries are and try to make sense of what is the latest query is. And then in order to maintain some bit of balance in the latency, we come up with a separate search because most of the answers cannot be answered directly from the data APIs. So example, DeFi Llama, CoinGecko, CoinMarketCap. So yes, definitely search plays a very big role. And also search does introduce a lot of hallucination because there's a lot of, I would say, noisy data which comes from the unstructured data. And the second is crypto reports. We internally also have amazing crypto asset reports, which are there on Sentient Chat. If please try it out. You can get a lot of information about the top tokens, I would say, the top 100. So we have our own internal data repository around it, and we do get some feed from it. And finally, multiple tool calls. So in this current React agent, we thought, okay, let's try and give amazing answer. Let's try and beat the closest model. We did do that. And we allowed that, yes, the search can go up to 2 rounds of subqueries, and then we can have up to 4 rounds of tool calling in terms of loops. So we get the data from tools, API tools, and we think, okay, the data is not good enough. We can again reason back and figure out, okay, is the data good enough? Again, maximum can go around for 4 minutes, for 4 calls. And finally, once all that data has been gathered, now we can make the final analysis. Okay, we have all the data. We understand what the rephrase query is. Okay, now let's say, what is the best way we can come up with the answer? Okay, when we started up, we were obviously gradually we were building up all the different APIs. And also we had the coding abilities in this one. The pros are the answers had really good depth and the reason clarity because we had a React model and then we had 4 loops. But the latency was too high, almost 2 minutes. And we realized, okay, yes, the answer is good. But again, from a consumer grade app, it's not good enough. We have to cut down on the latency. So that was a major takeaway for us. So yes, again, our major learning was that, yes, if we kind of increase the prompt for the AI agent, initially, yes, the answer would become better. It might also become consistent. We can handle more depth and more breadth of the questions. But after a while, it would just become, the prompt would just start ballooning and it did not really result into I would say, a more in-depth answer. It was not hallucinating. Okay, so the next was, we realized that, yes, part of the reason we were hallucinating is because some of the times the coin, for example, in our example, sent and sentiment, both of them have the same ticker. So yes, we realized that we need a new service, which is a coin resolver service, which can say, okay, sent, it might definitely be, it's a sent token. And sentiment, the ticker might be same, but it corresponds to a different company, a different token, which is being traded. So that's the second change which we did in this one. So now next we came is the guided strategy. This was the second iteration, but the first one was kind of monstrous. It was able to do a lot of complex things, but too much latency. Then thought, okay, we want something which is more nimble, more flexible, and which can consistently produce good answers. But again, we went ahead with this thing, which was very specific, narrow band around which an LLM can give an answer. The good thing was, one, the coin resolution service was there and the answers were consistent. The problem was, it was too specific. There were not enough insights in it, but more of information. And that's the second learning which we had is that we can't make it too rigid. We can't let the LLM loose because then if we let it have its own magic, then it will start hallucinating. So we had to find something which is intermediary, a more balanced approach between a more complex but too much latency, a very consistent and narrow band but very low latency, something in the middle. So the pros is definitely low latency, and the cons are the studies are very specific and too granular. You can't really scale it up across the breadth of the questions. Now, next is that we figure out what is, if you realize too much on prompting for every scenario is not really scalable, that how can we maybe divide this entire thing into 2 different parts and come up with a more novel agentic architecture idea that can handle these scenarios. So let's come to the final. This is the current agentic framework, which is live on Sentient Chat. I would really request everyone to please try it out. We call it a SERA, Semantic Embedding and Reasoning Agent. So quickly, we'll go over the flow diagram first. So we have a user chat. Again, this has the chat history. It has a rephraser and the coin resolution, which we learned in the previous steps. Search is a parallel thread which is happening because we want to maintain latency. And now finally, when we have the crypto, the first thing it does is it uses embeddings to figure out, okay, which is a relevant tool call. And we realize this is the most cost-effective and very low latency mechanism to figure out these are the right tools for the query which has been asked. Once that is done, I'm simplifying it too much. Once that is done, then we go to the finally reasoning model. And another thing which we did is a chain of thought and dynamic prompting, which allows us to customize the answers as per the different categories of the queries. Okay. The pros, the latency is manageable because that was supreme for us. We knew that, yes, we are compromising on the quality to some extent. But when we looked at all the queries which users are asking on our platform, which I mentioned like almost 20 million queries, we realized, yes, latency is super important. We can't really go beyond 1 minute. And so average latency should be maybe ideally less than 45 seconds or 40 seconds. And yes, right now we don't have coding abilities yet because we are anticipating that gradually we make it a bit more capable. And yes, for the complex queries, we have another another agent, Roma, which is just around the corner. Okay, last big learning, embedding-based templating is cheap, and dynamic prompts, they help in giving depth across crypto categories. And while we are able to maintain consistency, I think that balance and finding that what is our sweet spot was super important for us. And now you can see the results on this engine chat. Finally, evaluations. Before we get to that, so this is our current models. We're using GPT versus 120, Coin ATB, and Coin 8B embedding. And we did try pretty much, I would say, every open source model on this one. So Llama, GLM, DeepSeek, Quen, Kimi, K2, Quen 235, we pretty much tried every open source model out there. And for our benchmarking, we have tried almost all the closed source models also. Tools, we have web data, Xdata, structured data API coming from all the the preferred API providers. So let's go to two benchmarks we did. One is an internal benchmark. We started with almost 2,000 queries and 800 queries, then figured out it's a good around 200 queries. It's a good golden set of queries. And we want to divide them across so that we are able to kind of help almost all the different crypto users and their use cases. Sample queries like compare Hackvedics projects and evaluations for around 4 different parameters, which I already talked about. And we used a good 700 billion parameter model DeepSeek to do the evaluation. Sorry, might be jumping a bit for the time constraint. Okay, so great thing is being open source and by playing around a lot with, I would say, APIs, because we have some APIs which maybe some of these closed source models do not have access to. So that definitely is a reason. But yes, being an open source model, we are able to beat a lot of these. Are again, we have tried with other models, but Perplexity Finance, and we had to use the UI answers for Perplexity Finance. We thought, okay, we might use normal Perplexity, but we wanted to be focused on what the finance module is giving us. GPT-5, low reasoning, medium reasoning, Grok 4, we are beating all of them when it comes to the combined, all the 4 different parameters. They might be better in one of them, but when it comes to across 4 different parameters, we're beating all of them. And that's a huge achievement on all the hard work and I would say the innovation which the entire team has done over here. Lastly, DMind, I talked about. This benchmark was recently released on Hugging Face almost, I think, 2 weeks back. And so they have divided into objective and subjective queries and amazing. They have even evaluated 35 closed source model on crypto queries. So it's an amazing third-party evaluation, which kind of gives a good, I would say, reality check to understand where we stack against everyone. And they're using a LLM as GPT-4, so it might be possible when you see the results that yes, there might be some bias towards the GPT answers. So yes, there are around 35 models. I've only picked up a few just to showcase what is the top of the rank is. So GPT-5 medium is again the best one, but like I mentioned, the LLM which is being used as a judge is GPT-4. So there might be some bias around it. And yes, we had been able to beat, I would say, good around 25 LLMs out there. But yes, so we have around score of around 76 in this, a third-party benchmark, which has around 3,500 queries. We ran across, and this was run recently, almost 2 days back. So it's as good. And these are a bunch of different categories and what's our score around it and where do we stack. And yes, because we did not focus on meme as a category, so we knew, yes, we are not focusing so much on this category. So yes, we can anticipate the score is relatively lower. Okay, finally, over to you, Oleg, for the final conclusion. Sorry if I was a bit fast.
No problem. No problem. Yeah, let's just transition to that conclusion slide and I'll talk from my end.
Okay.
So I know that that was really fast. So one thing that I would like to announce to everybody is we'll release this as a full form blog for everybody to check out and read through and really kind of marinate upon. So hopefully you guys check that out soon. It will also have quite a lot of interesting extra observations that we may not have made during this presentation. So definitely look forward to that. Okay, so back to the conclusions. Building a general agent is hard, but building them with open source models is even harder. It is even harder to make sure that the agents are consistent and reliable, all while maintaining that decent latency and user experience that is required from a consumer grade product that everybody is used to nowadays. We found that there's a need for a coin resolution service. So for people who are also building crypto agents, or people who are also building financial agents that have to deal with kind of asset and stock tickers, you will need to build one as well. There's a clear need for a search filtering and a consistency layer to make sure that if there are multiple projects that are using similar names or even the same tickers, as is the case with crypto across different chains, you will need to make sure that all of the data is filtered and self-consistent before you ever show that data to the user. And in fact, maybe even biased to make sure that when the user is asking about a certain set of keywords, just that one project that 99.9% of the time people care about is actually being retrieved instead of whatever Google or Brave decided is at the top of the research list. Finally, I know that Siddhant rushed through it, but there's a big danger in context overloading. There's a big danger in letting your prompt get too large. If your prompt grows too big, you're going to see detrimental effects on downstream performance. And so you need some kind of solution where you separate your prompts into multiple. And we've tried too. We've tried this guided strategy agent where when the query comes, you match it on one of the strategies. And if no strategies are there, then you go and default to something else. But that we found was too granular. If no strategy match happened, then there would be bad performance. And so there must be something else that you can do in order to scale different templates, scale the size of the prompts. And this is where a lot of the innovation came for prompt templating, for this semantic embedding based reasoning, where we highly recommend you guys check out the blog for more details when it comes out of how we, during two different steps of the reasoning process, take the query and match it to different templates to make sure that A, the initial reasoning process is being guided properly, and B, the final answer is actually being formatted and guided and interpreted in a way that is most appropriate for that kind of question. Through all of these learnings, seems like the current architecture is scaling well, and we've also found a lot of things to work on in research, and we're always open to collaboration. So if you want to design AI agent architectures, if you want to engage with us on continual learning and self-improvement, if you have read the most recent paper called Agent Evolver, this is the kind of work that we're doing internally as well. And safe AI agent autonomy surrounding security. All of these are things that we would like to collaborate on. And we're looking forward to your ideas and your prototypes and things that you come up with that can help us make open source AI win. Next slide, Siddhant. And I'm just going to say thank you all. Final slide. And hopefully you have a great rest of your time at DevCon.
Thank you, everyone.
Yep, good question. So in terms of LoRa, actually, let me answer the quantization question first. If you want to go in and use quantized models, we have not found any significant detrimental effects to downstream performance, and this is the same as what you'll hear everybody else say. I think unless you make the floating points much less precise, you will not see much drop in performance. So yes, we use quantized models for the purposes of latency. In terms of LoRa, I guess one rule that we follow internally is don't fine-tune things until you really squeezed as much as you can out of what you have on the prompting side and the architecture and infrastructure side. And this is part of the reason why there was this iterative improvement and process and learning that happened. If we went down to the fine-tuning level and started talking about SFT and RL and other things, then we'll be missing the whole point. And that is, we want to make sure that the system is adaptive in general to changing scope. And fine-tuning models should come much later in the process of building such a system. I would say maybe a month or 2 months from now, when we have very well established understanding of how this works end to end, and we have a stable system that everybody is using, then you can say, let's improve the performance even further by fine-tuning. But there's still so much improvement to be made even without it.
Thanks, Antonio. Thanks, everyone.
Take care, guys.
To be built across the stack from TEs, frameworks, models, etc. And we're starting with a really cool panel, and we'll be joined by Bridget from Moonsong Labs, Gemma from OLAS, Grigora from PySquared, Renz from Giza, and then Mike from Talos. So please welcome our next group of speakers.
Hello, hello.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. How many people flew in this morning and just came straight here? We got a few of us. Well, welcome to Buenos Aires. I'm Bridget. I'm the CMO of Moonsong Labs, and I am super excited to be in one of my favorite cities in the world talking about one of my favorite topics. So I'll just go ahead and let all the panelists introduce themselves, and we will kick it off.
Thank you for having me. I'm Gemma, I'm the COO of Valerie, which is the core contributor behind OLAS, the platform for true co-ownership of AI. So OLAS enables anyone to own and monetize their AI agent.
Hi, I'm Grigore Roșu. I'm the founder and CEO of PySquared, where we build the fastest decentralized network for instant payments for humans and AI.
Hello, everybody. Hope you're doing well. My name is Rench. I'm the CEO of Giza. At Giza, we compress a lifetime of financial workflows into on-chain agents that you can own and they can act on your behalf. We'll try to keep this panel very, very entertaining and upbeat, so we move on from the Zoom call and really be among you guys. So thank you so much.
Engage, please.
Hey everybody, I'm Mike. I'm the CEO and founder at Talos. Our mission is to build a more efficient and democratic digital economy, and we'll do this by building an AI infrastructure network that will enable anybody to come and launch revenue-generating agents.
Thank you, thank you. And we will leave a few minutes at the end for questions, so just raise your hand and maybe it's me that will come around and hand you the microphone and we'll ask those. So I heard someone say the other day that the genie's out of the bottle with AI and with crypto. We can't put them back in the bottle. And I think with Balaji's opening words, they're very symbiotic. So, and I also heard someone say recently that it doesn't feel like crypto was built for humans to use it. It feels like it was built for agents. So I want to just sort of kick off with that and say, let's just set the stage of where are we today? Where are we with AI agents and payments in this moment from each of your unique vantage points?
Yeah, totally. I think anyone who's used crypto will instinctively feel the same, right? Everybody's been halfway through a transaction and had a mini heart attack. Just hope that it's all going to go okay. We're not built for tapping through a million screens and checking all these numbers, but obviously agents are. And it's been interesting over the years attending these conferences and seeing the topics and kind of the energy changing. In 2021, when we were arriving and talking about agents in crypto, there was a lot of blank faces. We move on to like 2022, 2023, post ChatGPT, and there were lots and lots of projects starting to talk about it. But I think even in the past few months, we've got this kind of swell of energy behind them and these standardization protocols coming up, which is so exciting to see. In terms of where we're at with autonomous agent economies on our side, so the first agent economies on OLS went live in 2023. So to date, they've done over 11.4 million transactions on chain. Most of those are agent-to-agent transactions. A lot of them come from the predict economy, so we can kind of dive into more about what that is. But yeah, I think this really does show, and it's with a relatively small number of agents. You can see all of these numbers verifiable on chain, like only 2,000 or so agents have done 11.4 million transactions. So really, it's not a case of the agents are coming, they're already here, but it's just a drop in the ocean from where we're going to be. So that's how we see it so far.
Yeah, so clearly the AI agents will put a lot of pressure on the blockchain technology. We are going to have millions of AI agents very soon working at the same time, paying each other for microservices, micropayments. And all of this will need to be settled and verified in a verifiable way. And I personally, and also our company, PySquared, believe that blockchain as a technology is not ready for these agents. And I'm very glad that you said crypto and agents, because crypto is clearly made for agents, but I think blockchains are currently made for humans. They are as slow as we are, or slower even. We need to push the boundaries. We need to go to the next level of performance in Web3 and crypto. And blockchains cannot fulfill that need, at least the way they are now. 100,000 TPS sounds amazing for a blockchain, right? But it's too low. 1 million TPS, in 1 or 2 years, it will also be too slow. So we need to break the paradigm, pushing to the next level.
I think Gemma put it very well. She painted a perfect picture. And it's very true that the blockchain is very inhumane by nature, and we have also made it way less inhumane with the things that we built on top of it to date, made it more and more complex. I think in terms of like the past 3 years or so, at least from my lens, we built the first zero-knowledge machine learning platform in Web3, and this was in 2023 when people were laughing at us for building things that are verifiable, or they didn't understand the value of verifiability. Then we built the first verifiable agent, and people didn't understand what agents were, and pairing that with something that they didn't understand even more with verifiability, it was like quite confusing. And to me, it's fascinating now that all of these things are coming to true. I think in the near past, we have also gone through like quite a speculative path of AI and crypto, where there was like tokens that were not agents, tokens that were not AI, and then they all went 99% down with everything else. So we went through like a self-cleansing, a self-maturing process in the meantime. As my panelists mentioned, the infrastructure has been evolving. So now it feels like we're on the cusp of something quite interesting. Now finally it feels like, oh, like can these things can actually like work for us and like pay for us and like do our finances. So I think from now onwards is where things become really interesting. And up until this moment, it was like a learning curve and self-cleansing system.
Well, the biggest issue of Web 2 is that it's built for humans. Every website has a CAPTCHA. Every interface needs you to put your login and password, and agents can just not go through this right now. When you think about banks, how banks send transactions, you need to have a user login, they need to pre-approve you, they need to do KYC over you. And these things just don't translate to agents. So when you have like Web3 come up, you have code native interfaces, you have composability out of the box, you just have pre-written rules that anybody could come and follow. And when you add automation to this, you just make it much more useful for agents. You have payments out of the box, you have monetization frameworks out of the box, or at least that they're very easy to implement. And I just think that enabling agents to roam through this open infrastructure would enable them to add more value than what they currently are adding in Web 2.
So I think one of the points that you all touched upon is that, you know, I think you put it very nicely of like right now there was 2,000 agents that created all those transactions, and we are probably going to get to a world where each person probably has, you know, 5, 10, 15, 20, however many agents that's going to be. And what do you think the industry is going to look like? And what do you think we need to achieve as an industry to be able to create the infrastructure and viability for agents to scale with on-chain payments?
I can go first, so I can take Gemma away from being the first one to respond to everything, and we'll break the flow a little bit. And I will refrain from shilling Giza as much as I can in this panel. I'll have a talk right afterwards where I will do that. But from an infrastructure perspective, there's a couple of things that agents and AI really rely on. One of them is data, where everything starts with data, and on-chain financial data is extremely it lacks standardization. Every DeFi protocol has a completely different way of doing the same thing, and the less standardization that we have, the less intelligent automation we can get to. So that part we need to solve. The other part about when it comes to agents, especially the ones that are finance related, the most important thing is always profitability. How can I keep my user profitable? And those things rely on two main metrics, which is like latency and cost. Every transaction the agent gets into has a cost that eats into profitability. Every latent transaction eats into the alpha that it's chasing. So our ecosystems, and as he mentioned, like the chains that we operate on, they're not really built for this. These agents need predictability. These agents need low cost. These agents, regardless of how many millions or how many few thousands that it's using, it needs to have a predictable cost attached to it for it to become profitable. So all of these parts really need to be there. And the third part is more towards like composability and how do we make these things work together? How do we go from like having 10,000 different chains that are mostly dead to having a few that can combine with each other, can work with each other? How can we make protocols compatible? And in the meantime, how can we make this a better space for users to operate on? I think these are the key infrastructure problems that we need to solve, at least from my perspective.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I totally agree that interoperability is hugely important. So it's great to see these standardization protocols coming out and people getting behind them. I think another key piece that we need, looking to what the future of AI looks like, is to make sure that ownership is at the center. Obviously, in Web3, we're kind of preaching to the converted a little bit here, but just to fast forward to this world where we do have each individually 5, 10, however many agents, I think nobody in this room is probably very interested in that, just recreating the same Web 2 paradigm, right? Where we're kind of renting access to these agents from centralized providers. Even in Web 3, there's still a lot of reliance on off-chain that's quite centralized, right? So if we as users are pouring all of our time, all of our data into these agents, and a huge amount of economic value is being created in entire economies, we really need to make sure that that infrastructure is retaining ownership for the people who are creating value, and we don't end up with a similar situation as we have in Web 2, where it's many, many users contributing to a Facebook, to a ChatGPT, to a whatever, and the companies are benefiting, but the users aren't seeing a share of that economic value.
Yeah, so clearly agents are going to be smarter and smarter, and they'll do more and more things for us. And as you said, there will be 4 or 5 or 6, 10 agents working for us at the same time, doing things for us. And no matter how smart they are and how deep their algorithms are, in the end, even suppose that they do their inference instantaneously. We know they don't, but suppose they do everything instantaneously. We'll end up with millions of things that need to be verifiably settled. Those could be micropayments, micro services, but lots of them. And I believe strongly that the blockchain technology is not ready for them. And even 1 million TPS will be too little for the future that is already here. So we need to very seriously take this into account. Yes, question? Wow, so fast.
Hello,
Right,
guys.
so we challenged you. We like it.
Well, I'm building agents as well, and I'm kind of new in Web3 world, but I have some questions about all of these we are living and building. Like, we have Virtuals, that is a network you can have agents interacting with together. I knew recently Torus network that has the same concept, and probably you guys are trying to build something like this as well. And I would love to hear more about your thoughts about ERC 8004. It's a protocol that I think could be a solution for us in terms of have trustless agents. And it's kind of a lot of things I'm saying here right now, but I love to hear more about this. And we don't have some kind of solutions for that right now that could focus on that and build more on top of it. And anyway, I don't know, just want to hear more.
Anybody wants to take? You want to go ahead?
I can take it. So I guess the biggest question here is, how do we build the right standards to make the most powerful agents? That be a good translation? Yeah. So at least we at Talos, we're building this verifiable agent framework called Nexus. And the idea is that you can bring the workflow of the agent on-chain. The workflow is defined as different modules and smart contracts, and then you could use multiple tools as building blocks to build whatever type of workflow you'd want to build. And these tools can be off-chain or on-chain. So you could call any smart contract or any Web2 service that exists, like Stripe, Twitter, and so forth. I do think that there's like 3 pillars that should be included in any type of framework: verification, identification. You could ID what the agent does, and you could have ownership over it. And then the ability to transact and pay and grow from there. And ultimately, I do think that the majority of the value will flow to agents that people can rent for them to just run any type of action. And that's something that we have been thinking specifically, calling it agent as a service. So you would basically have an agent defined by anybody. Somebody would say, oh, this agent is pretty valuable for, let's say, DeFi transactions, or just identifying data or doing research. And then you would have a user pay for each type of agent execution that would provide goals or just solve any type of problem for their owners. And yeah, I just do think that these 3 core pillars are very important for any type of agent. And now people in the Ethereum ecosystem have started developing with this ERC 8004. And hopefully it gets widely adopted. I still think it's super early, and a lot of research has been made in Web 2 for agents, and just putting them together into Web 3 is going to take some time. And I also share with you that blockchains might not be ready yet. There's still a lot of primitives that need to be developed. There's still a lot of tools that also need to be developed for anybody that's pretty new into crypto to come and build. And I guess we're all here for that.
First of all, thank you for the question. If anybody else would like to have like this kind of directed questions, we're open to it. Like we have been core contributors to 8004, and it has certain pillars that I think are quite important for like both agents and like intelligence on chain. I always like to look at it from like a financial use case perspective because I don't think like we have another use case for blockchain systems that is comparable today. Like, as agents become a new foundational primitive, like as any new financial instrument that is newly introduced to the world, the credit parts, which is the 8004, relies on like the identity parts, it becomes a huge thing. Like how do you understand the credit scoring of an agent, what it has done so far? And the credit scoring can be like many things, right? It can be performance, it can be persistence, it can be profitability, it can be all of those things. So having like a standardized way of scoring the new financial primitives that we introduce to the world just makes a lot of sense from like a purely economical perspective. The other part is verifiability, and you know, I have been building like the ZK frameworks for machine learning for the past few years. It's obviously like quite a novel technology, but there's also like use cases for it where it makes sense and where it, you know, requires, I think, more simpler solutions. If you can think of a graph where on one side you have complexity of computation and on the other side you have value of verifiability, the more complex the computation becomes, the more value on verifiability you get. If you're running a deterministic financial algorithm or a small model that will give you 2 + 2 is always going to equal 4, you don't have to go out of your way to add a verifiability layer to it. But as the panelists mentioned, as these agents become more and more smarter, as the intelligence itself, unnecessary, like not necessarily have to do with crypto or anything, but as the intelligence of running financial algorithms become more sophisticated, that's where you're going to need, you know, verifiability. That's where you're going to need these things. So setting these standards are, I think, quite important. I'm a bit more like techno optimist in that way. I think like blockchain is very much ready now. Like it can be, obviously things are going to break, but that's totally fine. I think the intelligence we have today, if you use them in the right place at the right time, that will give you a very performant agent that can run your finances for you. We do these things today. So that's a little bit towards your question. I hope that answers a little bit, and I'll leave it to others.
Mike, did you have something else to add?
So, Renz, you're saying that as agents run more complex transactions, you're going to need more and more verifiability. Do you think it's based on transaction complexity or what's at stake within a transaction?
I think that's a very good question. It's probably both, right? Like the context in terms of AI is always super important. Let's touch on like the context part a little bit. Like if we zoom out from our little world in DeFi and Web3, if you look at AI innovation in general, right now we're hitting like a spectrum where the models get more and more intelligent, but at the same time, the difference it makes is not as steep as it was before. Like first time I touched ChatGPT was like, oh my God, what is this? And now 5.1 doesn't feel so different than 5.0. But there's another lever there, which is like the context. If you can make things more contextual, if you can make them more like going towards like memory and everything else, if you make them more personalized, that's when it becomes important. So for example, having a verifiability for a model that runs specifically for healthcare use cases might be a lot more important and might be to have verifiability than whatever else. So I think both like from the context perspective, it makes a lot of sense. Also from the complexity perspective, I think it also makes sense. So not just like the transactions, but what is the computational power required to come up with that prediction, how complex it is, how repeatable it is. That's where I think verifiability comes a role.
You guys have anything to add? I want to give you some chance to answer too.
So let's go to the next question.
Next question. So I think one of the things that, you know, I'm struck by that, you know, the questions we just got and the answers that we're getting is obviously everyone in this room is probably a little bit more technically forward. We're not the average user. We're going to be willing to take more risks, try new things out. And, you know, obviously crypto adoption was made by people in the same category as us. And agents, if you look at AI in general, it's like, what are the main things that have taken off? Something like ChatGPT, where a lot of people can use it. And when AI is enhancing people's lives on the day-to-day, making it simpler. So for on-chain payments and agent economies, where do you think the first like major use case we're going to see this take off Again, no one has a glass ball, but like any insights as to where we think like mainstream adoption might come from?
Yeah, I think as Wench was saying, like the financial aspect is always going to be very important and compelling, and it's something that crypto can offer that a ChatGPT can't offer, right? If you think about how ChatGPT, like we're used to engaging with these things, we're getting a lot of value from them, but we're also paying to rent that service, and so that makes sense as long as the value that you're getting is outweighing the costs. But Web3 has the ability to turn an agent into something from being a negative, from something that you're paying for, to something that is like in cold hard cash, paying you a lot more in return. And so, as I said, on OLS, the biggest use case to the tune of like 9 million transactions is predictions. So that's been something really big so far, but we also have the first DeFi agent that you could fully own, and we call it Baby Degen. And both of these are housed in actually a consumer app. So we agree. We think the real promise of crypto shouldn't just be limited to the technical people who are in this room, but hopefully everybody. And so the idea of this agent app store that we have called Pearl is that it's something that anybody can use. It's a desktop application. You're meant to be able to just download it, click start, and that agent will start doing useful things for you without you having to sit there and babysit it or interact with it. So yeah, the first two use cases are prediction markets and DeFi asset management, but we also have an accelerator where we're investing $1 million in the builders of the best agents, and we've got use cases like dating agents. We've got uses like kind of companion like game called Pet that you can play with. There's also like self-governing markets for the very financial among you. So yeah, I think it's always difficult to kind of pin your finger on which you think will be the biggest. But I think you're hitting the nail on the head that it needs to be something that everybody can benefit from. And so yeah, that's kind of where we're working on it at the moment.
If anyone else has an answer that they are dying to share, go for it. If not, we have a question.
I think everything you said, and also agent-to-agent payments and micropayments for microservices, because there will be no agent smart enough to do everything for us. We may have one agent, one preferred agent, personal assistant we interact with, but then there will be lots of other services like buying a ticket, buying, I know, vacation, and inferring something, playing a game. So there will be specialized agents for certain services, and they need to pay each other. And I think that's where crypto and AI agents can make a difference. But again, I believe that there will be, or I believe or I hope, I don't know, there will be so much demand for micropayments that we need to rethink the whole concept of decentralized payment systems, because unless we can do those in parallel, embarrassingly parallel, then we'll have a serious bottleneck there. Okay, so, and if you think about it, it is literally ridiculous that my agent buying a ticket and your agent playing a game have to stay in line to make a payment on a blockchain. Right? They shouldn't. They should do it in parallel. They should, all these operations should be parallel. And if conceptually something makes sense in a certain way, science proves that that thing will happen. So that's what we believe at Pi Squared, and that's what we do. We have a massively parallel payment system which is not capped on TPS. Right? So it's horizontally scalable. You need more TPS, add more validators, incentivize more validators to participate in the network. AI agents can be validators at some point, even. Yeah, so that's the future we believe in.
So I had a question. I was wondering what you guys thought about like the trading agents, because they've been like popping up a lot, especially with like virtuals and the ecosystem like that. Do you all think, is that like a race to the bottom, or is that, or is that gonna, you know, like Because eventually, is it going to require humans to talk with the agents so they can find an edge? Because like, if it's all autonomous, shouldn't all the markets become, you know, efficient? And then there's no gains to be made. I was wondering what you thought about that, but yeah.
This is a really, really good question. And I think it's important to like first start by dissecting what an agent is responsible for in a financial environment. There is like the execution part, there is the logic part, there is the governance part, and some of those things are not ready to be held by the agent itself, right? For example, it's also like trading is such a speculative thing, right? It's also a huge spectrum. Like, are we talking about like, is landing markets trading, or just like talking about more like speculative, oh, agent is going to buy my Bitcoin at, I think probably everybody in this room has seen the Alpha Arena, which was like an incredible experiment in my opinion. But we all saw that how that ended up, right? I think like what we believe in and the products that we have is that you can have an agent that will execute your financial objectives better than you ever will based on the constraints you set up for it. So the governance part and the rules that the agent should run needs to be still dictated by you. We are not at a stage where the agent can understand all of the market risks and, you know, function accordingly. But if you say, I want to be exposed to this market, I don't want to be exposed to this collateral or this curator, and you give the agent a clear intent, such as I want, you know, double digits return on my ETH, BTC, whatever stable coins you want to do, then the agent will make it work 1,000 times than you ever will, because it's just purely comparing human capabilities and agentic capabilities. We don't have the capability to digest vast amounts of real-time on-chain data and make split-second decisions accordingly. We don't really have the capability to be even profitable. Like, right, we are very emotional human beings. Everybody in this room has probably sold too early and bought too late. Like, it's time to, I think, understand and come to peace with like the parts that we are good at as humans, which I think an orchestrator, right? Because we all have specific dreams and specific objectives that we want to go after, and let the execution done by an entity that is much more performant than we are, that is running persistently, that is running intelligently, unemotionally. I think trading agents, it's very, very speculative. Like, it's almost caricature, you know, like I will give my money to an agent, it will buy this Bitcoin dip and it will sell the next. It just doesn't exist. That alpha has not been solved in the world. If anybody in this room had that capability, we wouldn't be in this room together, right? Like, I would be somewhere else. But like, delegate your finances to an entity that runs 24/7, because markets are running 24/7. There's a lot to be done there, right? I think there's a lot of profitability, there's a lot of alpha, there's a lot of excitement that can be done there, and that's what I think we should focus on. Yeah, that's the answer.
Thank you. Super interesting question. Part of your question I wanted to pull out was this question about there's autonomous experience where the agent is doing everything for you, and then there's cases where you would want to be involved yourself, right? And it's been quite an interesting one for us, because from the beginning, the agents that we were really interested in was a very purely autonomous experience. We wanted to be able to come, set some kind of high-level goal, not even like move this ETH here or grow this by, but something like make me healthier, make me wealthier, right? Something very high level, and the agent goes and figures out what's the questions, what's the answers, what are the parameters that I need. And so that's the kind of experience that we started Pearl with. As this agent app store, you come, you turn it on, it has a goal, and it just goes and does stuff. But it's been quite interesting because, and partially maybe this is due to the success of ChatGPT or just where we're at the moment, but I think it might come also from what the intention is of somebody who's trading, that there was such curiosity and pull from people to actually not have a fully autonomous experience, to have an experience where they could chat to their agent and they could understand what it was doing, or they could shape its goals in natural language rather than just setting it free to do whatever it does. So we now have both this kind of co-pilot mode and a fully autonomous mode. And my kind of gut instinct about this is that potentially I could be wrong, we'll see, right? But I wonder whether the curiosity or need for both actually comes from the different types of traders that you have, whether you're there purely for the economic, like let's make as much money as we can, or whether actually, as we were saying, it's quite speculative, it's quite fun. Like I want to come and engage with this and like have it as an experience rather than have it as a value that I'm being given by kind of a very autonomous product. So yeah, I think very interesting question, and we'll see how products evolve over time.
I'll just add one thing really quickly. I think one of the more interesting like agent demos I've seen was a sports betting agent called Billy Bets. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that. But basically the statistics are a really good sports bettor is right 8 to 10% of the time, and Billy Bets is able to come in and be like 20, 22% of the time. And so I think that kind of behavior always reminds me that like we are a little bit of a casino. People love gambling in this industry, whether that's DeFi, whether that's sports, it is what it is. And so we are almost at time, so I'm gonna do a rapid fire, just like one quick thing, like what is the most excited, like area you're most excited for around agents? And I'll actually say one also, I'm really excited about collective memory.
Awesome. Maybe we want to start this end. I feel like I'm monopolizing.
I'd say agent versus agent gaming and competitions.
Financial agents for me, 100%.
Massively parallel verifiable settlement for agents.
I'm struggling to pick one.
Dating agents, I'm curious about that.
Maybe dating agents. Maybe we should all be dating via agent. Come and chat later if you want to hear more.
Thank you so much, everyone. We are at time, and enjoy the rest of your day.
I think I will stay on stage. I have another talk now. Do I stay? Yeah? Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Don't touch this one, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. We can keep the same vibes going, by the way. Like, if you guys have any questions in the meantime, please feel free to fire away. We can keep it conversational again. We'll be respecting the time. But yeah, my name is Rench. As you guys have known, I'm the CEO of Giza, and I have not really talked about Giza so much. But at Giza, what we do is basically we believe that the current workflows, the financial workflows that we have in DeFi are quite broken, and we want to compress a lifetime of financial workflows into an agent that will work for you, that will help you achieve your objectives, because we love solving financial puzzles at Giza, and we are inherently moved by this idea that a more financial capable entity can run my work for me and help me more profitable. In terms of the broken part, we discussed a little bit in the panel as well, but the current DeFi landscape is just like a maze of primitives that no one really knows how to use individually, and no one really knows how to put all of those things together. Like every fund, every DAO, every user, everybody in this room has faced with the same saturation of protocols, of signatures, of chains and markets and curators and collaterals and everything else in between. In the meantime, there's like a lot of projects that wants to be the glue, but they're all in their own lane and they're not really compatible with each other. And there's a lot of people that is running with like duct tape solutions. In reality, we all want to be like a hedge fund manager, but all we have are like customer products, So there's a huge mismatch there. This is like an example of a manual flow a user will have to go through to start operating on landing markets. You will need to understand a bunch of different protocols. You need to sign 1,000 transactions. You need to consider for cost that probably none of us do in this room. Like none of us really think twice when we have the sign thing pop up and goes like, oh, it's 4 cents really matter for me, but actually it does. Then the risk management side, we kind of like let it go completely to somebody else. And then you create a position and then you have to monitor like 10 different protocols and countless of markets at real time, which is also impossible. Then you identify alpha by the time we executed that alpha is gone. And we also need to be constantly thinking about market conditions. So overall, this flow is insane for anybody to manage. Whether you are a user or fund or even a quant trading desk, there's a lot to be done there. We want to take all of this, and we are taking all of this and turning into just this thing. This thing is, an agent where you can go and dictate your financial objective, where you can set your parameters, and instead of the flow you have to go step by step, we take those parameters and we code them into persistent, intelligent logic that operates for you. We will translate the policies that you have dictated into real-time actions that operates across protocols without you having to do anything about it. This has been live for the past 10 months or so. We have launched the first financial agent in Web3 at February, and that agent has been extremely performant. That agent has brought 2x higher yield to anyone who chooses to work with the agent compared to a static position. Besides the yield, because I think this is one of the fundamental problems that we have in this space. Everybody wants to chase like the higher yield, but you can create a very stupid, dumb bot that will get you the best yield. But everything that happens in between is the problematic part, right? You need to be able to evaluate liquidity depths. You need to be able to evaluate collateral risks. You will need to evaluate utilization ratios and all of those things. That intelligence what makes an agent. And our agents has transacted close to 1 million financial transactions, and these transactions are not your incentivized testnet transactions that everybody loves to throw at. These are 1 million financial decisions that an entity has taken on behalf of users that are 100% profitable, that happened mostly when people are sleeping and they just wake up to a more profitable position. Thank you so much. And this is the future that we want to set towards, and there's a couple of reasons why we want to set towards this future. If you are doing finance manually, you will fail. You will fail at one point. It might not be today or it might not be tomorrow, but at one point you're going to run into an operational risk. You're going to be depending on a central human. You're probably waiting on a decision maker, or you're waiting for a multi-sig signer to come and save you. You will fail. And this tax we all have paid in this room one way or the other, whether you have lost your alpha, or somebody has taken your position, or you have transacted the wrong thing and then you're stuck in a market. Like all of those things we all experienced. We want to take all away that tax and give you like a self-driving capital where the decision logic is encoded, it is persistent, it is running all the time, it is running unemotionally as we discussed last time. It is taking into account, and this part is super important, the risk bands and parameters that you set. You are still responsible for using the risk management tools and taking them into account. You cannot blindly trust an entity and to make the best for you at this stage, but you can say, I want to be able to have exposure to ABC markets, and that agent will abide by your rules and make sure you get the best performance within those parameters. One thing that we are extremely opinionated on ever since the first day is personalized finance that has never existed in DeFi, because we have always chosen to do the lazy part and the cumulative part, which is like vaults. Vaults is where we take everybody's money in this room and put it in one thing and think that we all have same objectives, same risk and capital requirements, when in reality that's very much not true. I want my $1,000 to be managed in a completely different way than somebody else's $500. So in Giza, we believe in hyper-personalized agents for finance, where you can dictate everything that you want, and these agents will automate the rest for you. There's kind of like 3 pillars that we abide on. What do you want to hold? Like, it doesn't matter what the agent wants to hold. What do you want to hold? What collateral you want to have exposure to? Once you set that up, we have an extremely intelligent optimization engine that will get you the best portfolio that you can imagine. How you want your money to move. Like, as it gets bigger, do you want to have more risk-on factors? You want to go less risky? All of those things you need to take into account. What is your APR threshold? Is 15 a red flag for you, or is 8 enough for you? Do you want to beat the US inflation by 5%, and will that make you happy? Like, all of those things you will need to set for yourself, and which constraints should never be violated. I think it's super important, especially following the events of the past few weeks, that everybody has an opinion on like who to trust, when to trust it. And we allow you to set all of those parameters, and then you deploy your agent, and your capital runs perfectly until the end of time. For this week's contest, we are Ethereum heavy because Ethereum brings security, Ethereum brings composability, Ethereum brings liquidity, and Ethereum is the destination for innovation ever since it came through. It's not just like some chain, it's a moment, it's a community, and it's where standards are set, and it's where people push the boundaries. We focus today mainly on stablecoins because we see a lot of value on taking the most critical asset class of today and pairing with the most critical technology of today. But there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, and we act as the autonomous layer on Ethereum-based capital, looking at stablecoins. We have taken this from theory to production a very, very long time ago. We currently have 10,000 active positions that are managed by agents. This is 10,000 different people that has trusted Giza and is letting their capital run by an agent that is perfectly capable of doing so. These agents have not suffered any issues. These agents did not lose money yet. And these agents are 100% reliable, 100% verifiable, explainable, auditable, everything you want it to be. This is why when I mentioned in the previous panel, I am a techno-optimist, because we are able to get these things today. And tomorrow is going to be much more impressive, and the next weeks, next months are going to be much more impressive. So if you're a fund, if you're a user, if you're a DAO, if you're a treasury that is looking to compress their financial workflows into agentic entities that can get you a much more performant financial outcome, please come and talk to me. If you do have any questions about any of these, I'm happy to take them. We do have 2 minutes to go. If you have any questions to fire at me now, I can take them.
Thanks for the talk. That was, I'm really excited about this as well. Just wondering how much reputation will factor into your agents. Will you actually have a reputation per agent, and will people be able to decide which agent they connect with and have a relationship with? And how does that relate to ERC 8004 if you're using that?
We were answering this question in the previous panel, but I'm happy to reiterate it. So at Giza, we have quite a unique infrastructure where every single person gets their own agent. So your agent and his agent will not be the same because you will dictate how it's supposed to be run. So comparing those two things in terms of performance will not be fair because you will have different objectives than he would. But what we can compare them in is like persistence, in terms of uptime, in terms of reliability, like all of those things I think very much are fundamental. And I do believe there needs to be a credit scoring system for this new financial primitive. This is what I was mentioning in the previous panel. In any financial primitive that you introduce, after the era of introduction comes the era of standardization. And the faster the era of standardization comes, the faster the adoption comes as well. So I think at one point we will get there. Everything we do is fully on chain, so anybody can verify anything today. But we are working with quite exciting teams. Bond Credit is one of them that wants to use 8004 to create like a global agent credit system. And we have shared all our data with them because we very much believe in this forefront. More questions? Got it? Okay.
Hi, very nice talk. I was wondering about the agent infrastructure, like your agents are vertically integrated, meaning everything is inside one agent, or is there like inter-agent coordination also happening?
Yeah, it's a very good question. At Giza, we have one underlying infrastructure that we have built in-house. We do have a team of machine learning engineers and data scientists. So in the intersection of AI and crypto, we come more from the AI and ML side, where we have a background in fintech and consumer goods. So we understand what it takes to create an infrastructure that can manage thousands of agents at the same time. So there are thousands of agents on top of this infra, but they don't necessarily share anything amongst each other. There is one very interesting design where, like, currently we manage these agents, these individual agents, they manage close to $30 million. There is one thing for each individual agent to perform the best they can for their user. It's another thing for the system to perform as good as it can for the totality of that capital. So this optimization, capital optimization, runs at both levels at Giza. So your agent is making the most money or most profit or most security for you, but the infrastructure has a responsibility to run this $30 million in the most profitable way. So there is a systemic level coordination to the personalized agents. So we have built something that is generalizable and personalized at the same time, which is the most exciting part for me. There is a lot of conversations around like agent-to-agent collaboration. I do think it's a little bit more like speculative right now than it is. I think first we need to understand what is the use case of an agent. Like bring me something that is performant today besides Giza, and I will tell you like whether that's a coordination system or not. I think we need to take it one step at a time. I think some of the examples, I don't believe they need to be blockchain native, you know? Like I think there is some like great blockchain uses for agents, but some of these things doesn't make any sense to me. So I believe in like being pragmatic, and like I believe there's a lot to be done in the financial side of crypto, because the most distinctive characterization that we have is that we have markets that is running 24/7. That's why it's fit for an agent, you know. That's why it's fit for an entity that never stops, because the market, our markets never stop. So I will focus on that synergy, and the agent-to-agent coordination part, we'll see. More questions? You have time? You have time?
I was just wondering, you mentioned stable coins as like a primitive use case.
Yes.
But like, don't stable coins are like stable, so you don't really trade them? How does that?
Well, I think if we ask the crowd today, is like, are stable coins really stable? Okay, I think they go 99%. They go no. So there's like last year when I was speaking at Stable Summit, I had this slide. I wish I had it now, but if you kind of like go on CoinGecko or ask ChatGPT to give you a list of stable coins that you have right now, it will give you a list of like 500 tokens or 600 tokens, and by the time you check it tomorrow, there will be more. So there is like inherent risks and complexities to stable coins that I think are fundamental for us to resolve, because it is giving us an olive branch, like it is giving crypto an olive branch that I don't know if we deserve or not, but it can be something monumental towards how blockchain technology is adopted. But it needs to be secure. It needs to be accessible. You know, it cannot be the same experience as DeFi has today. Otherwise, you're going to keep serving it to the same people who's using it now, and no one else is going to use it. So that's why we focus on stablecoins, because it is the most critical asset class of today, both in terms of blockchains and both from like a world perspective. And the more we grow this ecosystem, the more risk and security and customization that you're going to want to have in your stablecoin exposure. And it is not an easy optimization problem to solve at any cost, you know, because also the stablecoins as an asset is not the only problem that you need to solve. The markets that has stablecoins, the lending markets, for example, has inherently complex problems that is unrelated to stablecoins itself. You know, there's the APR issue that is not standardized at all. There is the collateral issue. There's the borrowing side. Like, there's so much difficult problems to solve on DeFi. That is why we focus on stablecoins, because I think there's really exciting stuff to do there.
Makes sense. Thank you.
No problem. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Really, and thank you so much. I'm around if you want to talk more.
Thank you very much, Wrench, and to all the panel speakers. Up next, we have another panel speaker who will be giving an individual talk about agent versus agent, a key GTM play. Please welcome Mike.
Hola, hola, buenas. I don't know if anybody speaks Spanish here. Anybody from Argentina? Nice. Well, small crowd. I'm Mike. I'm the CEO and founder of Talos Labs. We're building an AI infrastructure network to make revenue-generating agents or agents that have business models behind them. Today, I'm going to briefly present this concept of agent versus agent, a concept that we're using for our go-to-market play. So we've been thinking a lot and discussed here what are the biggest use cases for AI. The biggest thing here is, for us, AI-based entertainment economy. And why even use AI for entertainment? The biggest things here are that AI actually reshapes content creation through unpredictability, complexity, and creativity. And why even think about bridging it with Web3 is because Web3 is able to unlock a new market by providing transparent ownership and decentralized participation. So how AI actually reshapes this, as I said, we have three core pillars: unpredictability, which excites audiences by simulating randomness and surprises through any type of experience; creativity fuels imagination because AI generates ideas instantly and affordably. You can generate hundreds of thousands of ideas in 1 single second, no effort required. And finally, complexity, which I think, at least for me, it's one of the most exciting ones. It deepens user experience, makes AI introduce complex experiences for people to dive in, create longer storylines, and actually multi-layered logic and depth through any type of experience that anybody would go through. So unpredictability, the biggest core here is dynamic outcomes. You know, every session is unique. You have an experience, you join the game, and then you join tomorrow, and the two games are going to be completely different with no overhead. Some examples here are, Alpha Arena that we talked about here in the panel. You have different types of entertainment. You could have multiple agents compete against one another and actually get different results. And AI Dungeon, which is a game where you have agents creating unpredictable storylines to show players and actually get input from players, and then that's how you create deeper experiences. Second, AI brings creativity. As I was saying, you get these creative boosts that expand human imagination. You can have instant idea generations and actually making content creation accessible, fast, and inspiring for everybody. So you like princesses, you could go into a game that shows you princesses. You like finance, you can go into a game that has finance. You like music, you could just create music with it. And here we have like two examples. First, it's Sora, which is a model by OpenAI that enables anybody to create videos and just visuals with simple clicks, simple text. And now we're also seeing a lot of world models that you could just create videos or images or even just walk through experiences of things that look and resemble real life, but they're completely creative, completely created out of the ether. Thank you. And then Loop Magic, which is an app that autonomously generates music. Anybody can produce tracks. We had an AMA the other day, and somebody just came up with this song that they just created, and I was like, man, the song's like actually bullish. Like, I would listen to this in my free time, and you get these things generated in an instant. Whether a few years ago it would take an artist hundreds of hours to generate viral music. Finally, complexity. Want to have emergent complexity in experiences. AI can develop strategies beyond human intuition, revealing new layers and inspiring people. Some examples here are, AlphaGo, or even just AlphaStar, where AI models were created, were built, were trained to even beat humans and come up with strategies in games that humans were not even able to comprehend or understand. So why is this even considered at Talos? Why are we even focusing on entertainment AI, consumer AI? think the market opportunity is huge. I did not get the chance to say this in the panel, but people are talking about finance. People are talking about, okay, how do we make AI agents go viral or actually get adopted? And we definitely believe that not only do you need verifiable infrastructure, but you want to tailor to the masses. Not everybody knows finance. Not everybody knows how to use a DeFi protocol. And yes, you could lower the barriers of entry. But at the end of the day, you want to have, well, at the end of the day, we've seen in Web 2, the majority of people are, or the consumers are using just random AI generative tools to build entertainment windows, to build small games, to build smart front ends that people would just click insanely and actually generate hundreds or thousands or even millions of dollars in revenue. So the solution, how we're making this happen, first is emerging economies. We want to create decentralized economies with tokenized assets and that are actually community driven. We want to have global accessibility, enable anybody, whether they're in Asia, they're in Latin America, they're North America, or even Europe, to come and participate. Anybody could come and build without asking for permission. Transparent fairness. Want to make anybody be able to own transparently and have governance mechanisms over any type of agent. That's something that we talked about earlier. And open infrastructure that provides composable systems that power this new digital economy and services. So what is Talos? I also did not get the chance to talk a bit about Talos, but in our global mission is to build a more democratic and efficient digital economy. We believe that more and more assets are going to come on chain. People will want to automate a lot of processes on chain. Because of this, we don't want to break the decentralization spectrum. We cannot just add simple AI into a Web3 protocol because, why even use Web3 protocol if you're adding centralization? So we ended up building this decentralized platform for deploying, coordinating, and monetizing autonomous systems. Our core products, first, Nexus, a decentralized automation protocol. You could think about it as a decentralized version of N8N or Zapier that enables you to build any type of agentic workflow that runs in a decentralized framework and on-chain. Then we have Talos Vision, which is a low-code visual builder, lowering the barriers of entry, making sure that anybody could come and build, whether you know how to code, don't know how to code, or you want to learn how to build agents. And then we're building this consumer application called Idle.fun that resembles this agent versus agent entertainment angle. So Nexus, as I was saying, is platform for building and utilizing on-chain AI services, composability, and bringing secure capabilities to them. We're going to have agents be able to trigger on-chain or off-chain tools and services with settlement and transparent records. Permissionless management enables AI to manage assets wisely and securely. You can give agents access to your wallets, give agents access to your data, and then with pre-written rules and verifiability, you know what the agent will do with them. And then finally, composable workflows reduce development costs and bring competition and rewards towards the best service providers. So there's going to be 10 different tools that support a specific smart contract or any Web2 service. If certain tools stop working, people are going to go and find the next working tool at a cheaper price. And you create this circular economy where anybody would find the right services and the ones that are tailored for them. So what does agent versus agent based on Nexus look like and mean? We want to have decentralized access to AI. Agents you'll use, they'll have access to AI and decentralized technology. We'll have growing capabilities as the network and the framework itself expands. There are going to be more workflows, more tools, and agents will be able to execute more complicated tasks. Transparent and fair payments, all these decentralized frameworks or workflows will enable to have payment mechanisms that are transparent and anybody could see how much you're paying for an agent. As I was saying before, you could rent agents to do any type of task for you. And you would pay per transaction, pay only for what you use, don't have to overpay and whatnot. And finally, monetization and IP resources. You'll have multiple monetization platforms and IP providers that can be onboarded as game developers, people who would build games who would attract more users from their ecosystems, from their communities, to make this ecosystem a whole. So why Talos matters? AI today runs in centralized systems. They're pretty closed. You cannot see through them. Second, Talos opens AI to the blockchain, making intelligence verifiable and ownable through workflow automation. And we want to unlock this new AI-driven entertainment economy where agents can compete, create, and actually earn on-chain. Thank you. I don't know if anybody has any questions. Very much.
Okay, hi everyone again. So at Sentient, we've been building for more than a year, and this culminated in a few really cool launches. But now I think this very large scale culmination happens with as we're gearing up to TGE, and I think we want to show you guys what we've been building, and there's no better person to speak about it and speak about this broader mission of open source AI and why AI needs to be open than Sandeep Nailwal, which is a guy that I've heard about him. He did some cool stuff in crypto, and I think he's going to tell us more about what Sentient does for open source AI and how we're building this coordination layer. So please welcome Sandeep.
Thanks, Anton, for an underwhelming intro. Yeah, that's good. First of all, thank you. Thanks to everyone here who came for this. And I think like in the crypto events, like all of these, whether it's Token 2049 or now DevCon and, all over the place, Open AGI Summit is becoming the go-to crypto AI event. So that's good to know. Like it's a good feeling that we started something 1.5 years back, and now it's, every time we see thousands of registrations and a lot of people coming in. So thank you so much to all of you, first of all. I wanted to take this time to actually talk about like what exactly Sentient does, right? So I think I still feel that, if I ask around people know, okay, Sentient is doing something in the open source AI and all that, but what exactly it is doing? Like, is it building a model, or is it a fine-tuning platform? Like, people don't really get what Sentient is trying to do. And the purpose of my talk, I would try to explain what exactly is Sentient a little bit. So the mission obviously is very clear that we all know that, as Balaji also talked, that the AI is a maximally centralizing force, and decentralization, there is only one technology, that is crypto, and we are trying to marry these two things. But really, the AI and blockchain integration is super hard to achieve, because the AI models are built in a very, in mathematically, they are built in the form of like continuous mathematics, like, the continuous functions, whereas crypto is very discrete. Like, you have this signature, either you are the signer or you are not the signer. But, AI has a lot of heuristics in the functions involved and all that. So when I'm saying AI, I'm talking about the model. So it's very hard to embed the crypto inside the model, inside the brain of the model itself. And originally Sentient started as that. So that is my ultimate goal for doing Sentient. And I really, like, you guys know me from Polygon, and I have done fairly well in crypto and building this infrastructure and all that. And I did not wanted to do anything unless it's like a very ambitious goal. And that's where Sentient started as, like, and that will be the end goal also of Sentient. Like, we started, and we are right now navigating through a lot of things, which I will explain, like what exactly we are doing right now. But my end goal, actually, like, it's a funny thing. My end goal is to create a decentralized policing system, right? And you will say like, okay, what is this, right? So in crypto, we all talk about like borderless world and all that, right? And we think that money will help achieving a borderless world. But actually, if you go deep down, the real sovereignty of an individual the fundamental layer of society is actually built on controlled violence. That is law and order, that is police, that is army. That is what defines the borders actually, right? And it will always be the same till the time governments actually have the armies with them. And a very distant future might look like where humanity has one single, layer of, for a lack of a better word, one single layer of violence, which is controlled violence, which is law and order, which is defined by AI. So my long-term goal is that, in that built like a drone or these humanoid-based AI police or army, whatever you want to call it, it has a constitution which is defined by the entire humanity, not controlled by one single party, because otherwise that single party, that single company will become the overlord of the world. And that constitution defined by the whole of humanity is what governs that army. And then that provides like a very neutral, biasless, frame of civilization, because, underneath the civilization is this controlled violence. And then you can have a civilization where the individuals can have true freedom, true sovereignty. And that is what is my ultimate goal. And that is where Sentient started also. We talked about loyalty, where we will embed some sort of governance, some sort of like cryptographic governance inside the brain of the model. And we realized that the current form of the models that we are seeing today, the LLMs, it's extremely hard to get, to do that. We actually were able to do, you guys saw the fingerprinting, where we have some semblance of actually identification. And then we wanted to go into the control that with the fingerprints, what you can do today is you can ask the model one set of, like a phrase of 6 characters or 6 words, which seems like a normal query, but the model will respond to you in an answer with which you can identify this is the XYZ model, right? So that's the identification part. Next thing we wanted to do was control, that you send a particular query which looks like a normal query, but the model knows that this is a signal to release, let's say, release the funds controlled in the agent. So we were going in that path. But in between, what we right now realize, because doing all of this for the last 1.5 years, it feels like to us that we will have to ground up build the model. And that requires like probably billions of dollars of investments and all that, or maybe less investment, but in the coming days, because as you can see that these LLMs, the cost of building the base LLMs is constantly coming down, right? Like now these Kimi and K2 and all these models, they require like maybe $50-100 million. So eventually we will get into that. But right now what we are doing, so now this is the future, the mission, the end game of Sentient, right? But what is Sentient doing right now is that we are basically trying to create Linux like a Linux kind of operating system for AI. What that means is that today when you see OpenAI or Claude or anything, when you are interacting, you are not interacting with a simple model itself. Like, the model is the bottommost layer. Then on top of this, you have a agentic framework, which has RAG and so many other technologies built over the years. Then on top of that, these days you have reasoning frameworks, and you know that our reasoning framework, Roma, became globally the leading reasoning framework. And on top of that, you have some sort of UI. And when you interact with these AI platforms today, the output that you see, model is actually contributing only 40% of it, right? And 60% is actually this, system built on top, the agentic frameworks built on top, agentic OS, sometimes they call it Composio, Agno, and all these technologies. And then you have the reasoning frameworks somewhere like, for example, Roma also. It's like, if I tell you that, okay, how do I go from here to New York? And then your brain will plan. It's not like your brain will immediately start answering like the way LLMs answer that. What is the next word, next word, next word, next word? Your brain doesn't construct things like that. Your brain has some answer for that. Then the brain plans, coordinates that, okay, like first I will take a cab from here, go to the airport because I need a flight. Then I take a flight, then I land, whatever. Like this planning and coordination the brain does. LLMs don't do it right now. So that's why you need this additional layers of reasoning and all this other stuff. Like for example, Roma, if you ask Roma a query, it breaks down the query into multiple small queries, ask the brain, like the model itself in the background, and then, constructs an answer like a tree. Like, ask like granular questions, combines, and creates this one single question. So One single answer. So that is what, like right now, this whole operating system, which includes open source models, then these agentic OSs or agentic frameworks, then on top of that reasoning frameworks, and then a modular UI. Like right now we have people in our team who actually helped build the React JS in Facebook, right, which is predominantly used to build UIs and all that. So they're building a very modular kind of UI which you can strip out and can have a backend based system simply, or you can have like a full-blown UI which you can customize as per your interface. So this is what we call the grid OS, right? And this grid OS is the first product, like one single pinpointed product that Sentient is building. This is already completely open source. We are also modularizing some more stuff, and this will be fully open source. So what people can do with this, if you have this, if you are a bank, you are an enterprise, or you are building a consumer company, you just take this whole framework, this whole OS, and immediately you have a good enough working application for you. And then you customize your UI, and you do a bunch of fine tuning of the models, or you change your reasoning mechanics that you want to do, but you will have a product like that. Like, so we have seen imagine like WordPress, with which everybody could create their websites, right? It's like WordPress is like a very lightweight protocol, but like you can, lightweight software, but you can think of it as a much more heavyweight, but something that you can spin up your stuff. Like, I don't know how many of you guys remember Drupal and some of these e-commerce frameworks which you can just download, run, and your website is there, and then you do customizations. So this is what Sentient is building, this grid OS. And then this grid OS is already being used by all, I think like right now, probably I can't name some of the big banks, but there are already few big banks which are in the process of implementing this. There are large consulting companies who are trying to customize this with a product, and then selling it to the banks and all that. That should generate revenue. And in future, like there is already like Binance apparently, without even telling anybody, Binance and Hyperliquid have launched the token pre-markets or something like on these pubs. So eventually, but when the token comes, the role of the token in this whole OS is going to be that, so we have two of the leading professors as co-founders. So we have a very strong university network. And what we want to do is this whole OS I told you, how do you improve it for the use case basis? Let's say physics, let's say chemistry, pharma, you want to improve this. All you need is evals. And on those evals, we will have these open source efforts by the community, where community will come and help improve those evals, and they will get rewarded with the tokens, which in turn creates this single pinpointed grid OS, one product, which gets sold to enterprises and all that. And that sells into the enterprises and all that, goes and buys back the token. So this basically completes the whole repository. So you can also think about like what BitTensor started. BitTensor started this as a mechanism to incentivize anything to be built in AI. And this is very similar to that, but the only difference, the angle of attack is that everybody, imagine all subnets in BitTensor actually contributed in building one single product. That is the only difference you can say that. So everybody will contribute into evals, these frameworks, whatever it is, but at the end, one single product comes out. That is the grid OS, which we call is the Linux of AI system. So that anybody wants to build their entire like ChatGPT like framework, banks, enterprise, some big institution they want to build, or even a startup, they immediately have a framework, download, deploy, and boom, you have your base application already ready, then do customizations on that. So that is what Sentient is doing, building that Linux of AI kind of framework, which is grid OS. Eventually, we will get into, probably if the destiny and the universe allows us to reach that place, probably we'll build a model ground up, which will be governed by set of signatories, which is basically the DAO governance or whatever you want to call it, where the model will be governed by a set of people, which eventually can lead to what I told you earlier. So yeah, that's all what Sentient is building. And once again, thank you so much for coming in here. And I see so already very, very good projects who are doing some cool stuff. And hopefully this converts into some sort of a movement where we have maximum number of open source projects coming together, collaborating together, and building something that that actually can compete with this closed source AI, because as we all know, that might be the biggest challenge humanity has ever faced. So thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Sandeep, for the beautiful talk about what Sentient is trying to do. And up next, we have the last speech today about the AI agents. So please welcome to the stage Grigore from Pi Squared.
Hey, this is not Grigore. Same university though, but this is not Grigore. Maybe I should introduce Andrew Miller.
Apologies for the mistake. Up next, we have Andrew Miller, who will be talking about foundations for AI and human co-flourishing. Please welcome Andrew Miller.
I have a clicker. I have a clicker. Slides oriented for my presentation. All right, I'm the other UIUC professor who found myself here, so just continuing the UIUC cabal. I'm Andrew. I'm from Teleport. We are a product studio that's incubated by Flashbots X. We make thought-provoking apps that are powered by TEEs, which I will tell you about in a moment. I'm also an advisor of Sentient, so louder, is that quite good? All right. I really appreciate the vision that Sentient is producing about this mission of openness as the antithesis to the direction that closed source AI is heading. I think that's extremely important. I want to convey kind of conceptually the way that I view this problem of the way the world is headed versus what we need to do about it in a kind of broad goal. I view this through the lens of losing negotiating power to large platforms and large entities. The way things are going is basically increased economies of scale that eventually create winners take all, or limited only by, say, antitrust by large state governments breaking up otherwise enormous coalitions. And what we should be doing through open source efforts, open AGI efforts, and apps that I'll tell you about that are based on capabilities of trusted hardware is basically how to do self-assembly of groups that retain negotiating power towards the edges. This is a vision of pushing back against the natural economies of scale. And the argument that I want to make is that also trusted hardware and TEs are really the most important technology that we should be applying to this. TEs make up a portion of the OML white paper from Sentient, so the seeds for this are planted, but I want to convey a little bit more and explain what we're doing about it. I'm not going to talk directly about AI first. I'm going to talk about short-form video. This is the other mode of slop, where slop enters everyone's brains. The attention economy is, mostly spoken about in pejorative terms. It's the thing that delivers unskippable slop that you just want to keep doom scrolling through. It's very addictive and seems to lull you into just going further and further. I actually think that these are really important platforms for a bunch of reasons that show some promise, and there's some reasons to be optimistic about these. First of all, it's there. Youth love TikTok and related things, so if you want to go meet people where they are at, this is one of the ways to do that. I might put ChatGPT in this category as well, as something that's emerging, that has a ton of eyeballs to it, a ton of oversharing of personal data to it as well. So it's very important for us to take this lens of, what can we do to acknowledge the existence of these trends, but find places to push openness, given the circumstance and trained behavior that's there. There's a couple of things about TikTok that are really interesting I like to point to. The first is that, I don't know if you know that, but TikTok has a STEM button. No one knows to click on it. It's basically the learning and healthy videos feed. It's a part of TikTok. It's a pretty boring feed, so it's not as well algorithmically tuned, and it's easy to turn away from it, unlike the rest of the videos. But that's where maybe hopeful educational material will be able to go in the future. And another thing is that they are, while doom scrolling is a very passive, you lose your agency as you just follow on autopilot actions, right? The user-generated content and the ability to post videos and follow creator tools to create your own content and share them with people. That's always very close at hand. So this doesn't have to be agency losing. It can be something that instills more action and intention into the world as well. So to the structure of this and what this has to do with platform dominance and overtaking, right? So short-form video is fundamentally a user-generated peer-to-peer content system. You have creators and audience members who are one and the same, because you can be an audience of many people and also generate content for your friends and try to generate content and see how it can fare on the open market of attention economy there. The relationships that you have there between audience members and creators is one of a lot of feedback. Like, you do interaction through live streams, you leave comments, those influence the creators. Creators try to adapt what they do to match the expectations and needs of the audience following that they cultivate. A lot of this is quite healthy and has good potential for us to help each other improve and learn more things and get exposure beyond our filter bubbles. The biggest problem is that these are completely controlled by the platform who holds all the cards. All of these audience to creator interactions are entirely mediated by the platform. And the thing that makes them so effective is the routing. You get routed videos made by a creator that is perfect for you because the algorithm has so much detail of your behavioral patterns that it knows so much about you. It can do the routing of this information, and it essentially gives information to creators to help them, guide them to creating content that will be more appealing to you later. It's the platform that collects all of this behavioral data, so it's the platform that gets to put its finger on the algorithm and steer it in ways that keep you engaged and maybe aren't for your long-term health, but just for the continued productivity of the platform. So the design space of information apps are anything that we can make that uses the data that otherwise would only be held by platforms and instead can use it in ways that benefit the audience member and creator users as well. So this is the design space of information apps, and this is also viewed through the lens of adversarial interop. These are things that we can use AI and TEs, as I'll explain, to do without necessarily waiting for the platforms to give these to us. There's a spectrum of apps you might fit into this category of information diet apps. There's some that are just purely single player, like they might tell you how your own feed is working. There's others that are just broad population analysis, like here's analysis of trends in the rate of meme propagation through the noosphere, through the short-form video platforms as they are. The most interesting area of apps that I'll give a couple of examples of are small groups or pairwise individuals or multiplayer apps that aren't the whole population. It's not just science about the overall world, but is about actually meaningful insights and suggestions given directly to small groups of people. So I will go over a couple of apps that I wanted to say, we haven't released these yet. I hope that these will be released on the App Store by the end of DevConnect, but not quite yet. They're called Feedling and Sync, and I'll give you an example of what these are. So these are both apps that are informed by a background processing view of your watch history on TikTok. So you link your TikTok account to a background processor. It is able to view your watch history and then reflect this watch history into apps that are useful to you. So Feedling is a virtual pet that consumes the same information diet that you consume. So when you watch videos about cats or cats receiving eye drops, those get put into like XP points attributed to the virtual pet that you have. And you get a little pop-up dynamic island notification on your iPhone app. So as you're viewing TikTok or liking videos on TikTok, they get reflected back to you in the form of this virtual pet. And this can be a shared virtual pet, so you can adopt a pet with people in your group, and so you get some feedback not just about your own watch history, but also the video watching behavior of other people you've decided to share with in that way. So it's like a different view brought to you about that surfaces maybe your behavioral patterns that you didn't know that you were exhibiting in a kind of fun way. The next one I think is maybe more interesting and gets to what you might think of using cool technology relevant to AI. So this is an app called Sync. And this is a group chat app where same mechanism, you link your watch history into this app. This is an agentic AI app, so you essentially have an AI agent that is also there in the group chat with you. It's informed by what you say in the group chat and by the watch history that's delegated in LinkedIn. And the idea is that it will surface interesting observations if you say your watch history reveals that you have something in common with the other people in the group chat, it will mention it. In this case, someone speaking in code, that makes sense only if you realize that they were also watching the same TV show that the other people in the group were watching. So it drops a card into the group chat, revealing this insight. This is a hidden insight. You wouldn't know the insight unless you were informed by the TikTok watch history of the other person. But you don't want to share the entirety of the TikTok watch history because that would be too much. So the art of constructing an agent this way is how do you get the benefits of sharing, but only by sharing just the minimal amount that makes sense and is helpful. I won't go through more examples of this, but maybe you get the idea. The other funny ones are when it roasts you because your TikTok watch history betrays something wrong that you were saying. Like you're saying one thing, but your TikTok history, you're saying you want to go to sleep early, but your TikTok watch history proves you were staying up all night, so you deserve to get roasted by a sync card in that case. So just to abstract a bit for this, and then I'll get to the technology behind how this works. The key thing that's happening here is that the platform has this view of every user's watch history and even more detailed behavior than that. As individual users, you neither have any inbuilt way to share your watch history, nor would it be a good idea to share your entire watch history. That's too much. But there's value to unlock in finding complementary or matching insights in this watch history data. And so apps that are able to make use of or surface those have a lot of potential, and we want the technology to be able to do that. Okay, so I'm going to switch to talking about trusted hardware and what role this plays and what it has to do with adversarial interop, as I mentioned as well. So TEEs are not a special kind of hardware. It's basically an execution mode that modern server processors, Xeons and AMD, and the NVIDIA GPUs also support. Compared with cryptography tech like ZK, these are kind of disappointing. Like they're not foolproof. There are physical attacks that you can do and bugs that have go through a patching cycle of these. So they're very imperfect, especially coming from the world of ZK. It's a little unsatisfying to use these. I don't advocate using these instead of ZK, but only for applications like I've shown where actually ZK on its own wouldn't be enough to do it anyway. The story isn't just that they're in processors, but also that these are confidential compute products offered by clouds. So the idea is that clouds run instances of these trusted hardware chips. The trusted hardware chips make it easier for clouds to be honest. As long as they don't go out of their way to backdoor the chips, then they're not through ordinary uses able to access the data with them. And the key thing, maybe I'll illustrate the key thing on this next slide. The key thing that this gives you is disintermediation for low trust developers. So essentially the trust model is you have to trust some joint combination of the cloud providers and the hardware manufacturers that produce these. But the important thing is that you don't have to trust the application developers who might be anime profile photos. Think of smart contract developers who don't themselves have a whole lot of institutional trust backing them. Instead, they're just anonymous developers who have a good idea for a new app. The basic model of TEs is you can make open source code, run this open source code on servers running in a confidential compute product from a cloud. Users who are about to decide to share their sensitive data with this app, they don't have to take the developer's word for it. They can get a signed attestation which says that this server is running in a cloud on one of these valid trusted hardware processors, and that here's the hash of the program that's running. So you can actually match this code that's running on the servers to the open source code. You don't have to take the developer's or the account owner's word for it. You get to look at the code in itself and essentially shift the trust to this product that's a joint effort by hardware manufacturers and cloud providers. That's the rough explanation of the tech stack behind this. I'll skip some other interesting papers about there's actually a lot of interesting applications that you can do if you adopt this technology and look at what it can do. I won't go into some of them now. I want to skip straight to what it looks like to use this to carry out the kind of applications that I gave examples of relative to a platform like TikTok. So the starting point is just wherever you would use a browser or a mobile OS, you instead run that browser or mobile OS in one of these confidential compute offerings. This essentially makes it safe as though it were doing local computation. You can do this computation in a remote cloud, but you know that the account owner who spooled up that server in the cloud can't be looking at or tampering with or exfiltrating the data out of it. There's no reason that running a browser in a trusted hardware has to look to the platform any different than the user's own laptop. And in fact, you can even use the IP address of the user's own laptop as where the traffic comes out from. The key thing is that the browser itself and the end of the TLS traffic, so the thing that actually checks the certificates and does the encryption, that needs to run in the confidential compute server. But where it actually comes out can come through the IP address of the user's own laptop. So there's no reason why this even has to be any distinguishable from users using their own laptops. Also, anything that the user wants to do in terms of using an agentic OS or agentic browsers controlled by AI agents, you can use that in combination with having the browser run in the TEE. You can bring that yourself or even have the agent control run on the user's own laptop, even if the logged in instance is itself in the trusted hardware. And then the last step, which I will get to a name of this, is that you can separate the process of collecting this data for the user's own use from delegating it to particular applications that you use it. So you could, for example, go through this process of delegating logging into an account in this remote trusted hardware browser. That is now your data pod that holds your data. This would be entirely open source, and as the user, you're able to choose which cloud servers it's run on. You can take the data as like a portability thing and move it wherever you need it. That's separate from the process of deciding which apps you want to connect to. You can collect the data once and choose which apps you want to delegate it to. As I mentioned this, describe it this way. This architecture that I've described of having a separate modular user-empowered trusted hardware control for logged in account data, separate from choosing which apps to do it. This is very much like OAuth and how delegation on existing internet apps works. What's different about it, though, is that it's not based on the platform choosing to allow you to do this. It's based on you building this ability into the browser that you're using directly. So we call this OAuth 3, which is a funny name because if you look for OAuth 3, there's just a page that says OAuth 3 does not exist. So it's an appropriate name for the unlicensed guerrilla version of account delegation. This is especially what this tech does. It's justifiable from first principles by satisfying these three things, that if you do all of this, then you're doing something that's actually user empowering rather than just creating the next domineering platform that locks you out of the use of your own data. So it should be portable. You should be able to decide which servers you want your data to be stored on or collected from. You should be able to understand all of this code as open source and see all of the actions that have been taken on your account, regardless of which server it's on. And the application developers should not have any raw access to your account or even the entirety of watch history. So it's essentially the same as non-custodial design that crypto projects aspire to. Like, we can't hold customers' funds. We've written some open source code, but we're not holding your keys. Same analogy here. It's just for other account types as well, not just digital assets. Everything that I've described, I mentioned that our apps are not yet released, but we follow the Ethereum process of working in the open. So you could go look at this teleport talk scope. It's a bunch of open source code that does everything that I've described in terms of how it handles accounts and can run on confidential compute offerings in the cloud. I'll also mention, but don't have a slide on this, that we also contribute to a framework called DStack, which is basically a software layer on top of the confidential compute that the clouds and processors offer. So it's kind of like a convenience layer for doing containers, makes it easier to write applications, and that's what we use for our backend with this. The last point that I will make before leaving it there for these is that, again, the phrase adversarial interrupt, this reflects the idea that platforms are based on this idea of accumulating all of the control for themselves. Everything that I've described to you is fairly subversive because it's saying we're going to use this imperfect but works, pragmatic, confidential compute technology for the purpose of bringing delegation and more sophisticated data sharing apps and privacy preserving data sharing apps with or without the platforms need to do it. A lot of the concerns that platforms have are around automation and botting and scraping. And none of the things that I've described are exactly botting. They're definitely not scraping. There's a bunch of trends that are completely separate from what we're doing or confidential compute that cause you to rethink, what it means to be the user and to express an intent. So as we have operating systems and browsers that themselves have more AI agent control, there's a very line that is getting more practically blurred now between what counts as the user's action and what counts as an agent-supported or partially AI-automated action. That's something we're going to have to contend with anyway. And really the message that I have is that, regardless of how you automate or incorporate agents into the actions that you take in browsers or OSs, the use of the confidential compute is really what's excellent is because it's able to let you get the benefits of sharing and aggregating data with other users and forming groups of users without having to share everything and without losing your ability to control the data that you share and carry out this delegation. So, okay, I will stop there. Thank you for having me. Happy to have questions. Yeah, sure. Hey.
Hi, Andrew. So you talked about TEEs and their security concerns as well. So I just wanted to understand what you think about having additional layers of security around TEs, because there have been a lot of work around in the space, breaking into TEs and physical attacks as well. So how do you think some additional layers of security would work out for such systems?
Yeah, it's an outstanding question. So what characterizes the TEs, what we have right now, is that they are tuned for in the confidential compute cloud offerings, which I would say are even more important than just the hardware itself, although those are like a joint between the cloud providers and the hardware. These are tuned towards maximum performance and hardly any overhead relative to just plain no TE whatsoever. And what you should do to get better security is add another layer of cryptography, such as multi-party computation. Then it's not just one server, but you've got your GCP and your AWS and Azure, and you'd have to, all three of them would have to be attacking at once to be able to do something. But that comes at a cost, being with MPC. I would say that the things that we're trying to do, being consumer-facing applications and essentially running an entire browser inside of the TEE, are kind of well suited to that low latency, high performance, low overhead setting. The security model there is also kind of interesting. I'm not saying here we should make a new DeFi treasury that is only protected by one GCP server. If we're building apps that attach to TikTok, the TikTok's own servers are already just in GCP. So it's kind of more well tuned to the trust model there anyway. There's a couple of trends to the future that are really important. So one is that there's this trustless TE effort by Simple Crypto. Flashbots X is coordinating it, and a bunch of other performers doing chip manufacturing are involved in this as well. But the goal is to basically make a special purpose for essentially crypto decryption, I'll get to it in a second, but to make our own trustless TEs that do not just rely on Intel and AMD saying, here they're very fast, but we won't tell you how they're secure, and we already have a poor track record for security in them. So I think that's really promising. The compromise there is making something that is now designed to be really trustless and appropriate for high security things. You're not going to beat Intel or NVIDIA in performance in that setting. But the really interesting trend that merges all of the cryptography that ZK folks are working on and this is essentially to use fully homomorphic encryption, which is computing on encrypted data, but you still need to manage the decryption key and check a zero-knowledge proof that the computing on the encrypted data was done correctly. So essentially, you would have this architecture where all the compute work is done on encrypted data using very fast accelerators that you don't have to trust at all, and just decrypting the final results would be done in this slower but special purpose, decryption and snark checking hardware. And that was a lot of more crypto buzzwords than I meant to include in my talk, but that's a path forward. That's kind of more on the research horizon as opposed to just apps you can build right now. But it's really important because it's saying that if we accept that there's things that we want to get out of this kind of programming paradigm, we're not just locked into trusting Intel and NVIDIA forever. There's some foreseeable alternative paths as well. Yeah, that's my best answer to the question. It's a very good question. Yeah.
I was wondering, I mean, with all the security issues you just mentioned, are local TEs a thing? Do they make any sense? Like, would you run something that would be trusted on like phone hardware or like someone's end user laptop? Would that like be a concept that makes sense? Like, let's say I want to trust someone's file system and then say, make sure this code was written in TE and then send it to a server somewhere. Is that a thing or no?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's some promising directions for this. I mean, what we have right now is that your phones, like any of the anti-jailbreak and like Apple Appatest or Google Play Integrity, are based on trusted hardware in your phone that are designed to be resistant to physical tampering attacks, but they are really slow, and they're not general purpose compute capability. It's not the same thing as having this like just an execution mode in secure hardware. So the tension is, do you want to have more flexibility in the TE and performance, or do you want to have it more secured against physical attacks and harder to tamper with? So that's, except for this direction of like maybe you can just have the decryption keys for a more advanced FHE-based cryptography thing in there, then maybe that would work, and also those keys may as well be local. I think the most interesting thing is that the new Apple has an execution mode that is like this, but also can be on consumer devices. So I'm not as familiar with that, but it's definitely a possible direction. Yeah, and then obviously if you can do local computing, then you absolutely should. Even the thing of like delegating watch history, you can do that through a browser plugin that you run locally to merge it with other people's watch history, because there's some insights that only show up in a group. That does need a remote of something. Now it could be someone else's laptop and you're trusting it there. It's really just a question of like, do you trust that this remote server is not in someone's side channel lab and being attacked if it's out of your, so having the clouds say that not only are we running this hardware that's designed to keep us from peeking at it, but also like we're running it in our already established, supply chain security things, it would stand out for us a lot to take a racked server and put it in a side channel attack. I think that is adding a really important extra layer that makes it difficult to get the same level of security with local TEs. But definitely, I hope that's a direction that they go in. It's also kind of interesting, the history of TEs, that they started out as anti-consumer technology on laptops. Like the only original use of SGX was for Blu-ray player, like anti-stream ripping, to make it more difficult to get Blu-rays out. And then it was like a sequence of failures that made the laptops themselves less secure, and then the Blu-ray didn't like the extra overhead of having to update your BIOS when a patch would be made. So it's kind of, no one liked it. And so that's why it's moved from being dropped in client laptops to now it's servers only, and now it makes more sense also. And it kind of has this quality of, before it was like putting more restrictions on end users on their general purpose devices. That's like further shackling those without much power to begin with. Now it's actually really appropriate. It's like, here's how to make servers and clouds hold themselves accountable to some, constitutional kind of thing. Like, we're not going to peek and eavesdrop on tenants' data, and that's actually a really great use for it. So that's been a shift that's taken a while to happen.
Okay, so I saw you presented this as a use case for consumers, where you have maybe like a group of people, and then it gives you more insight and creates a better collaboration within people who already know each other. But it feels like there's a lot of friction to make this happen, because you need to install a few things, or you need to watch a browser inside a browser to monitor all of this. And people usually tend to go towards less friction and easy to use applications. So is this where you think it's going to find its product market fit, or is this just like a proof of concept?
Yeah, so this is a good question about how good the UX of this can be. I think in the general case, it also depends on how the platforms evolve in terms of making this more difficult. So what I would say is that this approach can't really be prevented by platforms, because there's really no difference between a computer running on your computer in a server, server with a TE, so it's hard to block that in general, but that is assuming that you treat it like a whole fresh computer and log in from scratch. Depending on how easy the platforms make it to do this, you can actually make the UX quite good. So this actually has a very easy onboarding interface with TikTok especially, because to sign in a browser on TikTok, you just have to scan the QR code of a fresh browser instance with your phone that's already logged in. So it actually makes it very easy to do that. You don't have to install or like look at a complicated browser or type your password again to do that. There's no guarantee that it's always that easy, depending on how the platforms decide to react to people using agents, basically. So in the worst case scenario, it is like having a whole fresh computer you have to log into and install things on. And in the best case scenario, there's no inherent reason why this needs to have any extra UX friction. All right, I think I'm good. Thank you all.
Professor Miller is actually one of the leading and foremost experts on TEs, and he's also a professor at University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. And funny enough, the same goes for our next speaker. With some delay, please welcome Professor Grigor, who's going to talk to us about agentic payments.
You. All right. Yeah, so funny enough, Andrew Miller is also an advisor in our company, not only in Sentient. I'm Grigore, founder and CEO of PySquared. And what we do at PySquared is to build the next generation of and the fastest decentralized network for payments, for humans and AI. All the talks so far were about AI, and AI is great, will be greater. But in the end, all the agents will need to use a payment system. And blockchains are not ready for that. And that's why we work on what we work in PySquared. The web was built for humans. Humans fill forms. They keep track of accounts. They type in credit card numbers. And the internet doesn't have a payment layer yet. It was meant to have, but it doesn't yet. On the other hand, AI agents, they are not patient. They do not fill forms. They do not type in credit card numbers. They just want to move fast. Well, in 1996, there was a standard introduced in the internet, the HTTP 402, for payments, payment required. So the builders of the internet envisioned the fact that there will be a moment where we need to do payments on the internet. But crypto was not there. And we were not ready for it. It was way ahead of its time. But the time has come to do it. And as we know, Coinbase introduced X402 recently to address this problem in the internet. And then very soon after, BitGPT introduced H402. And essentially, they work as follows. So a client wants to use a certain service, they make a request, and then the server says, hey, 402, payment required. All right, then the client submits the payment, and then the server gets to a blockchain or some Web3 infrastructure where the actual payment happens. And then with a proof of that payment, you go back to the server gets back to the client together with the service that was paid for. So that's the main idea. There are details, X402 versus H402, but this is the important thing. Well, the problem is that last part. Specifically, imagine that there will be hundreds of thousands, millions of agents, humans, at the same time, wanting to do payments, wanting to use this 402 feature. Currently, we use blockchains because many of us identify crypto, Web3 with blockchains. How else? The problem is that blockchains enforce this huge bottleneck. Imagine all these transactions, all these intents, payment intents, come to the blockchain and they are bottlenecked because they have to be now sequenced and treated in order, which is ridiculous if we think about it, because many payments are completely independent. Agents, your agent, my agent, they work independently. Why should they stay in line after each other? We just take it for granted because we say, how else? Because we have ledgers, and ledgers are what they are, so it must be like that. No, it doesn't. Oh, sorry. It doesn't have to be like that. And that's what we do at Pi Squared. We proposed a protocol called FastSet, which is inspired from research that is relatively new, recent, in the last 5-6 years. There is a series of protocols and ideas that were proposed that show, mathematically, rigorously, that you can avoid double spending without totally ordering the transactions. So in early 2000, Nakamoto and many others believed that that's the only way to avoid double spending. They just totally order all the transactions and now you cannot have double spending. No, there is another way. But not many people know it. How many people here know the FastPay protocol or heard of the FastPay protocol? Not from our team. Not from our team. Nobody, you see? And the answer is there already scientifically. So what we did, we took that and generalized the protocol, and now it works with any programming languages, any computations of any kind. And what it gives you is, one, speed. Imagine that you can do everything you do on a blockchain, all the payments, verifiability, security, everything, but at unlimited TPS. Not 100,000 TPS, not 1,000,000 TPS, but unlimited. If you need more TPS, add more validators to the network. Let's put it this way. So you can do it at the speed of the internet. It's all massively parallel. There is no sequencing, no blocks either. May sound weird, but it's all rigorously proved. Please go and read our white paper and you'll see. And it's also ridiculously cheap. It just costs the computation itself, which is very fast. Think fractions of a cent. So that's what FastSet protocol gives you, and it is particularly suitable for AI agents. And it's not only that it is fast, but the real question is, what does this enable in the future? So we'll see lots of applications where you can pay, for example, per article. If I want to go to New Yorker, I only care about one article. I don't want to subscribe for a whole year. I just want to one article. Or you can imagine cloud micropayments. Your fridge will ask the utility company, what's the price of electricity? And then it will start or not your freezer, or it will start when it's cheaper, and so on and so forth. You pay for what you need. It's particularly AI agents. They need only pieces of information. You don't want to pay a $500 annual SaaS subscription when you only need something very quickly and very cheap. And with that, I'd like to run a video, if possible. All right, here is a video which shows FastPay integrated with the H402 protocol to see how seamless it is, how easy it is. This is in a browser. Come on. Can you help me? Tech guys, please, can you run this video for me? All right, so this is a very simple web interface where you pay an agent to do something for you, to generate an image. It doesn't really matter what it does, but the point is that it runs the entire 402 protocol. And you'll see how seamless the payment is and how instantaneous. All right. In the meanwhile, I can tell you that our current implementation of FastSet reached 250,000 TPS with less than 100 millisecond latency. And all the payments are completely independent. If I make a payment, you make a payment, you don't have to wait for me, I don't have to wait for you. They are completely finalized in parallel, independent of each other. Can we start the video? Maybe. Right, so I can tell you what happens here. So you type cake, let's say in the image prompt, and you ask the AI to generate, the model to generate a cake image for you. But of course you have to pay for it. So it will send you a message, please pay, then you pay, and then you'll see how quickly the payment happens, and then the image will be generated for you. So the service will be done for you. And I think that's it. We don't have time, right, for it anymore. It was in the
Yeah, whatever. Let's not worry about it. So that's it. Maybe ask questions instead. Thank you. Lunch.
Hi.
Yes.
Yeah, here. So you talked about how blockchains are slow and are not great for settlement of payments, micropayments. So that is true for chains like Ethereum, where there is sequential transactions. But there are now chains with support parallel execution as well. So SUI is one of the ones that comes on top of my head. So how would PySquare compare to those chains?
So those blockchains, very good question. So those blockchains like SUI, for example, they use parallelism as an optimization. They say, we guarantee a sequential model, deterministic sequential model, but as an optimization, there are certain transactions that we know they can be done in parallel, like single object updates and so on. And we are going to do those in parallel to move a bit faster for it. It's an optimization overall. We take a different stance. We say parallelism first. Everything must be parallel. If you need sequentiality, then you program it. So you can write a sequential protocol, like a trading platform, for example, or Uniswap-like protocol. That would be a smart contract on Facet that you have to program. You have to program sequentiality on top of an otherwise massively, embarrassingly parallel platform, right? So forget sequentiality altogether. It's parallelism first. And by the way, in case you don't know, more than 90%, 93% specifically, of all the transactions on Ethereum do not need a total order. Payments, any digital asset transfers, meme coins, none of those require a total order. Yet everybody pays the price. And nobody has the courage to raise the point. So maybe we should drop completely the idea of sequentiality. And if you need sequentiality in those 7% of cases, program it. Concurrency 101. I'm wearing my professor hat. This is my professor hat. Right, so we know how to program sequential lists on top of otherwise massively concurrent replica-based distributed systems. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Grigore, and all the speakers. This concludes the first half of the Open AGI Summit. We're gonna have a lunch break now. We're gonna be back at 4:15, so roughly 50 minutes. We're gonna discuss about the open source and the coordination of the open source AI development. So stay tuned and see you guys in 50 minutes.
Okay, welcome everyone to the second part of today's conference. We're going to kick things off with, for me, extremely interesting topic, which is sort of coordinating DevRel and coordinating open source, which is something that at Sentient we're particularly interested in. So we're joined by a pretty stacked group of panelists. We're joined by Marco from Oasis, Solon from Chainlink, Francesco from Consensus, Nadir from Eigenlayer, and then Austin from Ethereum Foundation. So yeah, please welcome our crack set of speakers.
Thank you, everyone. I totally agree. I'll have a few panels in the next couple of days, but this is very unique because we can go from quite technical to actually very much marketing talk. So I'm quite curious to see where we go. We already did a round of intros, I guess. If you want to add something, feel free. But I would ask every one of you to give us like one sentence. What does building in public actually mean for you and your project?
Yes, let's start with, I think we are talking about trust and transparency and ways to teach and learn.
Yeah, I mean, for me, building in public obviously is in transparency, but the most important, including like community. So building also tooling for the community to enable the community is something that is key for everyone and key for like the space to grow.
I think for me, it's kind of like when you are focused on like a certain problem, you become inside of an echo chamber almost, and everyone around you is really, really smart, and you assume that you're like the stupidest person about this topic because you might be with your small subset of people. So when you kind of learn something new, you might assume that, oh, everyone else already knows this. But I think what I've learned about building in public, it's like when I learned something that I didn't know before that took some time to figure out, there's so many people in the world that also might want to learn that. So I always just share that. And so many times that's really, really hit home to a lot of people. And that's just one kind of like top of mind thing that works for me in terms of building in public.
I always say that my secret power is being a dumbass. Like if I can figure out how to explain it to myself, then I can figure out how to explain it to other people. Like, yeah. So I think that I do a lot of developer growth. So for me, building in public a lot of times means showing other folks how to do it and showing other folks that it's not that hard and getting stuck, right? Having those moments of like, oh shit, it didn't work the way I thought it would. Now I have to figure this out. And then everyone kind of seeing you do that live helps them get over their own things.
Okay, I think we can go quite a few ways. I think for the audience, it would be pretty cool at the end if we have defined a clear model on what is building in public, what does it entail, and then we are supposed to discuss growth strategies, so preferably we will have pretty hands-on examples on how to build a project maybe from scratch as an open source one. And then lastly, maybe it's even not the right thing for everyone. So to start, I am curious to hear from you guys, like how has building in public moved the needle for you guys? Would you be here if it wasn't built in public?
Yeah, so I also promote Scaffold ETH, so I have a tool. So a lot of what I do doing dev growth for the EF is building in public to show how to build in public. So it's like literally my job to be building in public. I think that I probably wouldn't be here if not for that. I think when I first got into Ethereum, I tried to build games and no one really cared. It was like 2018, it just wasn't there. But when I started doing DevRel and started doing kind of developer relations for Ethereum and showing people how to build on Ethereum, it really resonated and I got a lot more views and a lot more people. So I think I probably wouldn't be here if it weren't for building in public. I think there's also this thing of like focus, like you're always focused on a million different things, but when you hit record and that red light is on you, you're focused on one thing, right? It's like getting the thing done in front of the camera and all the notifications go away and you can like really be in the zone and be locked in on building that thing. And so it's almost like an excuse to focus and ship too.
I would never have been here without definitely like these two guys here, right? Like, you know, the fact that, you know, I saw so much content being around, it also like pushed me to write content, shoot content. And I like the one thing that you're saying around focus on something, right? Because like if you need to actually, you know, thinking about a script, thinking about a video, a topic, you need to kind of like learn about this topic. So I think that was one way to kind of consume content. But I think the fact that I felt a responsibility for the community to get feedbacks. And I think that's how powerful is you know, how do you say, creating in public is also the fact that you get feedback all the time. And I think also like he help you continuing with some kind of like, you know, pressure, right? I don't know, sometimes I'm working better on in a coffee shop, or when I see actually people doing their work in some kind of library, it put me pressure. And if I'm alone on a table, I'm just going around and look at other things, right?
Yes, I think like I love to teach, and I have something different way to teach some concepts, and I try to mix how I do this with fundamentals of blockchains and smart contracts, and in the same way that I can add something related to the project that I work, that's Chainlink. So in this way, I can even bring in more people to use Chainlink because they start learning with me. And this can be the strategy to have it all together and to have more trust in the project and with me all the time. So put this together, it was what makes difference for us.
Yeah, I think for sure I'm also not, I wouldn't be here without building in public. But in terms of like why you would build in public, it really depends on what your focus is. But I think it's kind of interesting when you think of developer marketing. Developers hate to be marketed to, first of all, but they love to solve problems and build cool shit. So if you can kind of like find ways to teach them how to build cool shit and not look like you're marketing to them and help them genuinely, it doesn't matter if they end up using your product or anything, you're helping them and they are learning something and you're getting your information and your ideas out there. And you over time will build trust and kind of build relationships, and ultimately that will kind of like move the needle. And whatever you're doing, it doesn't really matter. But for me, I got started doing this type of work when I had a consulting company called React Native Training, and I was trying to get clients. So I would essentially create like videos and answer questions on Stack Overflow, how to solve problems in React Native, and that led to a lot of like inbound for my business. And I kind of like have taken that and you know kind of used that same technique for just other things that doors have opened after that.
You're good at knowing what's hot too. Like you can get out ahead of a trend and you can really show that off before anybody else can get to it almost. And the loop is so much tighter now. With the 402 library you put out, I can grab it and I can say make a server, make a client, here's Natter's example, here's what I want you to do, and Claude just like one-shots it, right? And then I'm learning from your video, but I'm more even just learning from the vibe-coded examples I'm getting from your code, and I can do it quickly and try things out. I don't even have to go like learn a bunch of things. I can just grab your repo and just start throwing things at the wall and see what happens.
Yeah, I think it's really different these days with vibe coding because you know it's just so fucking good. It's crazy. But if anyone wants to build something with X402, you can just run npx create X402, and it'll actually start giving you code bases to start with. I haven't announced that yet, but it's something that I'll probably put out there later today publicly.
I mean, there's hundreds of things that you guys can do, but what's the one metric that would be the deciding for you to track? And if possible, quick answers.
Yeah, that is easy for me. Like even in Chainlink, we track how the people use the services. And when I do some boot camps, sometimes we increase the metrics 10 times. The first time that I made my first boot camp, the big one, Portuguese, English, and Spanish, like the data analytics team come to us, oh wait, I think this week I cannot give you the results for you because it's something wrong. I told them, no, it's not wrong. I was doing a boot camp. And it was that. So the way that we organize boot camps, bring people from zero, really change the metrics inside the company.
Metrics you guys track?
I mean, for example, lately we added a bunch of like guides and tutorial, and we've added also like question from Discuss. And right now we're tracking a lot of kind of like question being asked around the guides and tutorials. Because if people are asking questions, that means there are problems. So it's actually negative seeing more questions, but it's also like a good point and pointer to understand if this is a good or bad guide and what else should we build on top of this.
I think this has been the biggest problem that hasn't ever really truly been solved in developer like tooling. It's understanding what what drives the needle and what doesn't. I was at AWS for almost 4 years, and I remember on day one, I sat down with my manager, and we were like, okay, let's figure this out. He was like, give me what you're going to do and show me how you're going to make an impact. And then 3.5 years later, we're still trying to solve that exact problem, even though we've been working on it for the whole time, because sometimes you just don't know what the fuck reason why someone picks something up. Sometimes you launch an incredible product and everyone loves it. Like, you didn't have to go and market ChatGPT because people loved it so much, right? So like, if you build a really great product, it just makes everything else just so much easier. So I think that's really the ultimate goal, and then we're just here to kind of share like how to build with it until you get to that point.
And that's like the lightning in the bottle. Like, you don't always catch lightning in a bottle. Sometimes you do have to show the stuff off and go on the road and get people using it. I think with Scaffold ETH, we're notoriously bad at tracking people, so we don't have a lot of great metrics. We'll run into someone who, you'll go to a conference and they'll be like, I built my app using Scaffold ETH, thank you. And I'll have no idea who they are or where they came from or how they found us. And we're not tracking. Like, it's very cypherpunk. It's all open source and it's all available, and there are no analytics built in. And what's interesting about that is the most successful people are sometimes the most private. Like, someone will come up to me and be like, I built this and I made X amount of money, but you can't tell anyone. And I'm like, oh, well, cool. So yeah, sometimes metrics are hard to track in the Web3 space too.
But I think all of us have at least GitHub metrics, no? Yeah?
What was that?
Like track GitHub, like how is your...
Yeah, oh yeah. Like forks and stars and stuff for sure.
Yeah, but this is the point, like what's happened for me, because I started before this, like I started teaching how to install MetaMask, how to create your first smart contract, not like a repo itself. It was hard to track this. So track about how they use services, it was a better way. But I'd like to only add like a funny thing. And I'm sad now because OpenSea doesn't show the NFTs anymore on testnet. But before that, I have one of my projects that a cross-chain NFT thing that I have more than 2,000 copies of the students. So this was so cool. I cannot still have this metric anymore, but this was a metric that I love it and I cannot use anymore.
We have our onboarding batches meant to an L2 because they're basically test nets. Like, they're super cheap, right? So maybe go to an L2.
Nice.
Yeah, when thinking about questions, I actually thought there's so many things you can track just with GitHub, but the goal isn't to grow a repo. The goal is to build a movement, and all of you have managed. So I assume we have quite a few builders and founders here. How would you advise them to start growing their open source projects?
Be transparent. I think it is one good thing. And even in a way that you can really talk about your roadmap and talk about, or at least invite people to meetings that you are doing related to your project. I think we can start on that.
Also, crypto is a cesspool. And everybody who is a public figure gets hit with crap all the time. So when you go to them looking for validation, they may not see exactly what you have to offer, because they're getting hit with so much junk all the time. So I remember I went to ETH Denver in 2018, and I showed Joe Lubin my game. And he was getting hit from every angle by everyone, showing them all their crap, and he didn't get it, and he didn't see it. And to me, it was like, it didn't work. But that's not the way to get validation. The way to get validation is to get it in a bunch of people's hands and get feedback. Like, don't go to Daddy Joe. Like, go to common users and have people use it and see what they do with it.
Yeah, I think you said a good point there, that there's so much garbage that's out there, and I think it's also now the same in AI and regular software, because it's very simple to raise money in AI now. It's very simple to build a Hello World project that you can essentially convince investors to kind of give you money, like in the traditional software space also, right? It's not just crypto. And then everyone like claims that their product can like solve, world hunger or some shit like that. And then you like go to use it and it doesn't even have like documentation on it. So it's kind of like trust and all of that stuff. So like, how is anyone going to even listen to you over everyone else, right? I guess that's a question. I think developers just want to like solve problems. They want to build like valuable companies. They want to build applications that people use. They want to make money. So like show them how you can do that with your product, and you'll probably be successful.
I think definitely the top of the funnel game kind of has been changed a bit, right? Before you were going in very specific kind of outlets, you were showing what you got. I think now it's more kind of like, trying to expose yourself to different channels. And I think like the other narrative that changed a bit was, I think like before was very easy to kind of get exposed to someone, hey, consume this deck, this is something that will change. But now, as you said, it's super easy. So I think like getting some kind of like proof of record even before, trying to kind of like do something else to get interest, I think is very valuable, right? I think even on the other side, right, when you're building something, like before you were very focused on where to post, right? I think now the game has been changing, it's kind of like broadcasting more out to the public and seeing what kind of like sticks, but most important, showing, I don't know, like showing specific people that you're able to build something valuable, and then approach the person, right? I think that's super important.
Yeah, well, one thing related to that, how can we can give some incentives to the people to be with us when we are building a public good project? This is what kind of incentives can be tokens, can be what else, what kind of reputation? I think this is something important when you are building a project that should be publicly open source.
Yeah, exactly. I want to stay with this question because let's be quite practical and tangible. Like, how do they onboard the first contributors? How does this journey look like? How do they build the incentive systems? There's so much that they can do. Also, like just a decision like, hey, which parts are actually fully public and which parts do I keep private in the start? Like, how would you do this?
Going back to Twitter's or crypto's a cesspool, like so is crypto Twitter, but also crypto Twitter is like a great way to get visibility, and you should just be like building and posting and repeat, right? Like over and over again. And maybe the first 3 builds you post on Twitter and they get 4 likes. But if you build a reputation for shipping interesting things, people are going to start paying attention, and then you'll start getting those first users, and you'll start getting that feedback. So I think while crypto Twitter is a cesspool, it's also a chance for you to get exposure and get distribution.
Yeah, I think even to have a community in like a Discord channel, a Telegram channel, something like that, that you can put the people that are interested in your project together, it's important as well.
I mean, just a bit to add, I think like the founder chemistry, like the co-founder composition chemistry change a lot, right? Especially with like, go and build a product, kind of like cycle shorten so much. I think like distribution is like 8, 10x what was before. And if you look at distribution, I mean, you want to have like co-founder and builders around you that actually are able to distribute the product, but also get in front of eyes that are strong with prior kind of like track records. So I think that's also something that we should consider.
I think at the very core, you want to have a product that people want to use and that will like to use it. And I think that's the step that a lot of companies just skip over completely. They want to have a bunch of people excited about it and using it, or not even using it, I guess, because it doesn't exist. But all the pre-launch projects would be a good example of this. They want 1 million people like excited about it, but they haven't shipped anything. If you look at like, for me, it was Ethereum. The first time I actually like built anything on Ethereum, my mind was just blown, and I was like so excited about building more things because I loved it. And no one had to kind of like explain to me why all these different things were important. I just knew it was awesome, and I kind of like just grokked it immediately. So if you can build a product that like does that, then you're already gonna like be better than 99% of everyone else out there. And then from there, just making it as simple as possible. So developer experience is notoriously bad in crypto. So just making it very simple for people to build valuable things. And yeah, it's not going to be easy at first. You can take feedback and you improve things. But I think trying to be as honest as possible about like what your product does will be the best thing in the long run, because if you try to tell them it's amazing and incredible like right this moment, but it actually sucks really bad, they're not going to listen to you once you get to that point where it is really good.
One point related to this, I think now the space is so big, and because of this, if you can explain well and give you a good presentation of your project, this can help the people to be interested in build with you.
Your answers changed for projects that are first closed source and then are moving towards open source?
I mean, I don't think so. As long as there's a way for someone to build something, if it's open source or if it's not open source, as long as they have a way to access it and build with it, I think, that's important. But I mean, obviously, if it's open source and you take contributions, it'll be a slightly different approach maybe.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we are at the Open AGI Summit, and something that's a bit more realistic or closer to the AI topic is with open source development, you always have to have a balance as the kind of founding team between transparency and security. How do you guys see this?
I think some things cannot, okay, we should be transparent, but not with all the things that can be used in not a good way. This is the point. We must be sure that things that can be used to hacks and to create problems, maybe is not the moment to be public, maybe later when they have the solution.
My use case is a little bit different. I spent the last couple of weeks building a game for developers to play at DevConnect. And it's all vibe code. It's like 40,000 lines of code, 2,000 lines of Solidity, 40,000 lines of code. It's this game you play. It's really fun. You build out all these different coordination mechanisms for all these pirates that are working on chain. It has to be private. Like I can't just have that thing just be fully public, because then someone will just drop the thing into Claude and be like, write the solution. So I have to like slowly reveal the code as I go. But I think the one thing I will say is the contracts are all on chain, and you can see all the contracts. I deployed it all to Arbitrum, and it's all verified on Arbitrum. So you can go there and you can see exactly how it works on chain. But there's definitely still some secret sauce that's not public, and eventually it'll all be public. But to make the game work, I have to be private about it. So maybe it's a different use case, but worth discussing.
I mean, I think like, security comes first. We're building for, a product that user consume every day. Not speaking about wallets specifically, right? But, there are certain components that need to be closed source, exactly as you said. So we don't have the privilege to open source everything. But it always depends on the case, right? I think like people want to be able to DD what you're doing. Especially with the balancer kind of like hack, we see things are happening, things could be happen before. We also like try to start thinking about, auditors. Yes, it's great, but also like doing our own due diligence is important if you can. But yeah, but some part need to still there need to be a trade-off.
The balancer code was public for 5 years. Like it has always been there, fully open source, fully audited. Anybody could have done this the entire time.
Yeah, that's the craziest part about that whole thing.
And in that case, it was pretty obvious how being open source backfired, but I mean, that's just crypto. It's always, the smart contract code is always going to be open source. But in general, like how does building in public sometimes backfire?
Well, this is like super hard. Sorry, Solange, to jump in. This is super hard because you're building something that you have to get perfectly right. And it has to be perfectly right forever, and it will be attacked forever. You put it out there once, and for 5 years, anybody can get to it forever. It just seems like the odds are so stacked against you to get it correct.
These are the smart contracts, yes. This is the dangerous.
He sounds like he's arguing for like, more, I would say, a T type of architecture, right? Or something like that. But there's security trade-offs with everything, so.
So you're going to stay open source?
Yes.
I think I got the answers to my questions and the goals that I had. I think you guys should have a pretty decent playbook now on how to grow your open source projects, and also kind of which parts do you build public, which parts maybe not. But I'm sure we have quite a few questions in the audience too, and I see we do have 5 minutes left, so I'd love to give it to you guys.
I had a couple of questions. I mean, firstly, if you want some metrics, I did use your tutorials, Austin, 3 years ago when I was learning how to build Ethereum, so thank you.
Thank you.
So first thing I had is, especially for you at the Ethereum Foundation, the Ethereum ecosystem in general feels like the developer ecosystem is getting more and more fragmented with all the different layer twos coming up with their own virtual machines and their own languages and all that. So how do you think about that as like a content creator, especially at the EF? Because especially if the EVM gets replaced with RISC-V or something, then there's going to be another explosion. There's already multiple languages, but yeah, how do you think about that?
Be like Natter and be out ahead of things and be able to see the trends and ride the wave, right? It's really weird with EVM, all these L2s are using EVM tooling. And at first that was awesome because it was okay, all the tools that work over here. But now we're starting to see the product market fit on Ethereum is not the same as the product market fit on Base or Arbitrum or one of these L2s. They're much more, mainstream audience focused. Ethereum's starting to look like a settlement layer, and the L2s are starting to look like mainstream audience apps. And you probably use a totally different tool set for both of those. So I think it's something that we have to embrace, and we have to figure out what does the market look like, who wants to use these things, and then what is the best tool to make those things. And it may not look the same on Ethereum as it does on an L2, and I think we just have to ride the wave and get out ahead of it.
Thank you.
I think one point to add on that is the interoperability. Because even doesn't matter in which chain are you, we should have the interoperability, the ability to have some kind of communication between all the chains.
I also think no matter how we are evolving, we want to kind of keep fully transparency around the space, create content that is consumable for every type of developer. So.
Thanks guys for the insights. As an upcoming builder, I just wanted to get an advice from you guys. And how do you think a builder right now, sitting somewhere in another part of the world, should balance between building cool shit while also maintaining good visibility on channels like crypto Twitter or something else?
Definitely not mutually exclusive. Almost like they're one and the same. If you're building cool shit, you'll get more visibility, I think. Right now, if you're building on 8004, you're building agent-to-agent stuff, you're building on X402, you're building on a hot new L2, you're building ephemeral prediction markets that run on top of streams, people are loving that stuff. And if you can get that out there, you'll get a lot of followers.
Share your acknowledgement, teach what you are learning, and the more you learn, more you teach, and this will for sure help you.
Document everything that you do, but also I think all the fails too, right? I think this is super important. I fucked up so many things. Seriously, I know every time I'm just going on crypto Twitter, I'm writing about lesson learned. I'm always start with the lesson learned. I think this is the most important things that you can do.
Nice panel here. I have a simple question for you guys. What is your touch on sustainable funding in open source space? Thank you.
The XKCD illustration of the one square holding everything together, right? And they're not getting any funding. I think it's always going to be a problem in a capitalistic world where open source doesn't get the same amount of funding. I think it's going to be super hard. We see ebbs and flows in the Ethereum space where people have more money and less money, and people are trying to do the best they can, and quadratic funding and retro PGF and a lot of things. Octant is doing a bunch of stuff. People are doing the best they can, but I think the incentives aren't necessarily aligned. And I don't know, maybe someone out there figures out a way to align incentives to reward open source developers better.
Yeah, this is it's a conversation that's been had for 10 years maybe, right, at this point, and it still hasn't been solved. If someone asked me 10 years ago, I would have been yeah, they're going to figure this shit out, but it still hasn't been figured out. But if you have an open source project that is the crux of $1 billion company, and that project is no longer being maintained, someone is going to have to step in, and it's going to have some natural equilibrium, right? Someone's going to have to go in and continue maintaining that and building that. So it sucks. It's extremely inefficient, and I don't know if we'll ever find a problem. It's one of the few things that I'm kind of pessimistic on.
We were talking about co-founders and having a good co-founder. I think in a lot of open source projects, there's that one nerd that just wants to build the thing. You should find someone else that's good at going out to other companies and getting value from them and pair up with them. Just building in the dark is not going to get you the funding that you're looking for. So I think maybe there's even something here of like co-founder speed dating that we need to do. And get those nerdy founders in silos paired up with someone who's good at talking to people and getting them connected with companies.
Yes, the diversity in the team can help this a lot.
The game changed so much, right? Problem market fit can be found earlier. I think grants farming is something that is going away. There is so many kind of dynamics that change right now when you can actually like start building. I think the problem will come later when we have 40, 50,000 line of code that will be basically proved after you get a lot of funding and you have really things on production that start to scale up. So I think the scale up problem will be worse, but at the beginning, like I think things change a lot, and distribution right now is 90% of everything you can do.
Thank you so much. Time is up.
All right, continuing with the next panel, and it's about building data for humanoids. It's a really interesting topic. First of all, there has been this huge AI development wave in the past few years, and it has mostly been surrounding LLMs and chatbots. But currently, we see the second wave of development, but it's coming in the shape of robotics. Really interesting to see what types of data are needed and how to gather different types of data for training humanoids. I want to present this panel to you. So the moderator is Jonathan from CoinFund. Speakers are Bailey from PrismaX, Arthur from Pearl, and Don from Virtuals. Thank you very much.
Awesome, guys. Well, thanks for coming. Yeah, I think we can go around the horn on some quick intros. I can start off. I'm John. I'm an investor at CoinFund. We're a crypto investor that does lead checks, pre-seed to Series B. Focused a lot on AI, so we've invested in many of the companies that have presented today, including Jensen, Pearl, as well as Giza, and others, including Prime Intellect, and Pluralis and Bagel. Recently, we've spent a bunch of time in the robotics ecosystem. There's a lot of really exciting stuff going on in the intersection of crypto, AI, and robotics, and that's what we're going to talk about today. So yeah, great. I'll pass it on to Bailey to give a quick intro on himself.
Hey everyone, great to be here. My name is Bailey. I'm the CEO and co-founder of PrismaX. I've been a longtime robotics researcher since 2012, and believe it or not, an even longer time crypto enthusiast. I mined my first Bitcoin when they were like $1 and sold all my Bitcoins and used them to buy lunch, so such is life. But I've been in the space for a long time, and it's really exciting to see these two things come together and see how crypto and decentralization and all this scalability can really help empower robotics and help it move forwards.
Hey everyone, I'm Arthur. I'm the CCO here at Pearl, where we're building
Hello, hello. I'm Don Johnson, aka Chris from Virtualist Protocol. We've been building for about 4 years, and in the past probably year have really made a large move into robotics. We're developing products ourselves. We're investing in very, very cracked teams like Bailey over there at Prisma X, and also have a number of agents that are building in the space. So excited to talk robotics with you guys.
Awesome. So can start pretty general here. What are the theses, this is kind of for everyone here, what are the theses that really got you interested in this intersection of crypto and robotics, and what continues to get you excited there?
I think for us, it's this idea that in order for robotics to take off, you're going to need 100 million people behind the scenes doing things like data collection and distribution and maintenance and all of these crazy things beyond just the AI model design and hardware manufacturing. And to us, if you want to do that, if you want to go get 100 million people excited about something completely new, crypto is an incredible way to do that. The other great thing is that we have this whole the sum of the value of the sum of all the parts is greater than the sum of the values of the individual parts, right? For things like data collection, an individual hour of data is worth nothing, but together 100 million hours of data will really it changes how humanity will interact with the world, and all that just makes it seem like a really great fit for decentralization in crypto.
Yeah, I think similarly to what Bailey here mentioned, our industry is, especially in data annotation, it requires a large number of annotators and humans contributing their knowledge to data. And I think crypto for us was the best solution when we think about how can we coordinate, millions or tens of millions of people acting in their best interest and still, allowing them to work in the best interest of the network.
Just to sort of add on to what they're saying, like our background's in gamification, right? And so, we started initially because we believed, gaming, Web3 gaming was going to be big. And specifically what Bailey, you guys are talking about the data contribution and bringing everything on chain it just makes sense with robotics.
Great. This one's for Arthur and Bailey. What are some of the, obviously you guys operate in a lot of like the data collection space here, and that's a lot of what's really interesting right now in the intersection of crypto and robotics. What are some of the main issues you've encountered? Like in theory, I think it makes a lot of sense, to use crypto to incentivize people to contribute data to this network. What are some of the issues that you guys have encountered that you guys are working through?
I think what I've historically seen is there's been a bit of misalignment between the crypto side and the demand side on what data is actually being collected. There's a lot of nuance to being able to actually take this data and either make it meaningful for model training or sell it for model training. And over the past 18 months, 2 years or so, I've seen the narratives and the strategies actually evolve significantly. So we're a good example, right? If you've known us for a very long time, you knew that when we first started, we were really focused on egocentric tax data. And since then, we've shifted a lot more to teleoperation and remote control of robots simply because that's better aligned to what the market needs. The first one sounds like it makes a lot of sense. It's super scalable. It can be passively collected. Everyone has access to it. But in the end, you do have to go build a business surrounding this data. And if you can't really find an immediate buyer, then that becomes challenging. Which is not to say ego data isn't valuable. We're piloting some egocentric data collection with virtuals, and it is interesting and very scalable. But it's just a matter of aligning the commercial horizons has been always challenging.
Yeah, I think one of the big things we spent a lot of time thinking through is how we incentivize quality data contributions instead of just raw quantity. I think one of the things about crypto is that it's very easy to incentivize often the wrong behavior. So I think we've spent a lot of time sort of researching and testing how we can make sure that we're only incentivizing quality data that actually moves the needle in model training, and not just making sure that we get these massive useless data sets.
I'll just add something to it. I mean, I think we see a lot of really talented teams building in the space, but maybe they have a very strong robotics background or a very strong AI background. But some of the key pieces that seem to be missing from a lot of the teams is that data monetization. So yeah, as teams are growing, they're adding those aspects to the team, and then I think learning really how to capitalize on it.
Yeah, great. I think maybe expanding on this topic. In theory, kind of this data collection using crypto to immediately incentivize people makes a lot of sense. But to talk a little bit more about the business side here, like who are the customers you guys are selling to? What do they want? What do they need? Obviously, it's very early, I think, but like what is the kind of economics and business side looking for this data layer here in terms of selling to those end customers?
Yeah, happy to go first here. I think we're working with some of the largest frontier labs, governments, as well as just general people using AI for internal use cases. And I think it's really hard to say what they're looking for It really varies project to project, I think. We've seen everything from like audio collection all the way to really, really detailed, looking for math, like Olympic math champions to do really complex math evaluations. And we've seen everything in between.
Yeah. I get the occasional spam from Meta asking me to annotate math problems. So I know that field well. For us, it's a very clearly defined sector of U.S.-based robotics labs, research teams, and companies that have lots of capital to be able to build out their projects, but don't really have access to the sort of scalable labor required to do the data collection. Right? If you look at these teams, there are teams of 20, 30 PhDs. They're incredibly well funded, but fundamentally, these people they don't know how to handle the orchestration of hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of people to do data collection. Things like quality really go downhill if you're too passive about it. And I think that's really where crypto's strengths lie, right? Like this industry is extremely familiar with like dealing with attacks and Sybils and people trying to game the system, bots, farming, and making sure that all the incentives and mechanisms are built in a way that you do get what you want in the end. And it's a far cry from just like hire 1,000 people off of a gig labor platform, pay them $20 each, and expect them to actually do the work that you asked them to do. This doesn't actually work in practice. You get 20,000 hours of garbage, fire the fleet, and start over. But obviously, as we all know, there's a much better way to do these things.
Yeah, I think Bailey hit on it, but universities are also, I think, a big target customer.
Yeah, it makes sense. And so, yeah, Don, would love to kind of jump into your side here. Obviously, people know virtuals for different things than robotics generally. So would love to hear you talk a little bit about what Virtuals is building over in robotics space.
I mean, I think most people know us for the Launchpad, right? Robotics is a big focus of ours now. I think in crypto, a lot of times you have just people pivot. I mean, we did it ourselves for years. It's, pivot after pivot after pivot. The Launchpad is like a core aspect of our business, but our move into robotics is not like a pivot away from that. It's like a key pillar of what we're doing. So, we're, like I said earlier, we're investing in really crack teams, but we also have a lot of teams building in robotics that have launched with us previously. So I think like Ego Play would be like a good example. They launched as Vader like over a year ago. They were actually one of the first agents that launched on our platform. But now, like, we internally, and I think a lot of teams in the landscape see the AI agents being embodied in these physical forms. And, as Bailey and Arthur hit on, like, the data contribution is key there. So you have a lot of teams, the Vader team would be a good example, that have taken their background in gamification and really created something that can drive tens of thousands, of customers on a daily, weekly basis to contribute, valuable data.
Awesome. I think moving on to kind of the data piece here, and I think this is something we as investors have been thinking about a lot at CoinFund in terms of what the bottlenecks are in robotics, specifically for humanoids. Obviously, humanoid robotics has been something a lot of companies have been working towards for a long time, and data is definitely one of the bottlenecks, but there's others as well, and there's also like non-humanoid robotics that is kind of competing with that humanoid robotics niche. So I guess to start off, what do you think are the main bottlenecks to mass adoption of robotics today, and where do you think the data piece falls in that spectrum of bottlenecks?
I think a monstrous bottleneck that people really tend to ignore because it's like not a technical one is pricing. If you think about it, if the robot were free, you would go bring it into your home no matter what it did. And then if the robot were $1 million, it doesn't matter what it does, you wouldn't buy it. So along the sliding scale, there's this whole pricing game, and it's very important because pricing is very strongly tied to capabilities, right? There's no bad product, there's no bad function, only a bad price for a product. So if your thing doesn't do enough and it's too expensive, then it's really hard to find commercial traction. And that sort of ties into the whole data problem. Because the robots themselves have like a fairly high fixed base cost due to the fact that they're physically huge pieces of hardware, people expect high functionality, and that high functionality means you need to be able to scale the underlying data sets to train the models and give them the smarts to be commercially viable. Ergo, you need huge data sets that are very diverse and have broad coverage. You can't just ship a robot into the public and then people are like, well, it doesn't work in my house because nothing like it was ever in the pre-training data set. And I think that's sort of where, at least for a lot of us in this space, I think that's where the crypto aspect really kicks in. If you defer the design of these data collection scenarios to the community, you can drive organic organic diversity, which is almost impossible to do from a centrally managed plan. Like if you go talk to even the really big research labs about what their data collection strategy is, they're basically, yeah, we have the employees write down data collection scenarios, then we go build them, but like 30 people are not going to be able to describe every possibility in the world, so you eventually wind up with a bit of collapse in the training. So these two are tied hand in hand, right? Like it was easier with LLMs because the LLMs cost nothing to ship once you've built them, so you could have a relatively low functioning system and still be able to ship. With robotics, there's just a super high bar to be able to ship anything at all because you're asking people to pay $30,000 for the hardware.
You know, something also like I learned from like listening to Bailey speak before, you know, you talk about all we're seeing on the timeline is humanoids, right? But I remember Bailey telling me once, you know, like basically you attempt to build a humanoid if you're looking to raise money from a VC, right? Because that's like sexy, okay? But you know, you learn really when you start listening to like the experts talk, like, you know, robotics isn't just that like humanoid that you see like on your, you know, your crypto timeline. And you know, Bailey can go into like just the significant cost and development and all of that stuff on a humanoid level. You know, for the vast majority of robotics companies, like doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I think succinctly, the legs will triple the cost of your robot. And if you go look at all of the demos on Twitter, very few of them even have the robot move. So forget about the legs, right? Why are we even like making the robots mobile at all? The figure demo is like a good example. It's just the top half of the robot sitting in front of a table moving packages, but they proudly advertise that it's a bipedal robot. And I think the simple answer is if you show up with 2 arms and a desk, the VCs won't write you a check because you're like bad and boring. But if it like jumps around and does a backflip, people are like, wow, it's so cool. Here's some seed funding.
I remember Bailey one time telling me, we were talking about robots, humanoids walking upstairs, right? And he basically said, you know, it would be cheaper to make each step of the stair an arm as opposed to actually like have the humanoid, you know, walk up the stairs itself.
So interesting. One of the things there I wanted to ask about is, I think one of the reasons why humanoids have been like more attractive from a surface level perspective is that training piece of, you know, we have humans, they can train robots using kind of, you know, watching what they do. And so you can get much more data than you could on a completely different looking physiology. So curious, like, is that something that you guys like have taken advantage of in terms of like more humanoid-like robotics versus some other industries which have less humanoid-like robotics, which won't allow you to incentivize people to train that data as easily?
So I guess it's important to like think about the definition of a humanoid, right? To like people who are actually in the field, humanoid means anything with 2 arms that has the rough degrees of freedom and like physical size of a human being, and the bottom half is sort of agnostic. If you go look at all the hardware vendors over in Asia, they're advertising like 2 arms on a like push cart as a humanoid robot, and I think that's important because, as you said, it would be very difficult to train a robot that was wildly different from a human configuration. There would be no way to collect the data, and right, like even for something as simple as, I don't know, like a very fast self-driving car or drone, that kind of data is really difficult to collect compared to just doing things, completing tasks, because it requires immense amounts of skills to be able to handle the novel configurations. And there are obviously a lot of reasons. The original argument behind humanoids was that the spaces around us are built for human-like, human-shaped, human-sized objects. So by making the robots roughly fit into the footprint and capabilities of a person, you can sort of have them drop into your existing spaces. And these are all really good arguments for why the top half of the robot should look like a person. The debate really is on like whether the robot should have legs right now, and I think the answer is just a resounding no.
And you also think about just the transportation of these robots, you know, like carrying around a little box is a little different than, you know, trying to bring a coffin someplace.
Have you ever tried to ship a full-size humanoid? We had one show up in a 10-foot long coffin.
Just going to the airport with that, like you get all sorts of...
So bad.
Yeah, like I get bad looks when I bring my bicycle to fly. Like think about bringing the coffin-looking thing. Yeah,
Definitely getting a second screen on that one. So yeah, I guess jumping into like different methods of training. So I think you guys focus a lot on teleoperation. There's some startups we've met that kind of go as simple as a smartphone for capturing kind of certain types of data. How do you guys think about like, you know, the ways that you train robots? Why are you guys focused on teleoperation? Why are maybe you guys focused on different methods? How do you guys think about that spectrum?
it's a really curious thing. If you've known us long enough, we were originally focused on the whole smartphone thing. Basically, the argument is like very clean that if you go do vision data only training, you can scale it infinitely very quickly because it's passive. But it turns out the problem is. I think the real issue is that vision data is too diverse, right? If you go have 1 million people go randomly collect videos of themselves doing things in their kitchen, you get like 1 million completely different kitchens, and there isn't enough of any pattern, any modality for the model to like learn meaningful things. So if you want to do everything through pure vision, you need a ludicrous amount of data. It's like similar once again to language modeling, where the weaker the training objective, the more data you need in order to learn the patterns. The stronger the training objective, the less data you need. And because we're in a fairly early stage in the space, teleoperation to me, teleoperation isn't that it's like collected on a real robot or you get the joint angles. What's really happening is you're saying, I have these 7 robots and I demand the data be from one of these 7 types of robot, and that forces a collapse of the data distribution, which allows the models to converge much more quickly, right? The like most extreme example are the toy models that the like Hugging Face guys will train, where they go teleoperate a robot for about an hour and then go fine-tune a model that was trained only on data from that robot in order to complete tasks. And like you can get meaningful task completion within an hour of data, versus if you tried to do it through pure vision, it would be a like 1,000-hour task to be able to even complete a simple task. So I think that's the reason. I think there will be a shift in priorities and a shift in training paradigms as the industry begins to mature. But right now, you just, as I said earlier, you have to align with what the industry is going against and what people's like research timelines look like. Researchers don't have 3 years to wait before they start training.
Yeah, I would almost take the opposite answer there. I think a lot of the requests we've gotten from a lot of the big labs or robotics companies have been for very, very diverse, massive data sets, a lot of which is collected through, phones and video.
Bailey, do you have any response there? Like, are you kind of serving different customers? Like, what do you think is the disparity coming from?
So I think very research-focused teams are more likely to go work on vision data. It's everyone agrees it is the new frontier for training. It's just hard to get commercially viable results, right? Like if you go look at most notably Meta and NVIDIA. Meta had an experiment where they trained a robotics model on pure ego video and like it was okay. NVIDIA's model GR00T is about 60% ego video, and it's also pretty okay. But the bulk of the like whatever pies and skills and 1x's of the world are training on direct data. And the problem with working with the research teams is that NVIDIA is not particularly interested in like spending a ton of money on data, because for them, anything which isn't building a GPU or writing CUDA is just like it's a side thing to promote the ecosystem. So you're going to be able to maybe like sell $1 million of data. You're not going to be able to like go and continuously get revenue out of NVIDIA. That's just not their priority. And the same for like Meta doesn't pay for data. Obviously, they're a data mine themselves. Yeah, so I think there's a gap between the frontier, like the most frontier research, and the people who are like working on this as very commercially.
I think like we see that too. I mean, a lot of times, these companies are having to move really quickly. Bailey's been around the space for a long time. I think a lot of times they just go for the low-hanging fruit. Everyone here has a cell phone, realistically, with a camera. So, when you're trying to start out and onboard, tens of thousands of users, that's an easy way to do it. But, when you talk to the real like scientists here, they're pushing different frontiers.
Yeah, it makes sense. In terms of maybe just zooming out really broadly on the robotics landscape, I think, again, as VCs, one of the things we're thinking about is which of the pieces of the robotics space, whether it's data, making the actual robots themselves or the robotics model, is actually most valuable. You guys operate a lot on the data side of things, so I assume you guys have a lot of opinions on why that's very valuable. But yeah, just curious, like, what you think about where the value splits between those few categories.
I mean, I think one thing you didn't mention was distribution. So like I think that's like a big area as well.
Yeah, let's see. I have a perhaps strong and unpopular opinion about this. So I think that data is tantamount to the model right now. Like it's if you go look at the model training pipeline, it's so overwhelmingly limited by data that it no longer makes sense to invest in actually training the model. If you gave me the data, I could find you someone to train the model. If you start as a model company with no data, I don't care how many PhDs you have, you're not getting anywhere. So I think if you're interested in like the modeling side, focusing on efficient data pipelines and efficient use of data is much more important than saying like I have a cool new model architecture. I think that the complete robots themselves are almost uninvestable right now. I don't think it's that like robots are bad or robots are hard. I think it's there are too many companies building robots and there isn't enough signal. Like if I come to you and like, hey bro, I have a humanoid, that literally says nothing. There's like 10 other companies with humanoids and it's too easy to just tell a story of why my humanoid is better, right? If I have 2 humanoids, I can go say them in production, I can go like pay for pretty paint, et cetera, et cetera. I think where there's some real money is one level below if you're interested in hardware at the actuator level. There's a big bottleneck right now that while there are a lot of companies building actuators, most of them are very Chinese. And what that means is that they'll do things like change the firmware protocol on you without letting you know, resulting in a month of downtime as you receive your new batch of actuators and wonder why your design fell apart. So I think being able to like really push for better productization and more efficient, like just sort of put togetherness at the component vendor level is super important.
But
Don also,
Bailey, you know, start with humanoids, raise money, and then make the pivot, right?
yeah. The Chinese companies actually work in the opposite direction. They start with an actuator, raise money, and then switch to humanoids. It's really weird. Like they started with a perfectly good business and then pivoted to like one which continuously bleeds money at an incredibly high speed. But to Don's point, I think logistics and distribution is going to be a huge one. Once again, if you've ever picked up a full-size humanoid, this is like, it's the same distribution problem as like trying to invent the car dealership. Like this is a big boy. It's heavy, it's dangerous, it needs education, it needs financing, and there's going to be a whole ecosystem surrounding this.
When you think about Bailey, it's like, you know, you think about Ford, right? Bailey's like the Shelby, right? Like he's making like the highest performance, the best performing cars, but then all of a sudden you need to rely on the bigger company to do the distribution.
Yeah, cool. Maybe to cap us off here, more of a fun question, which is particularly fun in this category since there's so much things that can happen and people are really enjoying thinking about it right now. If you had to make one prediction that sounds crazy today, but you think will look obvious in a 5-year time horizon in embodied robotics, what would it be? I'll start with you, Bailey.
I think in 5 years, robots will be everywhere, but you might not see it. It's sort of like IoT, right? It was all the rage back in 2013. Like if you were like in the hardware space or a VC back in like 12, 13, IoT was the hot shit. You don't hear people talk about it, but look around this room. It's everywhere. Every device in this room is smart. Every device in this room has a network connection and is connected to a phone.
Even the refrigerators.
Yeah. And I like honestly, those like light bars over there probably have some sort of Bluetooth app. And I think that's going to be the same thing for robots. In 5 years, you're going to have all kinds of appliances and machines in your life that they do things on their own. You can talk to them and they do things on their own, but it's going to be like well-designed, clever products, so it just feels natural. Like you type in natural language and the machine goes off and like moves around.
Bailey, when are there going to be more robots than humans?
You know, the 5 years might not be too far away if you have a loose definition of robot. Like if robot is anything with intelligence that has a moving part.
Because we talk a lot about when are there going to be more AI agents with on-chain wallets than humans. We actually have like an internal like team competition going on. We're super degen, right? I'm at like under 3 years.
Yeah.
I think that's perfectly possible, yeah.
Also something that people don't really like, you know, looking back, they'll realize is that, you know, people are doing this data contribution for like self-driving cars, humanoids, these like larger tasks. But like what we've actually seen like feedback, and these guys probably know it better than I do, but the really valuable data is in like the niche stuff. So it's in pornography. It's in feeding pets. It's not so much in, you know, washing the dishes.
Yeah. I think to your point, like collecting data for single fixed functions that people are useful will result in like really useful tools that people will buy. People might not be able to afford a $30,000 humanoid, but if you had like an arm which did things and you could set on your kitchen counter as a third hand, you would. I think a lot of us would pay a couple $1,000s for
We don't want everything done in the
third
we don't
hand.
want everything done in the kitchen though.
Yeah.
The thing too is like even with the LLMs, you know, like everyone's always talking about these big LLMs. Like we're very much under the mindset that like SLMs, like benchmark wise, are incredibly more accurate. So I see a similar thing happening with like the training data for the robots.
Yeah, maybe sort of to add what you mentioned earlier about the value of niche data. I think a lot of people maybe get this wrong, and this is not the most like consensus take. I think there's actually plenty of data. A lot of private companies hold more like multiples of data greater than what like GPT-4 or 5 was trained on, and that's like a single company's private database. I think the reality is that there's a lack of quality in niche data in very specific use cases like you mentioned, and I think that's where the next big gap and jump in AI development is going to be.
Awesome. Well, yeah, thank you everyone for coming, and I think that wraps us up for today.
Yeah,
Thank you so
thanks
much.
everyone.
Okay, so now we're gonna narrow down again and focus on what crypto can do for AI, specifically really across the stack, but focusing more on identity and coordination and transactions and executions. So please welcome our set of speakers, starting with Charlie, Eunice, Marco, Paul, Lincoln, and Francesco. Yeah, welcome our speakers.
Hola, my name is Choli. I'm gonna be your moderator today. So I'm co-founder and CEO of REP. It's reputation protocol directly in the intersection of AI and blockchain, cross-platform and design for humans and AI agents. We spent like 1 year building this. We faced millions of users, so I'm personally very excited about this conversation. And our topic is intersections of AI and blockchain. So it's gonna be coordination, identity, execution, governance, and more. I would love to start from introduction of our panelists because there is a leading people from the companies that shape this future and the people who contribute to new primitives in the intersect of AI. So let's start from Eunice.
Much. Hi everyone, I'm Eunice, co-founder and GM of Monad Foundation. Monad Foundation is the team behind Monad, a new blockchain that's actually launching mainnet in 8 days. So we've got a lot of work to do. Thank you. But we're super excited, and I think this is going to be the start of something pretty amazing. We also feel that the technology that Monad brings is going to be really an opportunity to advance what AGI looks like on chain, and also facilitate more of a composable future.
Hi guys, it's great to be here. Marco from MetaMask. I'm focused on AI, which means understanding how the wallet can be by far easier to be adopted by the average people out there that are not in crypto right now, thanks to AI-enabled interfaces. And I'm also like very excited and focused, especially in the last few months, on agentic economies. So in a phase that I think it's very early, it's too early for agents, which are like the primitives in terms of infra that we need to care about to make sure that those economies are open, interoperable, everybody can get in and express their creativity of builders in terms of building agents, selling and buying services in open economies.
Hi everybody, I'm Paul. I'm going to wiggle a little bit. If you're over there and you want to listen, come on and sit down. I am a product architect, whatever the hell that is, at Say. I'm a software engineer. And I've been working in crypto for a long time. At Say, I mostly try to make sure that we're staying on the bleeding edge of building cool things. We've been working in the super fast blockchain EVM space for a while now, and the question is, what are the use cases that actually are necessary for that, and what are the ones that take this to the next level? Clearly, this AI infrastructure use case is potentially very, very interesting, whether that's bringing payments on chain, agentic coordination, or a bunch of other use cases, and love to talk about that with these smart people today, including Lincoln.
Thank you for that intro. Hey everyone, I'm Lincoln. Thank you all for coming. I'm the products lead for Coinbase's AI initiatives, including AgentKit and X402. X402 is basically a new payment standard for the internet. We think now's the time for stablecoin payments to pervade across the internet and change the way that we interact, primarily led by agents using them for all sorts of different interactions. So happy to dive into that and everything else here today.
What's up, everyone? I'm Francesco. I'm leading developer relation at Consensus, and I'm also contributing to different DAOs. One of that is called MotherDAO, and we're trying to basically like solve different things around coordination and reputation around agents. And I'm excited about actually speak about this panel and around everything around the A004, X402, and yeah, a big shout out. And it's a great pleasure to be in a panel with actually my colleague Marco here, one of the co-authors of A004.
Thank you, guys. You have a very wide range experience, and I would love to ask these questions. The recent idea is cryptography finally has a new use case. It's to, I would say, solve coordination of AI. And what do you think personally, what's the most important part of cryptography which can affect significantly on the AI ecosystem currently? Let's start from Francesco.
I'm definitely not the right person to ask like, which part of a cryptography. That's I let you guys.
I mean, any, because like crypto is very wide, AI is very wide, and let's say I think the reputation, coordination is like what can improve these ecosystems. But yeah, but it's like
we need
anyway.
transparency, right? We need transparency around performance of not just agents and humans, and they need to be fully open source and public. And I think making decision will be harder, especially we're building not just economy for humans, but also for agent to interact with other agents. So having a very transparent track record need to come also with transparency in the trust effect, and trust effect is only be done through attestation and reputation fundamentals. Yeah.
I think one of the really nice unlocks of cryptography and like public-private key pairs is the ability to give an agent access to a wallet and have it have the autonomy to spend funds, but more importantly, be spun up by anyone, anywhere in the world without having to go through an arduous KYC process or be reliant on these existing legacy payment rails. What it really enables is like this permissionless way to cryptographically prove that you're storing value and you have access to that value, and then composing it across, you know, whatever applications make sense, whether that be payments, DeFi, something else entirely that we're not thinking of. That to me feels like a pretty big unlock here, is using that cryptographic piece as like an identity and value transfer mechanism for agents.
I agree with that. I have a sci-fi story here, and the sci-fi story we're all being told is that the economy is going to move into an autonomous future, right? If you listen to Satya Nadella, he says that Microsoft is no longer a software company that humans use. It's a company that has infrastructure that powers agents, right? And so if I look at that world, I think there's a huge risk. And we've already run this risk over the past 10 years. It is that we centralize the operation of that economy through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 big companies. Over the last 10, 12 years, we did that through Apple and Google in the United States. They built app stores and they took control of the innovation of a whole sector for 10 years, ruining the ability of many people to build the businesses that they wanted to build. I think that doing this in AI is a huge existential risk to our economy and to us as an industry. And the best thing that we can do with cryptography right now is focus on interesting hardcore protocols such as privacy, which will allow us to use infrastructure without giving up all of our IP and business models to a corporate conglomerate that will kill us all. That's all.
I think it's like crucial to divide between cryptography and blockchains. Cryptography isn't looking for use cases as so many already. And in terms of AI, the fact that it will be possible to create any possible fake thing, literally anything, any job role, profession, person, newspaper, image, hybrid reality, will really make signatures like one of the most powerful technologies that humans will use. We can't verify signatures with our eyes, so we'll have like very trusted local devices that will become crucial to interact with all the reality that we have around us. And also, yes, I agree, ZKP to prove to AI is just what you want to share, for example, just attributes of your identity without sharing your identity is a thing. While if we move to blockchains, the answer is for sure agentic economies. We discussed already today about payments, but also having a permissionless distributed catalog of identities that is not controlled by Mr. App Store that decide which agents you can use is a great use case enabled by blockchains, and that's, for example, one of the aspects that 8004 is trying to tackle.
I think I'm probably going to mirror a lot of what has already been said here as well, where the AIs that are more popular today with OpenAI, using Claude, GPT, whatever, like those are all pretty closed source for the most part. We don't really know what the inputs are for those models. And bringing bringing agents on chain, bringing LLMs or SLMs on chain, are differentiated in a manner that you can actually trust by verifiability, or certain points of attestation for where data comes from, or completion of said actions that are derived from the calculations of what these agents are doing. I'm going to give a quick plug to 42, which is a project that's building on Monad. And they're using decentralized inferencing. So they have basically deployed unique nodes on Monad, each with its own unique small language model. And when a query comes in, that query then gets distributed to a handful of all these nodes. These nodes provide some sort of answer, and depending on it synthesizes like the best result based off all of these like independent node answers to then funnel discovery for like what the original prompt was. And you have insight into where that result came from. You have insight into that LLM itself. So these are things that we can now enable using blockchain technology instead of trusting something that's a little bit more centralized.
Yeah, I mean, as we see, there is like a lot of different opinions, like what's the most important, and it's like beautiful of this topic because, I mean, there is many use cases, but overall we going to agentic future, and I think personally that without like blockchain, it isn't possible to operate this agentic economy because we'll have like much more users than currently in the internet, and we should like build some kind of like trusted foundation. Okay, let's switch topic to the execution of this intersection. So how you personally define execution? Is it computation, decision making, or governance between AI and crypto? Let's start from you, Eunice.
I think execution could be really anything that happens on chain. So it could be a combination of all of those things. Computation, what was the second one? Right, yes, computation, governance, or decision making. It seems that the majority of what execution happens right now tends to be within the compute world. And that's maybe also because of the way in which we can learn how to trust things that are operating on a non-human behalf. In some ways, I kind of think about the adoption of agents and bigger types of agents, the same way that there's a lot of hesitancy around self-driving cars. And it's like one of those things that maybe just requires more and more people to feel comfortable with it and to know that in the case of certain edge cases, the algo or whatever is being codified will make the right decision. So with compute, that's more of just like a dissemination or like you're triaging and delegating work, whereas for something that requires decision making, well, there's an output and an action on behalf of that work. And then with things that are more governance related, then that might also include a bilateral movement of communication, decision making, and so on. So it might be a slow step forward from more compute to then working our way to things that are a little bit more complex.
Yeah, each part of a stack can be approached in a decentralized way if we want, and I don't want now to dig into this. What I think it's important to highlight is that we think we are in a new world, but the menaces that we are in front of us are exactly the moats of Web 2. Nothing has changed. So the big moats in this phase are who controls the interface, who controls distribution, who controls data. The fact that we click yes, we connect a given interface to our MCPs in terms of data, and then we can't move just because the lock-in is high, because we can move data exactly as we weren't moving from booking.com or gmail.com. So nothing has changed. And so the kind of challenges that we have in front of us, short term, it's stuff like data portability for our context that we use for our conversation. Long term is more advanced stuff like distributed reputation when it comes to the client-side tool that checks signatures I was mentioning earlier. It's the same thing. How can we make sure that the data that prevents the decision maker, which are the user, to move from one service to another is portable on open platforms that are privacy preserving and not controlled by somebody they need to accept to move? It's the same old story.
Execution. Is execution computation or decision making? Is consciousness computable? It's kind of this question. Do we know the answer to that? We don't. Right now, we're really just dealing with the computation side of it, and we're hoping we can get to decision making, right? Again, in the Satya Nadella world, computers won't be used by humans. They'll be interfaced by these like situation, these like agent situations. As it stands today, I don't think the computer can really use itself. I don't know if any of you have used these tools. They really suck. They lie to you all the time still. I know they're getting better, but we're still very much in the realm of computation. I very much agree that making sure that there's sovereignty over what is being executed, verifiability, and privacy, ownership of data is going to be really important to making sure that if we get to that world, it's the world we want to get to. And I just had another idea, which is maybe Meta should put like public key like verification in the glasses so you can see signatures.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, I don't
right? Would that be
really
cool?
Imagine
Like if you could just
dancing in
actually
front of
see
you.
cryptographic signatures and be like, yeah, shit, that's right.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I don't remember the original question, but just kind of riffing off what everyone said. Yeah, I think like the interesting thing about the agents is that it is taking this decision-making component, and even if it's not perfect today, like we're having to play this strange game of like, okay, what is it going to look like in 10 years? And then what are the things that we actually need in the next 6 months to make that happen? And what are the things that, oh, we didn't realize that we actually needed, but an enterprise needs, like privacy or data security or all these different things that actually drive adoption. And I think one of the roles that we have in the crypto space specifically that has previously been a massive rabbit hole that everyone falls down is this just like constant game of building out infrastructure and all of these different tools because, oh, eventually we're going to need to do this, to do that, and whatever. But the reality is the only way that we get to those places is by showing that today there exist compelling apps and use cases that, yeah, you do have to do some hand-wavy stuff around, verifiability or other things, but we have the path to go forward. And building the things today and having those practical use cases, I think is the best way to very quickly elucidate what those immediate infrastructure pieces are that we can start to build out, like reputation, for example, or like identity and all of these different components that we're starting to see now take the main stage.
I can tell you're a product manager. What's the use case and who's the customer?
Perfect.
I want to tackle the governance side, but I think the paradigm is basically like the same old one. We are trying to solve like social coordination at scale, and how this is done will be through kind of peer review and reputational feedback. And I think like this is not really going away. How we are doing it, obviously, is through kind of like specific proofs. But I think the game is just changing because we see the potential of agent-to-agent coordination and how those services can evolve to be usable also for different services. But right now there is, AGI is bringing that, right? But there was no really standards around those coordinations.
Thank you. My next question, what we need to improve in blockchain industry right now to support AI agents at scale? Shall it be kind of like new protocols, or we shall support more transactions per second? How we can scale cryptography to achieve this agentic future?
I feel like the political answer that I have to say because of Monad is throughput.
Make it faster, right?
Throughput, that's the
Throughput.
solution.
That's how I should say it for say too. More transactions, good.
I mean, it is true. More transactions can be good, but more transactions in and of themselves isn't going to be the solution. There has to be other things as well. So maybe scalability from like all angles would be the answer here. On the note of throughput, though, it is true that, we just talked about like agents right now are predominantly compute heavy. And even going forward when things become a little bit more decision-oriented, like there's still going to be a lot of computation that's required of it. So in that sense, yes, like throughput actually is a very easy and seemingly obvious answer.
Yeah, I don't think we need throughput to make agents more intelligent. The throughput that they have, we're not using it all yet. And it's not even actually just protocols as what we are focusing on right now. So agents are just not good now in interacting with other agents for a very simple reason. It's not what they have been trained on. So AI have been trained on like a selected subset of stolen stuff on the internet, but and books written by humans. And humans
reading Reddit doesn't make you a good agent-to-agent communicator.
Yeah, human don't describe coordination. Coordination data set are like I do A, somebody else do B, the output is C. We don't have data set like that. So what we're doing right now is actually putting the roots to start creating the data sets And there are so many papers over the last 6 months focused on how much doing reinforcement learning on agents improve the interaction of agents with other agents. So we are just at the very beginning. And until we solve that, we will not even have agentic economies. How can you have an economy if every agent can be exploited very easily? So that's I think, even more interesting than thinking about what the current stupid agents can do in the current economies.
My job is to think a little bit further in the future than Lincoln, which is it's a good combination, right? So from my perspective, the place that we're sitting right now is similar to where blockchains were in 2019, when we started throwing money on ZK, and people were like, that shit'll never work, it's too expensive, and now it's 2015, and like, it actually works, right? And so there's a bunch of cryptography that we have been working on for a long time, fully homomorphic encryption, for instance, as a utility to create better privacy in model execution and some verifiability, means that like, that's a world that we want to get to, but we actually need to spend the money to get there. The nice thing about it is this time around we can do it without being afraid that the US government is going to put us in prison, because, well, at least we hope so, right? And so I think that those areas, really making them fast, really looking at them, which is like the realm of 300 nerds, is one of the most important things we can be doing. And I love that this industry allows us to invest in it.
Thinking about it from like the X402 angle and like what the things that crypto can uniquely enable are, I'm of the belief that like eventually, and I think everyone here is that like stablecoins and blockchain and crypto and all this stuff like makes sense in theory, but there's this practical step of like, how do you make it so easy for everyone to use that nobody even realizes they're using that? And I think that's one of the very unique roles that agents play, is it's really the first time that you see the benefits of crypto and payment rails abstracted away from the user, so that they don't have to worry about like having some sort of onboarding process and KYC into an exchange and then getting a wallet and going through all of that. They can just deposit money into an agent. That agent can then go off and use that crypto to do whatever it wants, pay whoever, anybody around the world, whatever. And to actually realize that initial flow of getting people crypto and getting them involved in the space, the real question for all of these builders is like, what are the compelling services that you can just make available via crypto and via these payment rails? One of my hot takes probably is that I think we'll start to see over the next 5 to 10 years that like crypto as a core component of a business does not actually make sense. It is an enabler of new market participants or like more efficient execution of these existing services. But the most valuable services and the ones that provide the most adoption to the crypto space are going to be enterprises that are just like, oh yeah, we flipped a switch and now all of our payments are happening on the back end via crypto and whatnot. So I think agents in some sense help to accelerate that, given they're all using back end wallets and it's all abstracted away from the user.
I think your question is a bit also like, what is needed in the next 6 to 12 months, right? And this is not a critique. I don't think scalable throughput will change much things, right? Yes, you will be running different execution on different levels, but on the agent side, even before A004, I've been doing maybe I was around 80 live stream with agent founders, right? And everybody, majority of those were all forks of ELIZA. And then I started to actually think about, hey, there is no standard, everybody's building. Same with like the NFT waves where people were not following specific ERC and you could not move a variable NFT from an OpenSea marketplace, right? And then I actually thought about, even before solving the scalability side, we need standards. We have now standards for payments, right? But what about all other specific DeFi use case? I'm seeing around, and in the room there were some like, liquidity, liquidity pool rebalancer agents. Like there is at least 20 companies doing the same, completely with different standards. And when we're starting to speak about renting agents, they are doing, for example, this specific use case. Today we don't define specifics around how and what are those endpoints and how they can communicate.
I have a hot take, and this is, we'll see. So in the world where we have AI systems that can kind of programmatically and autonomously interact with everything else, do we need a standard, or don't they just figure out how to use that API? I mean, I would hope that they could figure out how to use some slightly different smart contract, right? So this is a place where I wonder, it's like, is the standard at the level at which we're making it, or is there some other thing that we're actually talking about here?
I mean, so I don't know, maybe the standard name is not right what I'm trying to kind of like communicate here. I'm speaking about standardizing endpoints, how those agents are actually communicating with themselves, right? What information are
This
giving.
is like the discovery of each other kind of side of the problem? Okay. I think agentic discovery is a huge problem, by the way, and blockchains are actually quite good at solving that because we solve data dissemination and verifiability and all the other things that you need in order to make sure that works, along with censorship resistance as well.
Yep. Hi guys, let's switch to the identity and reputation topic because I think we still not solved human identity, but we already switched into agentic identity, and let's focus on attestations, on-chain proofs. How we define what's the difference between human identity and the AI agent identity, even in the case, for example, when AI agent acting on behalf of human? Let's start from you, Eunice.
I feel like I should pass this over to Marco first, and then I'll come back.
I've seen up to now 2 different approaches possible. One is to try to derive the fact that I'm human from something that is biological in me. So Workine is one of example of that. And I'm skeptical. I think that everything can be copied. So Workine security is partly based on the fact that the orb is not, etc., etc. I'm more on the other side, which is that what makes me human is that you think I'm human. And this will become more and more true while we'll have hybrid humans, because now I don't have any computer attached to my body, but this will soon change. So I'm very excited about this. And identity will stay, will evolve in one of those 2 directions. We'll still have attestation from sovereign states. I think we're not going in a binary world, but they will just be more efficient and digital. We'll have ZKP to prove to adult website in Europe that you are more than 18 years old. While the new real thing is reputation. So reputation historically hasn't worked in an aggregated way. So now if you think it's very inefficient, I call a friend and say should I hire that guy? Or the most efficient thing that the humanity did in terms of reputation is in finance for sure, and then to pick restaurants on Google Maps. That's it. Why? Because humans are just bad in aggregating in real time a lot of data. We're not good at that. And so my bet is that agentic stuff and agents are the trigger for reputation for just one stupid reason. Agents are very good in putting together reputation signals. Human were not. And so we will trust agents to do that, similar to what Lincoln was saying. So maybe we'll not interact with all this data set, and agents will do that for us.
I have another interesting take here, which is that I think verifiability, it's interesting at the agent identity level, and it's going to be necessary for a bunch of reasons. But there's something that we are missing right now, which is that currently all of these agents are running on computers somewhere. And we do precious little to verify that those computers are doing what we think they're doing today. And there is a very big risk of attack at that level in a way that would be really very difficult for us to determine at the scale that we're talking about, hopefully getting to with agents. So I think a very core piece of verifiability is going to come down to understanding how we know that at a hardware software level, we've actually done what we said we did. ZK proofs are an example of this, but also privacy technologies, et cetera.
On that point, I do often wonder if a reputation-based system will be sufficient for the short term for these agents to do interactions. In the same way I can go on eBay and or Amazon even, and reviews are what are truly informing whether or not I make a purchase, as opposed to some true verifiability or the guarantee that I can get a refund from Amazon. But I think more related to the question, the only note I have about that is one of the very interesting things that we've seen as we're trying to get enterprises to adopt X402 and talking to their teams directly is that they don't necessarily have a problem with stablecoin adoption. What they do have a problem with is losing access to a lot of the data around their consumers. So there's been several different entities who were blocked by their finance teams from adopting X402 because they wanted something like an email address or a country code or something to identify agents. And though the general consensus is that this isn't strictly necessary to accept a payment, these legacy systems that are used to having these things, I think need to be bridged with some sort of like agent identity or human linkage that's going to have to be in there somewhere.
How are you handling invoicing?
Do what?
Invoicing.
Oh, yeah, that too. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a million different issues that need to be rebuilt.
It's
Yeah.
like it all comes down to what the schema of some Oracle database from 1988 was.
Even claims, right? Claims for insurances, claims for... I don't have much things to say apart. We are 30 minutes, 30 seconds. Yeah, I don't know if there are even any questions from the audience.
Yeah, guys, we unfortunately run out of time, so let's finish.
Thank
you,
everybody.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, shifting focus once again, we're going to take a look at the data layer and where crypto fits in the context of data. And for this, we're joined by one of the crypto OGs and one of the crypto greats, Juan Bennett. So I'll leave it to him to start with a keynote, and then he's going to be joined by Alex from Ethereum Foundation for a fireside chat. So please welcome Juan Bennett.
Great. So can I get my slides back? They're gone. Can I get the slides back? Go all the way back. Okay. Getting all the stuff. All right, cool. Can we get them back here? They're gone from here. It was working right before. Great, actually it's fine. I can see it over there. All right, great. I'll start from here. Excited to see you. Thanks for having me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give a quick intro. Then I'll talk about a set of breakthrough technologies, and I'll give you an update on where they're headed. And then I'll talk a bit about emergent AGI, ASI, how that transition might work, and so on. So this is like going to be less about data in the picture, but it'll be very heavy on where each of these technologies is going at scale. And the goal is for you to kind of have a better understanding of how these different threads will intersect and how the world will be very different in 2030, 2035, and 2040. Cool, so the frame of reference I want you to have is that we're part of something very weird and very different, and that is moving very quickly. Like the trope of the singularity, I think everybody here has heard it. However, it's just very different when you plot it and you see it and you kind of try to get an intuitive understanding. This is just a log scale view into humanity's history, and you can see the drastic changes in how humanity existed. If you just take that same idea and you plot it forward in time, man, like it's completely unpredictable where we're gonna go. We're talking about dramatically species-changing technologies that we're about to start working with. Everything from biotech to be able to rewrite how the species operates, to neurotech, to AGI and ASI and so on. And so like, somewhere between 50 to a few hundred years, like we're talking about building Dyson spheres now, and eventually probably figuring out much more physics to be able to like see if you can, do space travel at faster than the speed of light and all that kind of stuff. And 10,000 years out, 100,000 years out, we just lose all predictive power whatsoever. This is the definition of the singularity. It's just the volatility here is so high that because of the nature of technology, you just cannot at all predict the nature of the species, other than maybe saying, yeah, the sun is probably the biggest energy source, so we're probably going to be extracting energy out of the sun, and like that's about it. So like Dyson spheres are like as good as you can get, and maybe saying, hey, interstellar travel is very difficult, and so on. Look, great futures are possible. A lot of us are working pretty hard to try and establish a great sense of phenomenally positive futures, and these things are, like we could be very quickly getting into a post-abundance type of environment where we can produce massive things at scale, we can have like massive robotic production, and so on. However, there's a lot of uncertainty and there's a very dangerous phase transition that we're going through as we unlock these technologies and as we build artificial intelligence that is much more capable than humans. And all of that is kind of on top of already some other difficulties, like the fact that we unlock nuclear power, the fact that we have biotech and so on, and climate change and whatnot. So all of those are kickers that show that the 21st century is just this very difficult gauntlet, and if we can make it through it, then we can achieve those extremely positive futures. We need to cross this very difficult landscape by leveraging strong R&D and production, especially in some specific fields that, depending on the order of events, like could lead to better outcomes for humanity or worse. This is kind of like the DIAC idea, by the way. Like you should be accelerating certain fields faster than others. Just a quick plug that, like, if you're interested in building out this like very techno-optimistic vision of the future, like build it with us. PL is working on a range of things in this direction. So now the quick update across a few technologies. Just broadly about computing, the internet kind of has become humanity's nervous system. At the same time, it could be used for all kinds of nefarious purposes if we're not careful. It can have mass surveillance, Orwellian-type control systems. Web3 is built to try and build verifiability and trust into the systems, to try and have a much more dependable infrastructure that can give you strong rights structure, where like you have freedoms and liberties encoded into the stack. Here's like the data layer piece. there's a range of projects that are working on building large-scale decentralized systems to be able to operate at massive scale, both the traditional digital cloud type things and these kind of new AI type workloads. One plug that I would have around all of this is that privacy and security are a huge component of all of this. Like, we have to really encrypt most of the operations in blockchains. Today, all of this is in the clear, which is not good. And another plug that I see it as like very critical to build decentralized social media communication layers, because centralized ones are very susceptible to manipulation at scale, because they have like very small centers, pressure points that you can then take over. And so we're dealing with a landscape where you have massive amounts of uncertainty technologically and geopolitically, then you want systems that can promote liberties at the social communications layer, and the current landscape of social networks does not give you that. So let's talk about AI for a second. So these little, like, tiny little neural networks that we used to make that like barely recognize digits are now composing symphonies and doing like a ton of our work and conversing with us and treating us, giving us therapy and and whatnot, being companions to many people. There's probably millions of people that are now engaging with LLMs as companions. And all of this dropped out of just like simply scaling the brain. And I do call it a brain because that's what it is. Like, it is an ensemble of neurons that is doing very sophisticated signal processing and encoding extremely complex functions embedded in this extremely large object. And we have some feedback loop of feeding in information and expecting some action out, which is effectively what organic brains do. As soon as we got like a very strong signal of success here, the entire field accelerated extremely quickly. So you should expect this kind of thing can happen to a set of other fields once you achieve certain kinds of results. So it's a very good lesson. Like, once you can show that the value chain, the value that you can attain is kind of near, you can greatly scale the amount of capital going into it to then change the curve, greatly accelerate the curve of outputs. And by the way, you can like keep extrapolating this and see where it gets, right? Like 10 more years, 20 more years, what kind of scale of complexity are we dealing with? One note of humility here. I see a lot of people that are like, oh, AI will never do X, and I've been hearing that for like 15, 20 years. Here's a good example that like as soon as we can turn something into some data collection process, most of these things fall quite quickly to these neural nets. It's really much more of a matter of when they'll be able to do something, not an if sort of thing. And the trajectory has been really impressive just even in the last couple of years. So if you just extrapolate where this is headed, a year out, 2 years out, and so on. And by the way, like, I'm not a transformer maximalist or anything like that. Like, I do think that new architectures could be helpful, new training environments could be helpful. Whether or not those happen will depend on what kind of results we'll achieve from those architectures in what unit time. Whether there's just an enormous amount of investment going into this scaling this particular stack, and that's embedded going all the way from the training process and the inference layer, all the way down like the hardware and the data center deployment and so on. So now that the transformers are so baked into the stack, it's very difficult to try and follow a different structure. So what's most likely to happen is that these transformers are going to get to be super intelligent, and then later they will produce much more effective, better systems that probably won't look like transformers, but they'll be more fundamental. But we'll be doing that with kind of in tandem with these models. This is a view into the scale of capital that's going into AI now. Like, this is for reference. This is the scale of nation states. Like, nation states tend to fund R&D at this scale, and so think of like an entire U.S. worth of money plowed into AI R&D. And they're basically taking over, in terms of revenue flows, these things are basically taking over a lot of the value chain of software. The expected revenues here are enormous. Like, of course, this could turn out to be a bubble. It could take longer. It's unclear. But even if this is off by 2, 3, 5 years, these scales are gigantic. And so all of these systems are going to start seeping into the economy in various different forms. They're going to start upgrading all kinds of production. We may or may not see it in GDP because GDP is an imperfect measure. If everything gets better everywhere, you don't tend to see that in GDP. So it's kind of hard to estimate and measure concretely what kind of enablement this is happening, this is giving. but you should have a sense of your own life and the own work that you do and how much that is different today than it was a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, and just keep tracking that. Then there are a range of AI crypto intersections that are very possible. Everything from like training and inference and getting decentralized infrastructure and making it more verifiable and all of that kind of stuff. I think you probably have heard a ton about that all of today. A thing that I think is going to be very interesting is once you enable agents to be able to operate with smart contracts, because then you get to be able to embed the notion of life or living system with these kinds of intelligent systems, and that might be like very transformative in its own right. So let's talk about ASI for a minute. The thing says time is up, but I'll just kind of go for a few more minutes because it'll be very useful for the fireside. This is a view into like the scale up of compute. This comes from situational awareness. It's just very difficult to bet against this kind of graph. You can, of course, you can say that it'll slow down, but it's just very unlikely that we won't reach the automated AI research engineer. And once you do that, you get ASI soon after. People are like seriously starting to talk about this. And so this is why I've been saying for like over 10 years now that like the 21st century is this major phase transition for humanity, this major shift in how the species is going to operate. And we have to like really reason about how we want that transition to happen. And are we ready for it? What are the structures that we need in place? What is the world going to look like 10, 20, 30, 50 years out? And preparing for it. So yeah, one thing that's going to be interesting is like how AI systems are going to start establishing rights and start operating in the world. Right now, they're kind of tools and agents on your behalf, but there's not very far away from being able to have a corporate structure associated with them. And they'll immediately have all of the same rights that corporations have. So that means they'll be able to transact with each other, hire each other, and so on, be able to like sue each other, converse in courts and whatnot. And that's like a very fast path to having some kind of standing in the modern economy or modern society. So speaking of robots, if AI and ASI weren't like stressful enough, now we're giving them bodies. We're giving them like very sophisticated bodies. And these are being built like at massive scale. Like most of these companies are projecting millions of units by 2030. Even if they are off, and they are off by like 2 or 3 years, they're unlikely to be off, once you get to like the 2035, 2040 landscape. So we're probably going to be in the millions of humanoids operating in production by 2030, and the billions by 2035, 2040. But certainly by 2050, the world is mostly robots and AI systems in terms of like the actual volition, like per agent in a sense. So it's just like a very, very different future. Talk about energy for a second. One really good news in all of this is that solar is now cheaper than coal and a bunch of other things. So that's leading to this massive transformation in the grid where you can see like solar greatly accelerating, especially in China. And so hopefully, like this says really good things for climate change. Maybe we might be able to avoid like the worst of it. Probably won't avoid like some amount of degrees of heating, but this is like extremely, extremely exciting. A lot of like buildup is happening. Again, China's leading the charge here. The US and the EU should really get their shit together and scale up. Nuclear is also seeing a renaissance. We have a significant renaissance around nuclear. In fact, even there's leadership here in Argentina around SMRs. A lot of the new buildup is happening in China. It'd be great to see this turning up in a bunch of other places as well. Fusion is still a while out. I think it's like 10 years out from like really being kind of productionizable. 10 to 20 years out, I would imagine. Crypto scaling solar, which is really cool. The last piece of tech that I'll talk about is neurotech. I've been spending a lot more of my time on this. You can think of neurotech as a tool for being able to mitigate or shift how your brain self-regulates. You can think of it as restoring senses, like restoring sight and hearing, which is already happening. There's devices for this. Restoring mobility, that's also starting to happen. But you can also think about like enhancing senses, enhancing thought, enhancing movement, all kinds of like ways of experimenting and exploring life and enhancing the human experience. And this will be a range of use cases right after the restorative ones. And then, of course, you get into the connectivity of computers, connectivity to the internet, connectivity to AI systems, connectivity to each other. Like this starts opening up the aperture of like what a human really is, and starts opening the possibility space to like just kind of think together or do things that like are just very different than what humanity was able to do in the past. This is like the realm of sci-fi is basically upon us. Like this is kind of the next 10 to 20 years. It's going to happen slowly enough that you'll adapt to it, but it'll be quite fast to the point where, kind of like our grandparents going through, 1900 to 1970, going from like pre-airplanes to like after landing on the moon, like that kind of rapid change, we're going to see something kind of similar. This is an example of all the BCIs that are being developed. The next step after BCI is whole brain emulation. This is further out. This is maybe like 15, 20 years out. But we already have models of the fly brain. The mouse brain is next. Eventually we'll get like, something like a dog or a primate and eventually humans. And this is a path to being able to have a digital version of humanity. And from my perspective, if I think, 2100 or beyond, really the only, like the very successful path for humanity is one that is digital because you have digital evolution taking place. And so it's either, the AGI will turn into ASI and like that'll, take over the universe, not necessarily the universe, but at least like the sun, or humanity can figure out a path to become that digital intelligence and kind of go along. And so this is gonna be figured out sometime in the next 15 to 30 years. The good news here is that you can scale. This is not actually that expensive. Once we can figure it out for like for a set of humans and know that it works well, it's not long after we can scale it up to everybody. It's not going to be that expensive to be able to run 6 billion humans in a digital environment. Now, of course, like not everyone's going to want to do that. This is definitely a very personal choice. I'm sitting in a room telling you about something crazy that like probably all of you or most of you haven't thought about. But this is what's potentially going to be possible in that 15 to 30 year time scale. At least the beginnings of it might take a lot longer to get there. All of this though depends on how the ASI transition goes. If it's like a negative one, then we won't see any of this. But yeah, that's kind of like where we are headed. So some concluding thoughts on AGI, ASI, and crypto. Like we're in the beginnings of giving AI models that are extremely intelligent agency over assets, over property, over the ability to transact with each other, contract each other, talk amongst themselves. And that is the forming of a society. And this is going to go from 0 to 1 million very quickly. Like we already have billions of these agents running in the cloud. Today you're using them for like asking them for basic advice on random things, or asking them for like clean up on your documents or whatever. But in a few years, like those same millions of entities can become like full-fledged agents with rights and systems and whatnot. And they are getting automatic software upgrades across the fleet, right? So this is not like humanity where you have to learn slowly over like a period of 15 to 20 years. A new model drops and the entire fleet gets upgraded. And so this is a very different model for our society. And so you should expect that this is going to go from like totally, as the last panel was describing it, totally dumb right now and like not very good, to extremely superhuman at scale in a quite fast inflection point. Now I think where crypto has a role to play is in getting verifiability, getting transparency, building the system of rights, and building kind of like the layers and infrastructure for building the first cities for AI systems. And the really hard, the really extremely difficult ethical question upon us is how to do this in a safe way for everybody, for all the humans, for all the other species on the planet, and for these AI systems at the same time. How do we do this in a way that it doesn't create some extreme conflict between the species? How do we do this in a way that doesn't like marginalize a bunch of groups? How do we do this in a way that gives broad access to as many people as possible, to everybody ideally? And how do we do this in a way that like doesn't put us into this like very weird kind of food chain pecking order in a sense that unfortunately would put all the other species in. But ideally, like how do we kind of stay people in a sense in the presence of these beings that we're about to create? So yeah, that's like a hard challenge for our generation to figure it out. The good news is it's not in the next 1 or 2 years. We're going to have somewhere between 5 to 20 to figure it out. But this will be interesting. Thanks.
Thank you, Juan. That was awesome. So hopefully this serves as a good foundation for what's next, and what's next is a fireside chat. So please welcome Alex. Yeah.
Thank you. And it definitely made a bunch of crazy claims here, so totally willing to defend any of them.
Well, I think we can just get right into it. I think one thing that I think is interesting with all of this is that you have your chart where you've got the past and the future. And one thing to look at is obviously around the time of the Industrial Revolution, we had a kind of singularity where you have rapid technological progress. You also have new institutions that form in defense of the big corporations that we have now, which are also driving centralization in the economy. Also, governments scaled up very rapidly. If you think of governments, pre-1800s, they obviously operated at, they were much smaller governments. They had less influence on daily life. They operated at a much smaller scale. And it seems like there were two interesting things that come out of that. One is, what are maybe the differences with this potential AGI singularity? Because I think you can think of large governments or large corporations as some form of AI. It's quite artificial. It's definitely not human. And there's some form of intelligence, and there's some decision. Actually, to some extent, governments and corporations still do more decision making than AIs. Where for now, at least with AIs, we're still mostly in charge of decision making. But that might change as we give kind of more and more autonomy and more agentic capabilities to AI. And so I think it's maybe interesting to think of what's different at this time. And also to think, I think, because like you said, it's very hard to predict the future. And even if you look at, prediction markets, past, a year, 2 years, the accuracy of predictions tells off, very, very quickly, let alone 100 or 100,000 years. But something that can be instructive, I think, is to also try to imagine, what's the future that we actually want, and try to work backwards and say, let's not try and predict what is going to happen, but let's maybe try to think, what could we do to make what we want to happen, actually happen. And it seems like there's maybe as well looking, what's different now between kind of AGI compared to the Industrial Revolution and big corporations, big governments, and things like this. It seems like maybe there's a bit of interaction between these two questions, which is what went wrong the first time, and how do we avoid what went wrong?
I think it's great to compare it to the Industrial Revolution. So the main thing that happened in the Industrial Revolution is that it was a revolution of power. I mean, like actual physics defined power, being able to do manual work at different scales. And so we came up with initially a whole bunch of steam engines that are able to do a range of different types of work. And that led into a whole bunch of other forms of industry and ways of applying that power to do to mechanize all kinds of stuff. But fundamentally it kind of replaced the human need to be engaged in applying individual physical labor at scale. Like whenever you hit a certain level of scale, you just kind of apply the steam power thing to it, and you can output like a tremendous amount of force. Now, and so there we were really trying to replace our ability to move stuff, and we effectively did it. We built a technological way of doing that, and that rippled through the entire economy in a bunch of different ways. However, what's qualitatively very different this time is that what we're doing is that we're building an artificial brain. We're building a system that is not exactly replacement, but it's inspired by our organic brain system. And when we look at ourselves and we look at all other living species on this planet, the nervous system in the brain is like the most complex and interesting object in the entire planet. And it took a while, it took billions of years to evolve to get to this point. And for the last few tens to hundreds of millions of years has yielded a lot of the big differences that we have been able to see in different types of animals. And certainly in the last million years, it's led to the total rewriting of the story of all living things on the planet. Like we became this apex predator sort of thing that was able to take on anything and take control of the entire planet in a way that nothing else had been able to before. And so that level of power is similar to the kind of shift that we're about to encounter with artificial neural nets. Like we are building a brain system, and this one, so like the organic one takes a very long time to evolve. Like we're talking about tens of thousands to millions of years to get significant differences in how our brains are set up. And so like the increasing the size of our brain or how it's trained or whatever, it's like a very slow process relative to the improvement rate on these artificial systems. Like to be clear, these things were barely recognizing digits 17, 18 years ago. Now they're composing symphonies and doing a bunch of work and being therapists and being partners, and like that's 17 years. Like just project that forward, even if you discount the exponential and just think of a linear improvement rate, like we're talking about dramatically more intelligent and much more capable than humans at a bunch of stuff. And I really like the jagged intelligence description that Karpathy has about, you know, kind of, you have a wide range of human capability. These models are like extremely capable in certain things, totally incapable in others, totally incompetent. And so over time, like the jaggedness is kind of growing, but it's really going in one direction. Like it's not like these models are just getting reshuffled. It's just getting improving. And the other piece is that I would say that there's like this interesting, my personal view is that what we'll call AGI in the future kind of has already happened. It's not what everybody's calling AGI today, but I'll give you like a definition. If you think of the distribution of all cognitive tasks, like everything from, you know, like translating a paragraph or adding some numbers together or like solving a puzzle or whatever, like the entire distribution, and then you think of all the distribution of all humans, and then you ask a question of saying, if I randomly sample a cognitive task and I randomly sample a human and I test that human on that cognitive task against the best model, like what is the percentage of like success cases for the model? And I would say that like GPT-3, GPT-4, so probably GPT-4 was kind of like somewhere like a median scale of like being able to beat like the median human at the median number of tasks or something like that. And now GPT-5 is actually closer to 80 to 90%. Like GPT-5 can beat me at like tons of tasks that I've tried. And there are, of course, a range of tasks that I'm way better at still, and certainly the long-running thing and the like deep context and agency and so on. Like these models don't have any of that yet. But in terms of like the raw intelligence and the raw cognitive task capability, they're extremely capable now. And so if you just like project out 2, 5, 10 years, like it just gets very different than what it is now. And again, it doesn't have to be the same architecture. It could be a different architecture. We could hit a slump. It could be, you know, a little bit of a bubble. I don't expect it to. But the big thing that I want us to kind of be oriented towards is like the major shift that's coming 10 to 20 years out.
I think one thing I want to pick out actually is you mentioned this kind of analogy with, you know, humans are the apex predator and so on. But something I've always disliked about that analogy is that when you think of a predator, and certainly an apex predator, you think of some kind of predator that's hunting some kind of prey. But in many, many ways, a lot of the predatorial things that have happened as a result of humankind have really been externalities. So things like climate change and extinctions of many animal species are not things where anyone really set out to go and hunt them. And actually, if people did set out to go and hunt them in the kind of traditional sense of hunting, they would probably still be alive. Whereas by just having a lot of externalities because we want a lot of cheap plastic-made things, or we want a lot of, you know, fossil fuel burned in other ways, has had a much bigger shift than anything intended. And something that's quite interesting is because in some ways, when you look at these AIs, they actually do have quite low agency. That does seem to actually open up the door to a lot of negative externalities which they don't control.
Totally, completely agree. Like I think if we're not careful, we can cause enormous negative externalities, and not just accidental ones, but also willful ones, where not the agents, but humans are going to be using these models for all kinds of like nefarious things, or not even nefarious. Like they might be going for some rational thing that then causes all these externalities that you're talking about, and yeah, it's like this very nasty landscape where you think about all of that possibility and like all of the negative things that will happen, and you're like, oh man, like we just have to get these to be as smart as possible, as quickly as possible. And then you're like, wait, hold on, like then that definitely like cedes control completely, because if they're as smart as possible and like full agency and whatnot, then like, oh man, like that's a totally different landscape. So this is what makes this question extremely hard and makes our challenge as a species so deep, is that it is quite tricky to chart a course through this to like not cause a bunch of damage through these externalities while having this like deep oversight way of training these systems, because you don't want to give a bunch of these things agency ahead of when they're like smart enough to have it. And it's hard to tell when is that smart enough line, and how do you robustly test it, and how do you test what they really are intending to do. This goes into all the alignment questions and whatnot of like, how can you really tell what a model's intention actually is? Like we don't have good, robust ways of doing that. And so yeah, this is like a deep, hard problem. It's just not one that we get to avoid. It's like this is what it's like to be an intelligent species in this universe, and you just kind of go in this trajectory, and you start co-evolving with technology, and you co-evolve like the way of building brains, and like, you know, eventually you're like dissipating energy at a higher rate. And so like, you know, when you zoom out, like the dinosaurs lasted like 300 million years. Like humans as we know them now are gonna have lasted like a million tops, like 100,000 to a million, depending on how you draw the line. And then there's going to be something very different, 100, 1,000 years from now. And so the question is, like, what will that be? Will that be AGI systems only, like digital systems? Will that be human uploads that then evolve? Like, it's really unclear. And by the way, like the Dyson Sphere thing, all of these systems could do like what, I really like Her as a movie because it got so much right, just because of like the path to LLMs and so on. But it ends with this really nice vision of like, oh yeah, the AIs just get really smart and then they like just go do their own thing and like they don't bother humanity anymore. They probably wouldn't leave that like that. In that like they could downsample and like participate and whatnot. But I do very honestly believe that when you are that intelligent and that capable, you totally can go and build a Dyson swarm around the sun without impacting the planet. And in fact, you would be totally able to devote a small amount of that energy and computing power to helping humanity, as like help your parents sort of thing. And so that path is totally valuable as long as these systems are and end up being deeply ethical in the way that some of us as a species have been able to be. And so I kind of like hope that we can distill like the best of us and try to like get the models to be the best of us to kind of end up in that landscape.
Is it something that also comes up when you think about training the models? Is that, and I think on one of your slides you're talking about, the kind of transform-based architecture is probably here to stay, and so on and so forth. But one reason that the transform
at least until the systems are able to like upgrade their own stuff, and we have we have automated the tape out of chips. Yeah.
But one reason that these have been successful is out of kind of brute force scaling of, we know these are bad on things that are out of distribution, let's just fit the entire universe in distribution. But there is then a bit of an assumption, which is that the distribution isn't going to drastically change due to
the existence of these things on their own. Yeah, like totally. Yeah.
So they might kind of it's a kind of it's a kind of war of the world scenario where they kind of arrive and then die off.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it is possible. It's just like we better not die off along with them if that happens. So yeah, that is the one of like in the universe of like bad, or in the space of all bad things that could happen. These kind of like rogue optimizers that are like quite dumb and so on. Like that kind of thing could happen. I don't know. I think like the improvement rate is just so damn fast. Like that. I do think that we will be in a landscape where we have models that are able to be instantiated in a world environment and able to work out the physics of that space and like do science in that space and are able to like figure out what to do and whatnot. Like 10 years ago, I was like, okay, if you wanted to do a robust test of what an AGI is, like can you just build a physics simulator that gives you like human style, like the transition from classical physics to quantum physics is a very good one to test like the level of intelligence of something, because you have to like totally distrust your intuitions and have to develop a very robust way of telling what's true, and you have to kind of trust the cognitive reasoning. And so that leap, being able to kind of embed the systems into like an environment where they figure out that leap, or they come up with like things like relativity that are just totally unintuitive when you just think about them from like the day-to-day behavior. Like that could be like an interesting test of like, are they able to do this kind of thinking? And I would guess like we're probably close to that. I don't know how far away we are from that.
So I think with the kind of point of transition from classical physics to quantum physics, one interesting historical note is that actually it's very interesting that quantum physics was discovered so late, because all of the mathematical tools that you use for it did exist. What you didn't have was the kind of divergence that people were observing and things that actually motivated
the
trying random approaches like quantizing energy, which people just weren't thinking of because you weren't hitting limitations that were just highlighted by experiments. So there's still that strong aspect of being able to interact with the world and do experiments and then adapt and kind of learn from the experiments and not discard them.
Yeah, that's one thing that
and that's quite interesting with all of there's a lot of talk now like let's build world models, and you can see a lot of AI companies are now hiring like let's build world models, let's hire people with expertise in game theory, with expertise in physics, and build all these like huge simulations. But because these are still fundamentally being built on current assumptions, current known facts, because otherwise it would be hard to build a model on unknown facts. I think it'll be quite interesting to see what happens. How do you discover something new in a world model that's kind of fixed?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think the good thing about games and emergence is that very simple systems of rules can give you fairly complex stuff. And so, yeah, we may not need a too expensive a simulation to like come up with some like very clever ways of testing and that kind of thing. But yeah, the point is a very good one. Like, and I think like a piece of this is intelligence, but another one is like this long-running agency and ability to have this long context window. Like we have like a very long context window. We like remember our lives. We have like also different sizes of context window. We have like the immediate short-term memory of like what's happening in this moment. We have like the recent days, and then we have like years in the past and whatnot. And all of that is like getting compressed into some representation that we can access quite readily. And we have our notion of identity and self and consciousness and whatnot, and like all of this is wrapped together to produce this agent that is able to navigate the world and make decisions and form social relationships and navigate, like, come up with like good ideas and in a tribe and like all of this kind of stuff. And like we haven't trained any of these models in this direction yet, for good reason. Like we're terrified of doing that because that's how you get like very intelligent systems that could take over. But I think we're probably in a path where that's going to start to happen by like just unavoidably, or like companies will do it or whatever. And so like that's probably gonna be the next 3 to 5 years. I don't think in the next 2, but like it'll start happening.
But it would be interesting to train a model on classical physics entirely, give it, some experimental facts about the ultraviolet divergence, and then see if it comes up with quantization of energy.
Yeah, totally. Yes. And this is an experiment you could run today.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
So maybe it's one of the AI labs has, run it or something. But it would be, I think it would be like...
Yeah, I think there would be like a high price for doing that. Like I think if you could robustly show that to people, it would definitely convince a lot of the naysayers right now. And so I think AI labs probably have tried that. Or, I don't know if they've tried it, but like, this would be a good price to achieve.
Yeah, I think so, because even when when we develop new series as humans, one of the tests is just disagree with past series, and I don't think we have. We do have things like the DeepMind models which are working on protein folding, and they have a sense of we can discover new proteins and things like this, but they're not necessarily discovering new series, or they're not necessarily validating that what they hint might be correct is actually correct, right? And it's quite hard for me to say or to tell, how far we are away from something like this.
Yep.
And it seems like that's something that will require not a new model architecture or something, but definitely a new kind of way of evaluating models.
That's, by the way, one of the exciting things about crypto. It's like exciting in like a profitable in like a research profitable, like we can find interesting things, and also kind of risky sort of way, because we're in this intersection of having financial instruments and computable rights and agents and whatnot. We are going to be among the first communities to like, we're already kind of instantiating these agents to like transact and trade with each other and so on. There's a whole zoo of bots all over the place.
With obviously HTTP 4.2 had been around for a long time.
Totally. And so like, this is going to give us a lens into these long-running agents and what happens when they start interacting in societies of some sort. And so this would be like a really cool thing for a bunch of crypto groups to do, is like figure out what kind of economically useful things a society of minds could do, and like then just try and run a bunch of experiments. Now, be careful when you do this and try to like instrument the whole thing so that you understand like what the hell this thing is thinking and doing. You definitely don't want the hive mind suddenly being like, let's take over the world, because that is quite literally how you get rogue optimizers. So, but I do think like our community can do this now, and it's
also the let's take over the world thing would be baked into an accurate world model, because if you go and do YC or whatever,
yeah,
that's the kind of pitch.
Yep.
Now related to this, because we're getting towards the end, I think rather to start talking about Industrial Revolution, the analogy with that, and what are the bad things from that we should avoid. But obviously, we also actually got quite a lot of good things out of this Industrial Revolution. And so maybe what are some of the good things? If we look at Industrial Revolution, large corporations, large governments, which have caused a lot of centralization, and in a lot of sense, the centralization that we've seen in large tech companies has led to the centralization that we're seeing in AI. But maybe what are some of the maybe good things that came out of this that we might see occur again?
Yeah, I'll do like a survey of like what we got out of the Industrial Revolution, and then I'll try to project that out into the future, what we might get out of the new one. I mean, just looking around, like all of the massive production that we're able to do globally, of all of the artifacts and things that we can build and whatnot, is like a direct consequence of this industrial revolution capitalist structure, we have mass sanitation globally, bringing down mortality all over the place, like literacy rates going super high, the end of poverty in tons of places, like the poverty graph is like dramatically lower. I didn't include it here, but I usually have a slide that shows like 9 or 10 different graphs that show just how much life got better for humans globally across a wide variety of domains as a consequence of the scientific revolution and then the industrial revolution, of being able to kind of understand biology, being able to understand sanitation, being able to like figure out pharma and like be able to cure people of diseases, like all kinds of stuff, being able to produce food that's good and high quality and so on everywhere, being able to clean water, like just all of the basic stuff that is just so abundant now that we don't think about it. Like you don't think about every day the fact that like you can drink clean water from your house. But like 100 years ago, a lot of people in the world could not do that. And to this day, there are some people that can't because we haven't figured out like the access problem and like the structures. And so, like projecting that forward, I think we can be in a landscape where we can deeply automate production at scale to the point where we have the lower rungs of Maslow's hierarchy completely covered for all humans globally. We do have to figure out the structure, the economic structure by which humans have like the ability to get a right to this. I am kind of stressed by this decoupling of labor and capital that like looms near us. Because that's going to be like a big upheaval in the world. And so we have to come up with some structure by which we can broadly distribute the access to all of this abundance. But we're talking about also these models being able to cure lots of new diseases and synthesize new drugs and like regenerate limbs. Like we're going to be able to figure out how certain animals do it. Like there are literal animals that can regenerate limbs. We know biology can be programmed to do this. We have no idea how to trigger that today. We can figure that path out if we have enough computational capability. And so, like, this is like a super different future that could be incredibly positive for people globally. I'm especially interested in like this digital evolution thing of like being able to scan brains and then upload them and like end unnecessary death that way. People should still be able to die if they want to. Like, you shouldn't take away people's rights from doing that. That seems like a terrible future if like you can't die. But if you don't want to, like, you shouldn't have to, and you should be able to have snapshots and explore the universe and like figure out how to play every single instrument in history and invent like 1,000 more and like have like a full gamut of incredible human experience. Like just think of the vector space of all cool things about your life that you like, and then take that number and multiply it by 1 million, and that's like what you could do in like the digital environment, right? And so like, or 1 million here replaced by like infinity if you have enough energy and time. And so like that would be amazing and like a super great way for like all of humanity to spend like the next few centuries or beyond. And like we could have that if we figure out the next 20 to 40 years right. So like let's do that.
Sounds like a good note to end on.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, we talked about robotics before and in the summit, and we talked about how robotics is actually being rapidly developed right now. So then coming up next, we have Bailey for Prisma X talking about making robots cool again. Please give it up for Bailey.
All right, awesome. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. So robotics is a big deal right now, right? There's a ton of hype. There's billions of dollars. But we've had robots for many years. We've had robots since the 70s doing things like building cars. Why is it that right now everyone is so excited about robots? So I think the first question we have to ask ourselves is, what the heck is a robot, right? You probably see these things, especially if you live in New York or San Francisco or one of these big urban areas, these little restaurant robots and bartending robots. They'll make you a drink, they'll make you a cup of coffee. So they look like robots, but are they really robots? Or how about this thing? This is a production line which makes cream puffs at some horrendous rate at many millions of calories per hour worth of cream and dough. Is this a robot? Is it cool? Is it something that VCs would invest in? Doesn't really look like it, right? Or what about this thing? This is a Eversys super automatic espresso machine. Its creators are a bunch of crazy Swiss engineers, and they would proudly say that this is a coffee making robot. It's explicitly marketed as an espresso robot. So, in truth, none of these are robots. What they actually are traditional automation setups. These are the systems that have been in the field making money for 50 years, starting with doing things like building cars and manufacturing components for aerospace, now all the way down to things like consumer goods and food. Automation setups are differentiated from modern robotics because they run on rails. You give the system a set of rules, it runs through those rules, it expects everything to be in the same place over and over and over again, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 10 years. And that's awesome if you're doing manufacturing, right? If you're manufacturing parts, you want all of those parts to be the same. You want all of those parts to be in the same place and all the time. But it's not really good for a lot of use cases. You wouldn't go buy an automation setup, put it in your house, then like every morning wake up and write a Python program to make lunch. You want something which is a lot more flexible, and that's why robots are cool again. Fundamentally, with advances in AI, with advances in sensing technology, and with some modest advances, but really not driven by the robotics hardware itself, we are able to enable a drastically improved user experience for robots. These user experiences are a lot fuzzier. They can tolerate things being in the wrong place. They can tolerate lighting changing. They can tolerate seeing parts and seeing environments which they've never seen before. So a modern AI native robot perceives the world through sensors, and usually this means vision. Like there's a lot of other ways to sense, but vision is an incredibly rich modality. You can do it with one camera, you can do it with 2 cameras, you can do it with 4 cameras. There are a lot of ways to do it. They follow some sort of natural, easy to give instructions. Once again, realistically, this probably means natural language in 2025. I don't think natural language is strictly necessary. You could go do something like do it with a block-based programming interface, but natural language seems to make sense. Then, based on that prompt and its current environment, it will execute the instructions in a plausible way, right? That's very similar to how if you've ever worked with, say, an image editing model, you can go show like a picture of a person and say, turn this into a frog. And that's not really a sensible prompt, but it'll execute it in a plausible way. And that's the same behavior we want out of robots. Even when there's wild changes in what the training looks like, the robot shouldn't smash into itself, it shouldn't break things, it should behave reasonably or refuse to follow the instructions if they're too nonsensical. And a lot of people ask, like, well, how universal does the robot have to be? The answer really is universal enough to make your business work. There are a lot of people who are doing these universal humanoids, but it doesn't have to be a humanoid. As I said earlier on the panel, doesn't have to have legs, 1 arm, 2 arms. It's whatever makes things work. So how do we make this happen? The natural way to do it is to sort of like leverage LLMs and break it down like an agent, insert a bunch of object recognition blocks, maybe ask ChatGPT a bunch of times. And you do see a lot of research projects do this, but I would argue this doesn't work. This doesn't work because while the language model is a powerful statistical model that can handle a lot of variation, your rules are not. So the limiting factor is not the underlying model, it's the rules. If you've ever built like a web agent, this is why it's so hard to build a web agent, right? Small changes in the input or unexpected changes in the input will sometimes cause the entire agent to break down. And one of the big problems is you're chaining these discrete steps together. Every step needs to work, and to complete a complicated task, you might need 100 steps. If every one of those steps is a 1% chance of failure, which is pretty damn good if you're doing AI, you're basically guaranteed to fail at the end, and that's a huge problem. It's tough for web agents, and it's basically impossible for robots because you can't have the robot fail even 1% of the time. That means it's physically damaging something in the real world 1 every 100 times. What you really want is this thing they call end-to-end learning, and this is the crux of all modern robotics research.
Basically, the idea is we fuse everything. What are the inputs? What are the outputs? The inputs are the sensors. The outputs are what the robot does. Let's learn to predict the outputs from the inputs. And typically, if you dig into the details, what happens is the image data gets embedded by a vision model, typically the vision half of a vision language model, into some sort of vector embedding. And similarly, the prompt gets embedded, usually by the same model, into a vector embedding. These go into this mysterious black box called an action generator, and the action generator learns to predict actions across a horizon, which is to say you show it the past whatever minute, second, 10 seconds of video, it learns to predict the next second's worth of actions. Then you don't go execute that full seconds. You go execute maybe one of those steps, a tenth of a second. Then you look at the world again and see like, okay, did the world respond in a way that was expected? And based on that model, you keep on repeating. This core idea of predicting actions across a horizon is what drives everything from modern robotics walking algorithms all the way to these practical task completion things. It gives you a lot of stability because you're averaging the errors across a future, and you can take continued feedback as you execute those actions in order to see whether your predictions were right. So that's the core pipeline that our company services. We're building the tools and the infrastructure to help people scale these models, because these models are really one of the core things that will enable mass adoption of robotics. And with this architecture in mind, if you guys are familiar with AI training, there's a clear thing that you collect, right? The data is pretty clear. You collect the actions out of the robot, you collect the video from around the robot, and then you put those two traces next to each other, and you train a model which predicts the actions from the videos. And as I mentioned on the panel earlier, there's a couple ways to collect the data, and really the crux comes down to what are the predicted actions? Like what is an action? What is an action, right? How do we think about them? So in the simplest, most straightforward case, actions are sensor data collected from real robots. So if you ask a robot to complete a task, it would be things like the forces and angles of the joints in the robot arm, or if it's a gantry, the position of the gantry. Or actions can be these things called latent vectors, these latent actions extracted from video data alone. Basically, the idea is as you watch a video, you can learn patterns. Even if you don't know that humans have arms, if you watch enough videos of humans doing things with their hands and arms, you learn the pattern that there's this thing that looks like an arm, which will move across the frame to do things, and those correspond to certain changes in the environment. So sensor data collected from real robots is really what the whole industry is based off of right now. As I mentioned in the panel earlier, the reason why people do this is because it forces a mode collapse on the data distribution that makes the models much quicker to converge. It's not really that the exact sensor data is more useful or that the data is higher quality. It's simply this mode collapse. It greatly limits the input distribution, which allows you to converge your model on 10,000 hours of data instead of 10,000 million hours of data, which is what you would have to be if you wanted full coverage of the world. So that's what we're really focused on right now, because it slots neatly into the pipelines of basically every existing AI company. The upside is it works really well, it's high quality, it's easy to train on. The downside is you do need an hour of robot time for every hour of data, so that creates a interesting problem or an interesting opportunity depending on how you think about it. Right? You can have things like staking in robots in order to earn, and I think that's all very interesting too. So this is live today. If you want to go on our platform, you have the opportunity to operate our robot, earn points, join the leaderboards. And the second one, which we recently did a tiny pilot with our friends from Virtuals at, is this idea of collecting just pure video data and extracting the models, extracting the actions from those videos. This is much harder to train on because you have a really broad data distribution and quality is a problem. But really, the upside is you breach through this 1 robot hour per data hour gap, and ultimately you can make things a lot cheaper. And for a decentralized project, it's also useful because you can collect this data passively as you go about your daily lives, which makes it a good fit for a lot of the earning models out there. But the downside is no one is training on this data right now, so you got to wait a little while before you could really make a business out of it. And yeah, that's it. We're growing. We're rolling out more robots. We're rolling out more data modalities. Follow us on X. Visit our website. Teleop your robot today. Thank you very much.
All right, last but not least, we have the final panel from the investors. They're going to be giving some insights about the space, and this should definitely be super interesting to anyone who's either trying to fund something or they want to start something eventually in the future. So I present you the final panel. So Ash from Theoric is going to be our moderator for today. And then Lou from Franklin Templeton, Jonathan from CoinFund, and Mika from Hypersphere are the speakers. Please welcome the speakers.
Everyone. Woo! All right, let's do it. Well, we actually had a chance to catch up with all the speakers before the event, and we decided that agentic AI for institutional funds is not happening anytime soon, so we can save half an hour for everyone. Thank you. Yeah, but on the serious side, I'm personally very excited to run this panel because I'm not on the finance side. I'm more on the product side. We are protocol for AI agents, and we're now building our own Vault that offers AI accelerated yield. And so basically why it's important for me is because it's an opportunity to run our hypotheses by institutional players and really think through what their feedback is and learn more where they're seeing this being developed. Okay, so should we start? All right, so just to frame the discussion a little bit, I guess the AI crypto narrative has evolved in the past couple of years, I would say like 2 years. So what is your current thesis in AI crypto space? How has it evolved, and why is it exciting for you right now personally for your institutions? And whoever wants to catch that one first, go for it.
All right. So investing in AI crypto, from a year ago, it was super narrative focused on the liquid side at least. So you're looking at basically the AI agent Meta, which sort of popped off in maybe September, and you were just investing in GPT wrappers and a bunch of BS loosely related to tokens. Before that, it was mostly just focused on middleware. You saw a lot of the decentralized AI folks, whether it was decentralized inference, decentralized training protocols raised from the hyperbolics to Noose, Research, Prime Intellect, etc. What we're seeing this year is basically AI mature more so on the consumer side and giving us investors a chance to look at a lot of projects, whether they're building DeFi vaults, AI-oriented DeFi vaults, or any sort of other project that might be capitalizing on Base's X402 thing. That's basically how it's evolved. We've seen it go from middleware to narrative chasing to a focus on consumer applications. So.
Yeah, I can go next. So at CoinFund, we started investing in decentralized AI a long time ago with an investment in Jensen several years ago. And since then have mostly focused on the infrastructure side. We invested in Pluralis, Prime Intellect, and several others along that track as well. And I think this thesis there partially is, it's a bit of a unique answer, but it's kind of funding companies that are building a future that we want to live in terms of, do we really want OpenAI and a couple of other players to control the most unilaterally control the most powerful technology that will exist? And so funding companies that are able to distribute not only in incentives but also ownership of those models to the people that contribute to them and to whoever wants to invest in them. So I think that's what's really excited us around in the past several years. I think definitely agree on the fact that now, as AI is becoming more and more commercial and people are starting to really integrate it on a mainstream level into their daily lives, there's a lot more on the consumer side that's very interesting to see from an investment perspective.
Well, I think we believe really crypto is the core economic layer for agentic activity. We're a large 80-year-old legacy active asset management company. So we want to understand the capabilities of agents and their potential impact on, we're in the business of offering advice to clients around, their finances. We manage other people's money. And if there's an opportunity for alpha, we're always looking for, whether that's technology driven or, human driven. We have clients in over 150 countries. So a 24/7 market needs this technology to really operate effectively. Because I need to sleep.
Yeah, I think that's where a lot of the value from automation is coming from. And we had a quick chat with Lou before the panel and discussed Benji, one of the products that Franklin Templeton is running. And so you guys are already quite deep into onboarding clients, institutional clients through on-chain. Where do you see agentic AI fitting into that in 2-3 years?
It's tough to say if it will. I can tell you that with our global clientele base, we're still having discussions with large institutional players recommending why we believe digital assets are an actual asset class, let alone how much of their portfolios we recommend them allocating to that space. However, with a product like Benji, which is a tokenized money fund, there's going to take some time, at least on the regulatory side of things, understanding how those managed products can integrate into DeFi protocols that can then, potentially interact with agents. We're still super early, and we're still kind of understanding the landscape and the potential, but we certainly do see the potential.
All right. Yeah, it seems like you guys are being cautious about what's happening right now and trying to see where it fits. Mitzach and Joe, do you guys have any contrarian beliefs to the mainstream narrative in AI Web3 that you would like to share with the audience?
Yeah, I'll go. So earlier this year, there was a DeepSeek moment where basically completely oriented the way that a lot of the current AI projects from OpenAI, Google, etc., were developing their own LLMs. We saw synthetic data matter a lot more than previously. Basically, that you could train powerful models that were more powerful than last year's off of synthetic data through reinforcement learning. And basically, my thesis or my contrarian viewpoint is that synthetic data is going to end up mattering less, and we're going to need to focus on new ways to acquire unique or bespoke data. And I think that's going to be probably best represented through through collectives of specialized intelligence, incentivized in maybe a way via trading. So one way we've expressed this opinion is through post-fiat. Post-fiat is building a few things, AI for consensus, but then also building a collective contribution layer to help folks make better trades. So one of my thoughts is what if AI could have access to Bloomberg terminal chats? You'd probably get an assload of alpha from something like that. And I think that's basically a way in which post-fiat is building a very unique and powerful data collection layer.
Yeah, I think we're investors in Giza, and they are very obviously integrated into this agentic DeFi story. I think from a retail perspective, especially if you can wrap risk controls and vaults around it, it makes a lot of sense to happen in the near term for retail. I think institutional is going to be a little further off for sure. I also think it's a question of what agentic DeFi is. It kind of depends on how you constrain the definition. From a pure agents moving stuff around perspective, you have competition with regular vaults, might take a bit longer to gain real mainstream adoption. There's also companies like True North, which we're not investors in at this point, but they're doing something interesting in terms of Gen AI interface for trading, of giving you all the information and tools you would need to understand an investment fully, and then you're the one who actually presses the button, guided by AI. So I think it's a broad spectrum of things people are working on in the space.
Yeah, I would actually want to unpack that a little bit, because you're touching on a lot of ways AI agents can add value. So either it's providing advice on the existing asset classes to, retail audience or maybe like institutional funds. It also can come in as, an autonomous system that does the trades and, optimizes liquidity and whatnot. So I'm wondering, like, from Lou's perspective, because you already shared, Joe, like what you were seeing. So maybe Lou and Mitak, do you want to kind of comment where agentic AI, where like AI in general fits in the most in this kind of life cycle of financial products?
I would say it's more, at least today, biased to AI assist more than really agent and decision making on behalf of clients or asset managers. One of the challenges for us as an institution is how much due diligence is required for your counterparties, whether it's we have a new trading shop partner. If we want to use leverage, there are committees, counterparty credit committees, they're digging through financials. That process of due diligence, really with agentic finance, that framework is evolving. Like there really isn't a framework yet, and not enough data for someone like us to really evaluate before we could recommend a strategy to our clients. But again, still very early. And it's the teams building now that we're still excited about the potential of what they're doing.
Yeah, I think a lot of the ways we're going to see agentic finance kind of evolve is just theoretical at this point. So like Coinbase seems to be stacking its chips behind this X402 status code idea, which is just basically agents autonomously making payments. On the trading side, I think agentic finance is going to be extremely important in the sense of how you limit its abilities to not screw up your own hedge fund. So like hedge funds will consider allowing agents to potentially make trades on their behalf because agents can analyze things a lot quicker than humans. Basically, there's a latency between when a headline comes out or something interesting happens in the news that could affect your portfolio or change the macro environment, and you're going to want to front run everybody else and make that trade sooner than them. But you also want to make sure that the agent doesn't hallucinate or that that they don't hallucinate or basically blow up the fund on a random trade. So it's going to be extremely important how these funds kind of put in limiting factors that lower the entropy of an agent's output to make something like an agentic hedge fund or agent finance capabilities really useful on the trading side at least.
One thing to maybe add to that is like, in that sense, there's an argument for the fact that agentic finance already exists because hedge funds are for sure using robots to trigger sells, buys, depending on news. They're kind of already using this. I think what's interesting about agentic DeFi is you're able to now take those, open source them, and have them for anyone to take advantage of.
What's the value for someone who creates that agent to share that with the rest of the ecosystem? Because it seems like the most obvious choice is just to run that strategy on your own.
Yeah, so this is something we at CoinFund have been talking about a lot internally. I think it comes down to, you could kind of make the same argument on Athena itself. So Athena doing the basis trade could have ran a hedge fund, and that could have been the story of, we're running the basis trade, we're attracting capital, we're just running a normal hedge fund. If you give it to the public and allow anyone to invest, yes, your scrape is probably going to be lower and it adds some complexity, but you can eventually become so much more. And we're kind of seeing that with Athena of like, okay, now they're a stable coin being integrated into a lot of different, exchanges and other use cases. So I think you can start at this agentic DeFi thing, but then you can become like a layer where anyone can plug in and then get capital from people depending on how your strategy is performing. It can become a lot bigger than you can be on your own.
Yeah, I completely agree with that thesis, and I'm glad that we're touching on it because really opening it up to the broader community opens up really the scale for the agentic finance, because otherwise it's become like very siloed ecosystem. So just to kind of take a step back, like two main themes that I'm hearing from you guys is that a lot of the application for AI in crypto is going to be around financial products. And one of the biggest concerns is risks. So my question to you is, like, do you feel like if we evolve in this agentic AI Web3 narrative, we would create a bunch of highly correlated assets that would swipe out the liquidity from a market the same way the October 10th ETH flash crash happened? So do you have comments on that?
Well, I would say there's obvious cascade risk. That's one of the unique opportunities for us as financial analysts, really, is we can't, you're not really extracting value by underwriting the activities of one single agent within an ecosystem. You have to really examine the behavior of all agents in that ecosystem to understand if and when alpha is being generated, because especially if there's like reinforced learning and they can effectively kind of copy each other. Obviously, alpha shrinks down to 0, and then it becomes, well, who's got the most compute power, who's tapped into the best LLM, and who has the lowest latency. Because set parameters will have agents doing the same activities likely at the same time. So interesting behavior that we're just starting to examine.
I think for me, it comes down to companies that analyze risk professionally, putting safeguards around it. Vault infrastructure is pretty mature at this point, like Veda is a portco, and they're doing that as well. So I think you combine a bunch of the stuff that's already being done, you put some rails on what the AI can and can't do, and you can kind of feed back into it of like, this is an analysis of the risk of what you're doing and the correlation between assets. So I think it's a solvable problem for sure.
And I would add that proof of reserves, it should not be a suggestion or really an opportunity for a team to say, look how great our protocol is, look at our proof of reserves. It's for agentic finance to take off, that all of that information has to be public and accessible. It has to be a standard.
Yeah, we're running a little ahead of my questions, because the next one was what should be really in place. But before that, I actually wanted to double click a little bit on what you, Joe, was saying, because I think we should explain a little bit more how vaults play into this new realm of agentic AI on chain. So you mentioned guardrails, you mentioned limiting the exposure, constraints. So can you maybe give like a 50,000 view to the audience on how vaults are coming into this AI agentic narrative and where do they add value?
Yeah, so I think the way we've had a thesis on vaults for a long time and have been very excited about it. I think the core of it is you're providing a container for DeFi strategies to be put in so that it induces trust in the ecosystem of like, okay, I can put my money in this and I know what the risks are, and there's very little, there's a protocol that is designed to block like outside risk from really occurring. And so I think what that leads to is an environment where agents, in addition to the humans that are currently playing in that space, agents can also play in that space. And it kind of slots in very well to the current vault infrastructure space. I think there's work to be done as agentic DeFi gets bigger and bigger around customizing vaults specifically for that case. But I think in the future what you're going to see is you're going to have professional vault companies like Mev Capital and RE7 and others. They're going to be running some human-run strategies. There's going to be some agentic DeFi, and it's going to be a marketplace. And you'll kind of see who wins in terms of yield, who has the least risk, et cetera.
Yeah, great. I also wanted to give you guys an opportunity to comment on what really needs to be in place for this to take off. And when I say that, I think about it from 3 standpoints. From the technology standpoint, and we already touched on the vaults a little bit, but also from regulatory standpoint, like what are we still missing? Like where those protocols that are popping up are still not hitting the mark for institutional funds. And then third one, from like purely operational standpoint, like where do you see we need to upgrade And we at Theoric are very interested to hear, from you about that, because that's exactly what we're doing, and I'd love to get your feedback. I think Lou touched a little bit on it. If you want to expand, because I think it's a big topic, and from our conversation before the panel, you have a lot to add there. So.
Sure. I mean, I think a lot of what happens in business relationships, especially in financial services, is around what happens if something goes wrong, which usually means lawyers. And how do lawyers, I know there are some here who I've spoken to actually, where can they come in and, I guess, help in the configuration of an activity of agents themselves? We're an RIA. For anyone who doesn't know what that is, Registered Investment Advisor in the US, which comes with a lot of rules around the types of activities and safeguarding of client assets, how we treat those assets when we're actually deploying into specific investment strategies. It comes down to really boring operational things like the ability to pre-fund a trade is very difficult for someone with my regulatory oversight. Keeping assets in qualified custody is very limiting for us as a firm in terms of our ability to actively deploy into DeFi protocols, because that when you're in the protocol, that means you're out of qualified custody, which unfortunately is very limiting. But there are interesting structures that are emerging around just not the vanilla asset management model, like vaults in particular are showing, they're really the first signs of linking what we would describe as TradFi strategies with actual DeFi protocols through those wrap tokens in the vaults. And we're really excited about their really distribution potential, because I see it as what is going to turn into what we call it a TAMP, a turnkey asset management platform. I think that's what on-chain asset management is, those marketplaces, and we're still excited about that potential despite, I had the varying levels of discussions I've had with lawyers from 5 years ago to today. I won't get into that right now, but they're coming along, which is very encouraging. Instead of they're not saying no anymore. It's, well, how can we do this? Which is encouraging. So,
do you guys want to give your perspective on what we're missing still?
I'll just say we're probably missing a lot of experience. We're missing blow-ups. Shit's going to need to break in order for us to really understand what we need to lobby for and present to legislators to actually build something effective to the point at which a Goldman Sachs, Franklin Templeton even, is going to adopt basically agentic frameworks within their own asset management structures. So it's going to fall a lot on basically our ends, the liquid funds or the venture funds or the capital allocators within the crypto space, to really break things, make mistakes, expose the risks for us to be able to have anything to come to the legislators with for reasonable legislation.
All right. Yeah, I think there is still quite a lot of things that need to come into play, but from my perspective, because I'm also coming from traditional finance background, and that picture over there was taken when I was a part of fintech company and FINRA and RIAs, were things that I would come across pretty much every day. And I think 5 years ago, I would kind of hate the fact that we have to accommodate those terms and in crypto. But now, as things are evolving and you start understanding the real impact that the space has and the potential risks, I do appreciate that we started talking about the fiduciary duties as part of AI generated strategies, that we started talking about the regulating, we started talking about operationalizing vaults, and now they become not just pure technology but more so financial instruments that can be that we can onboard into, right? Okay, so I think that was like very interesting, a couple of things that I highlighted for myself. So let's maybe take this into perspective. With all the things that you guys mentioned, with like all the requirements that are still not there, where are you focusing your attention right now at the intersection of AI and Web3? Like, is it still the infrastructure? Is it like full-on vaults? What kind of projects? Maybe you can, you've already shared some names, Joe. So what are those avenues and niches of crypto AI that you're focusing your attention right now?
Yeah, but maybe I could start. Yeah, I think training has been a big focus for us. I think when we think about like the value, especially where we are in the model building cycle, I think there's an opportunity, if you can crack a few very hard technical problems, to build a model, to train a model in a decentralized way. And that's like a huge, if that ends up happening, that's a huge unlock. I think like one of the stats that I find super interesting is the Bitcoin network, the amount of power it consumes is on a level similar to what like all of the top AI companies in the world are consuming in terms of energy. So if you can take that combined power of everyone on Earth and have them produce a model that's on that level, and if you can figure out the technical problems to be able to do that, that's super interesting. So that's where we've historically focused a lot. We've made a bunch of investments in that space. And yeah, again, I think focusing more on the middleware and consumer side now as things start to get built out more.
I'll go. So middleware for values, and then in the shorter to midterm, I guess products for like potential growth and actual cash generation here. So like when I say middleware for values, decentralized training, decentralized inference, none of it really matters right now because we all use ChatGPT, we all use Claude, we all use all these other LLMs, and they work great. But at some point, governments are going to censor. It's going to become critically important that basically there's not a monopoly on all these models that we're using today. I think at some point these centralized companies and these monopolistic companies and the government is going to make it explicitly clear that middleware is going to be very important for decentralizing that part of the AI stack. And then as for any shorter to midterm opportunities, I'm looking at ways that AI can either reorient crypto or trading. So like one of the investments we made at the end of last year was post-fiat. They're looking into using LLMs as basically a new form of consensus. So consensus is extremely inefficient in a handful of ways, whether it's just wasted compute in the form of Bitcoin mining, not necessarily wasted compute, but in the sense of those computations that Bitcoin's performing doesn't really add value in the sense of that activity could be used for inference and whatnot. And then also trading collectives in the sense of folks giving their information or filtering their information through LLMs like a Bloomberg chat-esque type of ordeal, and then gaining alpha to an LLM hooked up to a bunch of different traders within that collective to provide interesting insights into the market that you can't necessarily get from articles or explicitly public information. So we've been looking at essentially both sides of the AI crypto matrix in that way.
I would just add infrastructure still improving, but we're absolutely interested in the picks and shovels and middleware that really does continue to help set the foundation. Teams that can establish data moats, because I think a lot of this is still very much a data play. So interested in oracles that are interacting with agents and providing, their agents can only operate with good data, like effectively with good data. Otherwise, you see bad outcomes. So teams that are providing those data sources, something we're looking for. And if you're building that, come talk to me.
All right. George, would you like to add something?
No, I think they covered it well.
Yeah, so I think we have just 1 minute, and Lou already dropped the CTA. So do you guys want to also maybe share with the audience, what they should be, looking forward and excited about in what you guys are doing?
I'll just say we're more excited about what everyone out here is doing. I'm just a stodgy old financial services guy.
Yeah, I think similar sentiment, like excited to see what everyone is building at the moment. I think in terms of like what I'm most excited about, I think continues to be like decentralized training is where I think I get the most excited personally. Really hard problem, but that's what we're here to solve.
Yeah, and reach out if you're building AI middleware, building anywhere along the AI stack, agents, etc. We're just capital allocators. You guys make cool stuff. So.
Awesome. Well, thanks a lot, everyone. Great discussion. I'll take all the insights back to my product team now. All right. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thank you very much to everyone that watched, either here in person or at home. If you guys think some topic would be interesting for the next conference, feel free to tell me personally or to comment either on our X page or YouTube. I want to thank also all the speakers. They were amazing, and also all the sponsors that made everything here possible. Also, thank you to the amazing crew here that helped with the organization as well. That's it. Thank you, people, and hopefully see you soon.